All right, it's Spidey's Outback time. Let's roll that intro.
Say goodbye to Remy's place. Looking for my friends on a Saturday. Where's Fantastic Lady, Chip and Journey, Beckerman and Robbie Fat Stacks? And they're like, don't you watch MadSpidey'S Outback? Where Lemmy shows up just like that. Live chat here with YouTubers. You better sub, bring a comic cover.
Bow down, bitches. Gobble, gobble, whack, bitches.
My best mate Lee Simon Sorrow. A Lee meme with some muscle. On here you better watch your language, or you won't get any of his Vegemite sandwich. Freaky said I come from MadSpidey'S Outback, talking comics and some smack. Welcome all to MadSpidey'S Outback. You better sub, bring a comic cover, yeah.
All right, it is Easter Sunday over here in Australia. Obviously not Easter Sunday in a lot of parts of the world yet, but we have plenty of guests, plenty of beautiful people waiting in the background. We'll let them all in. Mr. Rob Fat Stacks of Comics.
People, the beautiful people.
My fellow admin and fellow brother as well, Mr. Remy Q Studios is here.
What's up?
A threat in one of the group chats. We'll see if she actually lives up to it or not. Caroline, Lady Fantastic.
Hey, what's up, dude?
And somebody's swinging on a swing by the looks of it.
Oh. So, about Tron Legacy.
God.
Have you ever thought of having a longer intro?
He has the best intro there is.
I know.
I just wish it was longer, though.
Oh, I know. Wow.
You wanted more of the song or
more of all of it? The song, Loowee's voice, the clip.
Oh God, what's bringing me up to?
Not normal. Not normal.
All right, let's say hello to the chat. We all know who's going to be first with 300 comments first. Woohoo! Hello from New Mexico. Hello, Les Crucius. Hope you're doing well. Christina, hope you're doing well. Mark's in the chat and he's in the live stream. Thank you very much.
What up, baby?
And also, Mr. Rob Fatstacks. So we're all caught up, nice and easy. Beautiful. So, yes, it is Easter, if you celebrate Easter. I only celebrate Easter by eating chocolate.
I think it happens to be Easter regardless of whether or not you celebrate it or not.
What?
It's a four-day weekend for us. Some people have 3-day weekends. Some people have 2-day weekends.
I just work all weekend.
Yeah. And you're coming into your favorite time of year soon too, as well, Mark. I know you're talking.
It officially started for me already today. So moving forward for the next 21 days, the only day I'm guaranteed off is this coming Tuesday. That's it.
Oh, good God.
The rest is just play by ear.
Is it because of is it seasonal?
Yeah, it's the Masters.
Oh, right. God.
Yeah. Yeah, and because I work in a place with living animals, I don't leave anything to anyone else. You know, it's there's no one to leave it to. So that means I fill in every shift. I make sure everything's tip top, and when it comes to getting to the back end of it, I'm the last one to get an off day. I let my staff have time off first.
There's no pup left behind.
No pup and no employee left behind, because I can't have exhausted employees taking care of people's critters. You know, that's not fair. unless I was like paying a discount or offering a discounted rate for people to get discounted quality of service, and that's not a thing. But it's a fun time of year, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's exciting, I'm sure, like in certain
Yeah.
places.
It's fun getting it in there, getting it stacked and organized in my little analytical mind, and just getting it running how I want it to run. That way it becomes smooth. And the good thing is, like, working every day is one thing, but the way I've got it over the past couple of years, I got it where like one person stays behind and everyone else takes like a very extended lunch break.
Yeah.
Once there's nothing, because there's no dogs coming and going. Everyone comes in and it's deadlocked for 10 days bare minimum,
Yeah.
So like once everyone's there and you get everyone fed, and you get like a couple hours in the middle of the day where there's nothing to do but just change water bottles and hang out and answer the phone. Like you only need one person there for that.
Here.
So I'll have like little extended lunch breaks here and there, hopefully.
How far is your job from your house?
Like 10 minutes, just up the road.
So that's not
Yeah.
bad.
And then the wife works at the end of the street I'm on. Like we both like work right next to each other. She works at the steakhouse that like it's like the master's restaurant spot. Like
Oh,
people
okay.
come to golf and then they go to eat and hang out there. So her schedule is like mine.
Is she expecting like buku tips though?
Well, she's one of the managers, but she's gonna be serving some shift just to help cover it.
Yeah.
But like it's worth it. Like we walk out of it with tons of money. I'm not even gonna lie, like
Yeah,
it's
and I'm sure it's good for your community in a way, right?
yeah, every year a little less than before because the national is buying up everything around it
Yeah,
and
you
slowly
mentioned-
turning in the tournament into an all-inclusive thing.
yeah.
But for me and the wife, the good thing is she works at a premier steakhouse in town, so that's never going to change. It's kind of a staple of the tournament.
Okay.
And then I cater to the locals that leave town that that because it's spring break for us too, so that'll never change. So
Okay.
our business that we're in is good, but there's other stuff that's declined over time.
Yeah. Shitty.
Yeah.
I got no mail came today. It's important to read your mail sometimes. The notice from the new policy for the pet insurance for the dog
Yeah.
policy year going from $101 to $188.
That's
That's
a
a huge
big
difference.
jump.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you're on
It's
a
because
plan
of
that
its
has,
age.
well, the dog's only 4.
Your beast is a liability.
It's just really weird. Well, what it is, I think, is because my work used to subsidize it, and I think it's no longer being subsidized. So
That's cool of your work.
So now what ends up happening is I was looking at it, it's like you're paying like over $2,000 a year for only $7,500 in coverage. I'm like, oh, that's just silly. I went online, I looked real quick, found MetLife had the exact same coverage and drop it down to almost what I'm paying right now. And I'm like, oh, all right, that's cool. Change.
What do you use it? What do you use it for? Is it can it be used on just like standard like yearly updates and stuff?
Yeah, so I have this health and wellness rider. So dental cleanings, the all the vaccinations, as well as anything that comes up throughout the year stuff. So like she had a bladder infection, so get that treated, and all that type of stuff, all the lab tests, and when she had her teeth cleaned, that's all covered. And that can be expensive because they put the dogs under.
Take care of your baby.
Yeah, it's a big money making thing now. Like even over here, it's the same. Like we haven't got pet insurance for our little critter, but yeah, it could be like if she has teeth problems, and you got to buy special food and all that sort of stuff, and it gets beyond a joke. Like some of that, like you're paying more than you're paying for like a human, like with like surgeries and things like that. And
I had them before where I had one dog that had multiple surgeries for cancer, and then I had another one that had multiple bladder surgeries, that for bladder stones and whatnot. And those were all covered. And essentially the way it's set up, I have a $250 annual deductible. So I pay $250 out of pocket a year, and then after that, everything is they reimburse me 90%. So
it ends up being that's the thing where it's like, okay, you do the math, it does end up becoming worth it, especially
that
if something does
yeah,
happen.
especially if something happens, and that's cool. But when you're talking about, in this case, it's going to be a little bit over $1,000 a year, for $10,000 worth of coverage versus the old plan, which was over $2,000 a year, and you were only getting $7,500 worth of coverage. It's like, that's just
Poppycock.
exactly. But it was more the fact that it went from 101 to 188. That was the ridiculous one. It's like, what? Why the hell?
You want to hear some bullshit?
Is Miss Kitty still not talking to you because you left her outside?
No, not too, but fucking, I had to pay an HOA fee and went from like 200 and like 50 something to like 372, and it's like, fuck, I'm paying rent again.
And what are they doing for your
wiping my asshole for that much? I don't know.
For that much, they better bleach it.
Are they at least covering like the cable or internet or anything around? Because I know my parents, that's what their HOA includes.
No.
Wow.
Now, I have a pool. We have a pool. They do like outside maintenance and shit for free, building maintenance.
Well, no, it's part of your HOA fees. They ain't for free.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff doesn't sound like HOA stuff. That sounds like normal upkeep for an apartment complex.
Yeah. So whatever you want to call that, that's what I pay and whatever. But I just put an offer in on a new condo in a different place where my fam's at, and like my brother has a place in this other little community, and my mom has a place in that community, and so like we're gonna be like trailer trashing it out and be all of us like the Bumpuses or something.
Like me living next door to my in-laws.
Yeah, just like, hey mama, I need some sugar. Just some.
We actually have there's a section in our fences between the two houses that's missing, so you can walk through the backyard from one house to the other. Yeah,
it was great. Your backyard, mom.
When the kids were young, it used to be like, the kids would go like, "Hey, can I go over to Grandpa's house?" And then sure, they'd go over.
Exactly. But
like a house with an outdoor hallway.
She's mostly gone because she's a computer programmer and she does contract work. And so she's mostly up in New York, like 3/4 of the time. And so basically her place is just a operational pad for when she comes to Nashville. And so it's like, okay, well, I put a bid on the place next to hers. And so I would basically just kind of watch over it for her most of the time when she's gone.
Sounds like your comic book storage place.
And so, yeah, anyways, I'm pretty excited. Condo. I hope it works out because I got a cash offer on my place. And then the offer that I put in on the condo, there's only a $10,000 difference.
Oh, nice.
It'd be really nice if I can make it work, but we'll see.
Everybody run. Mark's kids are after him.
They're chasing him with sticks.
Run, Forrest, run.
You asked for this in a different way.
The kids are weapon. The kids have developed weapons
of mass distraction.
I miss so.
Yeah, she'll be lurking and gaming.
That's fair.
Who do you miss?
So it was an interesting episode of Only Slabs this morning.
Oh yeah,
somebody who exceeds the that everybody's got signatures sort of policy. It's like, no, I have books with like 25 signatures on it.
Who was it?
His name was Chris Moore. He's not on Instagram or anything. He's in I found him in a Facebook group called Show Off Your Slabs or something like that.
Okay.
And it seemed like a good place to try to recruit people who want to show off their slabs.
It does.
And that's also where I found the guy that had nothing but Spider-Man 1.
Oh.
But this guy, I guess he's he claims to be friends with Steve Borok, and knew back when Steve was working at CGC, and that's how he kind of got in with the Signatures series program back then, and got really into it, and was one of their early witnesses before they started rolling out the witness program that exists today. But so he travels, like on his back wall, he had pretty much all the Star Wars character books. They look like the action figures, and every single one of them is signed. And it's not like they're signed by the writer of the book or something.
Like
they're
the
signed
and their mama.
No, they're signed by like the actors or that played those characters, or the script writers, or I mean, he's
the whole damn
he's going
above and beyond.
Yeah. The only thing I was
kit and caboodle.
I was a little bit, it was unfortunate, was obviously his audio was a little weird. He was kind of yelling because he's using his phone with no other microphone other than his phone. And
his lighting was horrible.
His lighting was horrible, which really bugged me because
he should have got on ahead of time and tested all that stuff.
Oh, he did.
I know.
2 days.
Yeah,
I know. I was 2 days ahead of time. He goes like, "Hey, can we jump on and test this stuff?" And I said, "Sure." And we fixed his phone because his phone originally was locked in portrait mode. So we got it so at least he could rotate it to landscape mode. And during the whole thing, all he had was his track lighting in the room. He's been setting this room up as a man cave, and he hopes to be able to start doing YouTube stuff down the road. And I told him, I said, well, what you're going to need to do is you need to go find a lamp somewhere, put it in front of you and to the side. So that way it's not shining directly on your books, but off to the side. So it'll create some fill light. I said, because right now you get this just bright. So what did he do when he logged in this morning, 2 minutes before we went live? He says, "Oh, I got a lamp," and he points behind him where he's got a lamp like clipped onto the racks of slabs. And I'm like, no, you were supposed to put that in front of you, man. So, but I talked to him again afterwards. He's gonna work on some. He wants to come on again, and I told him, so well, we usually look at that like 4 to 6 months in the future.
So it was like you couldn't see. I missed the show today completely.
It was dark. I mean, you could see some of the stuff, but it was dark and not clear. And you know how camera phones, especially when you're in dim lighting, start to get grainy. Combined with the fact that he didn't necessarily have the greatest of internet connection, and his phone was getting hot, I think too. But so I told him, like, in the future, I was like, oh, really should switch to yourself to a computer with a webcam, with get that lighting squared away and stuff. And so he says he's going to work on all that because he does want to start doing YouTube himself at some point, and he knows that he couldn't do. But he took the video link and he's going to go back and watch it and he'll see for himself when he watches it how the difference between his visibility of him and in the rest of us.
Was he invisible? I missed it too. Was he invisible?
When he came on initially during our test, he even had like a cowboy hat on, so he was with the only lighting source above. He's doing like this.
I'm looking at it. It's really not that bad. Like, especially if you're watching on the phone, how much detail you're going to get. Like, I just slid forward. And I saw Stephen King signed Gunslinger already. Like this, 37 times signed Batman, Superman.
Well,
this
the first
behind
book,
him is intimidatingly cool.
The last book he showed is like some Halloween book that was signed like a trillion times too.
Oh my gosh, and a 9.8 too.
The first book,
and they were all signed with
was Michael Keaton and Danny DeVito signed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Batman Returns. Yeah, Danny DeVito and Michael Keaton signed book. He got they're signed like with a paint pen too, so it's not like he's pressing them. He said, so a lot of them he can't press them because the ink then
would just be bad news.
He pulled out a 10.0 something too, which was ridiculous because it was like, how did you get a 10.0 that was signed?
Those are all signed Star Wars action figure variants, right? What's that show?
Yeah.
They're all signed by John Tyler?
No, they're like by the actors who played the characters and stuff. He travels to the UK. He travels to, he travels all over the place.
So he has unlimited funds. He's like
Really
Bruce
traveled
Wayne.
to my
I know. You know, he's a plumber by trade, so yeah,
Wow.
almost. And so that's why when MadSpidey says, "Oh yeah,
Oh, that's you, Teddy.
Clancy Brown comes to Australia," I go, "Oh, well, I guess I'll have to go to
Oh,
Australia
I
then."
thought it was Wolverado. That's funny. Nice take.
Christopher Lambert. Yeah.
No, not Lambert. He was looking. He's looking for. He had Christopher Lambert signed.
No, I
Highlander.
said he had because I thought he said he went to UK to get Christopher Lambert's signature.
Yeah, he did. And then he was said we were talking about needing the Kurgan, which is Clancy Brown.
Oh no, I was talking about
Oh.
Christopher Lambert had been here.
Oh, nobody cared. He already had that signature. Clancy Brown was the signature he needed.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm just trying to think if he may
I
have
don't know
been
if he
here once.
does that many cons.
He might have been here once, I think.
cannot wait to show you guys my haul that I'm rebagging and reboarding.
Yeah, I don't know if he does that many cons anymore.
I'm glad to be able to bag and boards and books finally. My youngest came home from spring break this week.
Put him to work.
Yep, 800 bags and boards.
Get going.
Got 800 bags and boards set up. What was great? What was great was the first 400. There was one extra bag. The next 400, there was one extra board. Bam, all even out.
Life was
Hey Jim. Hey Jim.
Yes, sir.
Hey Jim.
How you doing?
Hey Jim.
You and Spidey are all three doing good.
I know.
Well,
For sure.
well,
Absolutely.
Superman does good.
Found
Spidey
some
was
bling
good.
today.
They're talking about Godzilla
Oh, and yeah, that too.
and
And
Kong.
King Kong laying them hands.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna say one thing to you. One thing. When we got out of the movie, I asked my son. I looked at him. I said, "So what did you think?" He said, "I think it had too much Kong and not enough Godzilla because he's a Godzilla man." I said, "Well, I think the story was primarily more towards
You know
Kong."
what's funny is like the ratio dynamic is it has as much Godzilla as you'd see in any Godzilla movie, but they've replaced the humans with Kong. So you get Kong in place driving the story narrative where typically you're spending time with humans. Where that's very minimal in this, just to fill in context gaps.
Right.
But
Put in the-
Godzilla's still there like you would expect Godzilla, but it's just Kong in place of humans is it's fantastic.
I just,
Sometimes you got to put your homie to sleep.
I'm just saying, he didn't knock him out. He just gave him a little love tap and said, "Hold on,
He
I'm trying to talk to you."
got fed up and he put homie to sleep. He woke up getting drugged to a portal by his tail.
I'm gonna show you.
That scene got me out my seat, dude. I did not see that
That's
coming.
because he had a metal fist. He's cheating.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But dude, as soon as he woke up, calling, oh shit.
He's like brass knuckled his ass. That's the
He
thing.
did numerous times. Just laid into him. He surprised him when he finally decided to lay into him. He came with that uppercut with the beast gloves. Boom. I was like, whoa, wait. And he just didn't stop. I'm like, oh my God.
There's so much, man. We talked about it all the way home, and I don't think my son was hilarious though. He was just like, "I could go see it again. You want to go see it again?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're probably gonna have to," because your dad didn't see everything. I mean, there was so much going.
Already planning on going again. I'm sure Finn will want to see it again.
Yeah, there was so much going on. I just couldn't.
Finn.
You can't see it
so
all.
much like you. It's so funny. Bless his heart. He's cute though.
Well,
He's a cute little kiddo.
I'm excited.
I actually watched Pete's review, Triple G's review of the movie. It was half loved it and half scathing. It was an interesting review though.
Who was it?
Triple G.
And like I never buy. Like I always will value anybody's opinion because you can't all like something, you can't all hate something, and everything like that. And that's fine. Like I can see his points for and against. Like realistically, this whole movie the idea was less humans and more monsters, which is what it was.
Right.
But obviously, a lot of the start was a lot of the human stuff too. So, but in still saying that, I still fucking thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Yeah, for context, it has like a critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes at 50 something, I believe, with approximately 150 critics, people who it's their job to go see movies, whether those movies are in their wheelhouse or not. The audience score on Rotten Tomatoes with over 1,000 reviews, last I looked, was at 92%. On Google reviews with over nearly 3,000 reviews is at 4.7 out of 5. Cinema score, A-. Cinema score has an A-, which that blew me away. I was expecting to get like a C+, a B-,
right?
Be proud of a B-, but an A- is where it sits at Cinema score right now, which kind of blew me away.
I'm curious to see, because you talk about this with Dune. I'm very
Dune has a solid A
look like.
Score.
I meant from a monetary standpoint. Like you said something the other day about Dune had already hit like a ridiculous amount of money.
Dune as a franchise, a week and a half ago, passed the $1 billion mark. Dune last night, because I report the Dune numbers every Sunday night, but last Sunday it was just teetering, I think it was like 574 million worldwide.
Yeah,
which is a success for that movie. I can check what it is real fast.
But because at the end of the day, and I know it's not what nobody wants to hear, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't make money, they're not going to make it again. They're just not. They'll just say, well, we'll wait another 20 years, make another movie, and see if that one does anything. Because if it's not making money, they're not having it. I mean, they're just not. I mean, you might get an independent, like Toho do their thing with Godzilla.
They're not really independent, are they?
No, but you know what I mean? Like they're not the mainstream.
It's not Hollywoodization, yeah.
Right. They're not part of mainstream Disney or whoever.
Without having this weekend's numbers reported, it's at 587 for Dune Part 2. Godzilla Kong's numbers are going to be I'm going to pull them up tomorrow for the show, but who knows what they'll be. It was tracking for approximately 55 domestic, I think.
I think they got to be. I mean, and I don't know how much it costs to make Godzilla Kong, but
Mark, what was the last year or the latest year, the most recent year of DC Universe variants? Do you know?
Oh God, I have no clue.
Okay.
They definitely didn't make it into the 2000s. That's for sure.
I don't think they did. I think maybe to the mid to late 90s, but that's okay. Just curious. I'm getting close to wanting to show my chunk. I got it.
Alan.
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's gonna crush predictions now that I'm looking at it. So it was tracking, and they were predicting for a 55 weekend domestic. It did 37 Friday alone. And it's going to hit more than that. And like so many people are going to the movies for Easter.
Yeah. It's a good weekend to come out and do it because people want to do something else. And
it's going to, and Ghostbuster will give it a little run for its money. Like Alan wasted his life and went and seen that instead of Godzilla Kong. How'd you like it?
It's tomorrow.
Okay. He's going to waste his life tomorrow and go see that instead of Godzilla Kong.
What are you going to go see?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, I like Ghostbusters. It was fine.
To me, I believe it would be wasting my life going to see the monster movie over Ghostbusters.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You can prove yourself. I'll let you prove yourself wrong. You're good at that. But no, I'm excited to see Ghostbusters. But when it comes to like a crowded release slate, like Ghostbusters would be fun on the big screen. Everything is more fun on the big screen, but I prioritize giant monsters for giant screens.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm also extremely biased. I
learned my lesson a long time ago. Do not sit on the stands when it comes to big screen because the last Top Gun movie was not as fun watching on TV as I bet it would have been in the theater. It's just the cinematography and everything. I just watched.
Imagine skipping Dune 2. Imagine skipping that.
But I'm just saying, there's certain movies like I can skip Oppenheimer, no problem. I'll watch that on TV all day long, because there's no visual effects in that.
I watched
the only visual effects I needed to see were fine on TV.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying.
The Florence Pugh is what I'm just thinking Rob talking about.
So that's just me, though. I mean, my views on movies are so simplistic. I go in thinking, okay, this is what I think this is. And if I come out going, yep, that's what I thought it was, And if that's what I wanted to see, it's just like the Beekeeper. I keep going back to Beekeeper. This ain't Academy Award-winning movie. It's just Jason Statham shoot up. That's what I wanted at the time. I needed some mindless, never going to be shot. All those guys were stormtroopers or G.I. Joe dudes. Nobody ever got killed. He never got hit once. That's fine. I loved it.
Okay, I got 17 books today for $40. You guys gonna have to tell me.
Show us one per hour, just one per hour, lady.
You know
show
that.
one now, and then in another hour you can show another one.
One per hour.
Jesus,
It's not gonna work that way.
Yeah, I didn't.
Kitchen sinks, Omaha number 1 and 2. These were early like Fantagraphics, even though this is by Kitchen Sink. They were published by Fantagraphics.
Looks like Chitara, huh?
It's like yeah, but this is very adult if you open it up.
Ooh, open it up. Let's see it. Let's get Spidey in trouble.
Shut up.
Look, Gucci. First page.
Oh yeah, all right, that's enough. He's already in trouble now.
See, that ain't gonna get you in trouble. It's just a beaver, bro.
Just a beaver.
It's just a beaver.
Beaver.
So
It's art, as Remy would say.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, it was a cat, and cats don't wear clothes anyway. So
Right.
it was a pussy. Okay. So then I found this Last of the Viking Heroes.
That's pretty cool.
I was saying that looked like Kirby.
It is
Does
Kirby.
that look like a Kirby?
Mhm.
It is. It's because it is. I found this from my buddies. These from my buddy Rob. I couldn't remember if he had this one or not, so I picked it up anyways because it's like 90 cents. And then this one was $1.75. So
Ooh, I like that one. That one looks cool.
yeah, so I always pick these up if I can find them on the cheap, which is like usually less than $3. So got those for him. Found this for 50 cents. Superpowers number 1.
Ooh, superpowers. Nice.
Another Jack Kirby.
Someone's getting fisted.
I think it's Nick now, right?
You, Mark. Okay. Found this one was a 50 cents. Like, I just like this cover. Why would
Oh, yes.
50
He's
cents?
in that- hey,
That's a
And it's
very
really
nice cover.
nice.
it's kind of negative space looking. I'm going to have to look for that. Mm.
It doesn't even, there's a little poop there.
That's
Yeah.
clean. That's clean.
Yeah. For less than $1, shit. I'm getting it. This was fucking 50 cents, bruh.
Not just 50 cent, but fucking 50 cent. Oh,
Fucking
also,
All-Star Squadron number 1.
that cover was homaged by Alex Ross on the B cover for Justice Society of America in
I
2007.
think I remember that. I think I know what you were talking about. This one I had to get because it's Lin Wein writing with Joe Kubert, and it's a Comics Presents Superman and the Demon. So I had to do that, man.
That's cool looking.
Yeah,
What's up with Santa Claus there? Looking like a wizard.
yeah, like old man
You,
time.
you got it because it looks like Gandalf.
I do
Merlin,
like
maybe.
how much like DC Comics have made their way into your heart.
Yeah, and these are all were cheap, and I thought they were really great, and so I picked it up. This one I think was like $1.25 or $1.95, but it's a beautiful annual drawn by Mike Kaluta. Like, I'm not gonna for less than $2. I'm getting it. I'm getting that. It's beautiful. This was really cool. It was like $3.95. But I had to get it because it's a special MPI audio edition. So I think this came with like a little record, and it was a book to read along with it. So found that, picked it up. That was cool. They had this for like $3.95. I couldn't believe
a lot of those 80s DC ones. Also, they switched to coming out with cassette tapes with them.
Ooh,
I've got a couple of the ones with the cassette tapes.
Yeah.
Clarion.
Yeah, is that the first Clarion? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think which boy is that? 14 or
It's early though.
Yeah.
That series only ran for 20 something issues, and Clarion hit around 13ish.
This one I picked up for Naman because he said he collects Christmas covers, and this is Son of Tomahawk.
Oh, you like that? Yeah, there you
A
go.
different kind of Christmas story.
Or they just like murder Indians for Christmas? What am I looking at
Yeah,
here?
but there's flakes and the cross.
Just a little snow there, and there's a cross, so
Yeah.
close enough. You know?
Insert cross in snow. Christmas.
Yeah, it's
So-
Christmas. Though.
That's fire, bro. I don't care. Like that's really cool to me. I thought that was great. So I'm gonna go in the Naman pile. This was
Naman collects everything.
Yeah, he does. No one does collect it.
Oh, that's super dope.
Oh.
Who will trigger World War III? We're still trying to figure that one out. Do they give us the answer in there?
Oh, that would be awesome.
They can't give it away yet.
It does look like we got most of the regular players on there.
Yeah. Ain't much change, has it?
America, Israel, Russia, fucking China, England, Africa, Arab Republic, France. Man.
Don't you like how the one country that would notoriously in the past would get the blame for that is off the table? No, Germany.
Hmm.
They're so
They
much
were-
cool. They're so much more chill now.
Neutralized.
So
Is that the
Ooh.
original? That's not the
That's-
original. That's the new one.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
creepy. Creepy but cool.
Is that a JR cover?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Is that Sienkiewicz?
You
Maybe
would
not.
know better than us.
No.
No. Then I picked up another copy of this. They had this for $2. So I was like,
Dude, please tell me you've read that.
it's really sad.
You did? Oh my God. Oh my God. When it dawns on him who the beast is, my heart shattered. I'm like,
It's-
no. And then they gave you that context early with the bear attack. So
Yeah.
you know exactly how it plays out after he found out who the beast was. I'm like, oh my God. They
Yeah.
went there.
Yeah.
Tom King is a
Great.
beast.
I like Tom King.
Like I love him. But that right there, when James Gunn made the announcements and everything for the DC slate, like a little bit over a year ago, he used the image from that book specific. So I hope that
That would be
you know,
cool.
that you could adapt that straight. Like you can
Yeah.
draw it out, do all kinds of stuff, but that be the beast and like the protagonist in the movie for Swamp Thing or the series, that would be so nuts.
Yeah. And then final book, I guess, is that I got today. It was $1.95 and I picked it up for G-Man. It was
Has it got tentacles on it?
Hey!
Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun.
Yeah,
No,
that's
there's
cool.
no,
That's
there's no
much.
tentacles on it.
But he likes like DC horror stuff. And
Yeah,
likes
he
to check out
does.
the
He does.
modern DC horror.
Yeah.
And I can find this for a couple bucks instead of like 10, you know? So pick that
Alan.
up for him. We'll go in the G-Man
Yo.
pile.
In the private chat.
And then
Here's Papa.
I picked this up yesterday at my LCS.
Oh, now we're talking.
Now look, it's been defaced. By
Whose
some
scribble
man.
is that?
Damn you, Steranko.
That's Jim Steranko's
Is it
signature.
Steranko?
That is
Yeah.
Steranko. Look at it.
Jim Steranko, bro.
It
I
says
I didn't stand in
Steranko.
line to get nothing done written by that pimp.
I always stand in line to get something written by him.
It's got this really cool date stamp, right? Yeah. Can't see it, but
Now that won't no dollar. I know that.
no, this was $29.99, which I thought was really cheap,
At
honestly.
least it
extremely
wasn't
cheap.
over $30.
Yeah, this was $30 book. I was fucking like, give it to me now. And then I got this off of a guy on IG, Aaron Myers, comic sales. New Gods #1. It's a beautiful copy, so I was really happy to get it.
That guy finds some crazy deals.
How much did you get that for?
75.
Okay,
This-
that makes more sense. Okay.
yeah, this one I got for 75, but I was happy to pay it.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
massive key right there. First
Oh.
Light Ray, first High Father,
it's a gorgeous.
first Orion, first New Genesis. That's a massive key.
So, and I have New Gods 3 that's got the
First Black Racer.
anyway, so I'm good. You can go to somebody else.
Isn't
how'd
New
I
Gods 3? Isn't that a photo copy cover?
Yeah, the background is well, no. Maybe not.
Because like that was the era where they were doing like the black and white cityscape photos and stuff,
The
and they're
sun
putting.
might be. The planet might be. I'm not sure. The planet.
No, I mean number 3.
Oh yes, it definitely is.
Because they just
100%.
drew like the car right and the black
Yes.
racer over them.
Yes. So did I do well for $40 with the other chunk, excluding the Steranko and the New Gods?
That is an insane stack.
Yeah.
You did okay.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
get
an insane stack. The variety, like, that Swamp Thing book alone, I'm so excited to see when people pick that up and read it. That is such.
I've owned it 3
great.
different times, and like the thing is that I just sold it in a lot, and I found that here, and I'm like, I'm picking this back up because I love this book.
Yeah.
I want it in my collection, and it's going to be in it.
Does it say what year that was? Was that like 2017 or something? Or was it even earlier than that?
I want to say it was in the 2020s, but it may be 2018 or something. Check. I don't know. Time's gotten weird as I've gotten to be an adult. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, it all blends together.
I know. 2018.
2018, nice. What up, Papa?
Hey, Papa. Like it when they call him Big Papa. He was watching some wrestling shit earlier today, weren't you, Pops? I thought you had a stream that was wrestling stuff.
Yeah, he's wrestling some knockoff AEW game.
Oh, were you?
I should tape that one.
I was watching him play it.
Was it any good?
Where'd my tape go?
He told me it was all right. It just wasn't as good as Fight Forever.
No, okay.
Here we go. So I found this book when I was cleaning up my
Papa's gonna fucking kill me.
closet. What?
I said Papa's gonna fucking kill me.
Okay. So this book is the mail order book, and I don't know who gave it to me. Probably was a Christmas gift, but it is hilarious because it shows you everything you got in all those comic ads. Here's your kryptonite rock. Here's what they would have sent you.
Dude, that's amazing. That's what what Ivan Reese is pulling from for Hyde Street.
That's hilarious.
I mean, it's like here's your 100 toy soldiers. You would have gotten it in that box.
Where are the sea monkeys?
I bet they're in here somewhere. I mean, I haven't looked at this. Remember, this was like 132 legions, Roman soldiers. And
I approve.
That. Where's that other one I wanted to show? Because it's in every bloody book. It's here we go. You get the Black Dragon Kung Fu Count Dante. Here's this book right over here.
It's like that's every boy's hard on, dude.
And then obviously I'm gonna guess that the Charles. I didn't read this one, the Charles Atlas one, but that was in there.
Yeah, get swole for the beach. I love that little comic strip.
Yeah, so that's in all of them. I just think that this is a great book. I don't know who gave it to me for Christmas one year because it didn't sign anything in there. Usually somebody does. This is pretty cool. That's what they sent you as your giant size monster.
Let me see the cover of it again, Jim.
Mail order mysteries.
How thick is it?
Pull this up. So
Give
look
us
at Jim's cover and look at this.
Shut up, Rob.
I chuckle and I get told to shut up. What the hell is your problem?
I just said, I said, show how thick it is. And we're like,
No, I was chuckling about something else. Not everything's about you.
Okay. And
Ghost Machine.
Sorry, Rob.
Yeah. There you go.
That's
I
cool.
guarantee the X-ray glasses are in here somewhere. They gotta be. They gotta be. You get the spy watch, the spy camera.
There it
That's your
is.
Spy camera you get in the spy watch. That's
The
what it
original
is.
upskirter.
All of the rubber chicken, the whole novelty.
Oh, the handshake buzzer.
Mm-hmm. Come on, you were gonna have the best friends and influence
Get the
people
pack
with
of gum,
that.
the snapping pack of gum.
Probably. Magic tricks. Those were hardcore back in the
A light
day.
bulb. How's
There's
that
only
magic?
one thing I care about, Digger. I want the Evel Knievel stunt cycle. Come on.
It's not in here because I don't think they put that in the comics, did they?
How about yeah, it was on the back cover of like a trillion of them.
Yeah, but that's like a legit toy. These were like novelty. You know what I mean? These were all the novelty toys and everything.
I need the submarine or the rocket ship, that the mail order submarine or rocket ship that.
Right. That's what this. This is like. Where'd it go? This is where you would mail it in. It says like, what if your parents had let you spend the money and mail it in? And what would you get? This is what you would get. I'm trying to find the other one. So like you got the rubber bat. I just thought these were hilarious. When I found the book, I was like, where the hell has that been? I'm going through a lot of stuff in that room over there trying to clean it out. And yeah, I just thought you guys would find that kind of funny. I also found my I know who gave me this, my mother-in-law. The Navajo Code Talkers book. You can see it hasn't even been opened yet. I'm not ready to speak Navajo.
No.
But it'll happen one day.
What about Navajo?
And the Manly book. I found this book called The Manly Book, and I don't know where this one came from.
Is it the big damn book,
Sure
Manliness?
The alphabet of manliness.
Oh man.
The one you got to find, Digger, is called The Big Damn Book of Sheer Manliness.
Yeah.
That one is great.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God. I'll have to look for that. It's just, the butt.
Hey Rob, check the back.
So just different things in it.
Hey, pups.
The do's and don'ts of metal. Interesting. Anyway, I was late getting my books. That's why I didn't go on Chris's show on Friday. So, did anybody read the Ultimate Spider-Man? It's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
I haven't read number 3 yet. I have it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I think it's really good. Also sad to see this is the end for Newburn, but it ended well.
Yeah, did you catch Drax stream talking to Chip Zdarsky?
Yeah, I was there, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm not gonna speak and say what I want to say
About Newburn?
But I'll say this. I mean, my wife, after the stream was over with, I told her, I was like, yeah, I asked Chip Zdarsky a question, and he gave me a kind of really safe answer. And she goes, well, he's in the business. And I'm like, yeah, it's bullshit. It's just your opinion. It doesn't, I don't get it. Do you know my question?
No, I don't. What was your question?
What's the square root of pi?
Okay, so my question was,
what's the meaning of life?
Who would you, it was a simple question. Who would you cast to be the lead for Newburn, to play Newburn and other cast members? And he was like, well, you see.
It's an option show. He shouldn't say anything out loud, because no matter what he says, if they don't get it, that's a problem.
Well, that was his safe answer. But then he goes on to say,
oh, that's how he answered?
Huh?
That's what
that was his safe answer. Well, I don't want to say it, and then it gets optioned, and then they pick somebody else. First of all, they don't give a shit who you pick. You're a comic book writer. That's what they have staff for. That's what those people are professionals. They know exactly who fits what.
Well, in a perfect world, he'll be somewhat of an executive attached to the project.
So he says, he says that, and then that same answer you said, he said, which was, that's fine. That's fine. But then he goes on to say, hey, by the way, it's been picked up and optioned, and they asked me to write a script.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, cool. But then he goes on to say, but then all those people they changed something, and all those people got fired, and they sent me the stuff back and said, here, you have the rights back. We don't want it. So now he has the rights back to something he got paid for to write a script, which he'd never done before. And he really enjoyed that. And he got the rights back to the book, so he can option it out again.
Nice. And he's already got the script written.
So
why not
just give your opinion, dude?
Well, you should have just asked it differently. So you have to, he's in business, you have to be smart. So you should have said, when you originally wrote this, who did you picture in your mind?
Who did you have in mind?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's the same. You're saying the same thing my wife said, and it's not wrong. And I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, they have casting agents. They have people that get paid to do this. He could say that I want, you know, freaking Will Smith to play it.
No,
That's not going to happen.
Why?
You know,
does Newburn beat a lot of people up with his hands?
I have just
Walk
had
around and slap people. Or is he just straight murdering them? Straight murder.
Straight murder. Oddly enough, he doesn't. He only murders like one person, a couple people. Then he murders the Batman style, which is totally different.
Short shift as always.
So I just thought I loved the interview. The interview was great. It's a great dude. I just didn't like the answer. That's all. But I get the answer. I just didn't like.
He gave you a safe answer, and you're upset about it.
Yeah, it sucks.
It wasn't the answer Jim wanted to hear. He wanted to hear him say, "Oh, there's this guy Jim Norris."
No, definitely not me. Definitely not me. Hey, there you go, DJ Links. I could see Bobby doing that. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
We get quite a stack, MadSpidey, because we haven't replenished it for 3 weeks now.
Oh God.
Do you have is it a horror stack of the horror stuff you've been buying?
No, this is what's going into. This is to go into the giveaway bin. So
it's restocking time.
So we've taken for 3 weeks now. We've taken out of the giveaway bin. We've done 6, 7, 8 giveaways. So we've taken quite a few books out. So now we got to replenish it.
So you've done a couple of early bird ones in the last couple of weeks. So
because I have so many books.
About replenishing.
I picked through a bunch of books, and now we're going to show off what's going in.
Okay.
And then because Chris is not here, I have to dive in with what the fuck or what the hell.
We're gonna ease you into it. So we're gonna put. Yeah. I've staged it so that way we're gonna ease into the what the hells.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll start with you because you have to have some books that are just there.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll start off with Timeless #1.
That's fair.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Let me get some of these are just a nice, cool cover.
Pumpkin.
Oh, I like that.
Spider Punk.
Yeah, that's cool.
Spider Pumpkin.
That's neat.
Some Planet Hulk World Breaker.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Can cover.
Approve.
David Nakayama Hulk.
What the hell?
I like that.
No, not
I like that one.
I
have that one.
What the hell?
Do you?
Yeah, I have that one.
Some Storm, Rise of the Powers of X.
That's a beautiful cover.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of that stupid Power X trade part. That would be even better.
Savage Land Rogue on Wolverine.
Hello, nurse.
Yeah.
Do you have a Wolverine? It's like 35 or 36 from that run.
I don't.
Because apparently it's like a $50 book.
There's 39 though.
Isn't that first Wolverine or something like that?
Yeah, it is.
Amazing Spider-Man 43. The Kiss cover.
Oh, did you see J. Scott Campbell just released today?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we were in a couple of the groups we were talking leading up to it. Unfortunately, I then lost track of it, and I went to go buy it. And the first and the set of 3 was sold out 30 minutes in, but I was able to get the set of A and B and a set of A and C. So I got all 3 covers and 2 copies of cover A.
Okay.
And then I had the VIP code discount. So it was only a couple dollars more, but I got 4 books. So I can either have, I'm not sad to have 2 copies of A. That gives me a choice with the other A. If I want to sell it, I want to give it to C3. I want to give it away and really make Chris go with the, some G.I. Joe.
Old school G.I. Joe.
Some more G.I. Joe.
They've all got first appearances in them?
These ones do not.
After watching your mail call videos, Rob, I think I know the books that are coming.
Ooh, I like that.
Some convention foily magic.
DJ Links wants to claim your G.I. Joe 54.
Mark, are you paying attention?
I am. Let me get that.
That's a limited edition, hard to find.
Rob was on stream with me when I pulled out mail from like years ago, and I was just moving the boxes, and there's Turok ones between boxes. It was
Yeah, that's true.
together.
Del Otto cover.
Mm-hmm. Stegman Venom.
I remember when that was hot. Not that particular issue, but the whole run.
Right.
The whole run was on fire.
Some Superman, Batman, some vampires and werewolves.
Yeah, I think the Scotty Young cover set it's a bit ridiculous. What is it, like 52 books or something stupid like that?
21 books, isn't it? And you can get it for cheap because all the different shops out there are just pre-selling complete sets of it for a discount rate. So you could get the entire set for like $99.
What's that, Lady F?
When did that one come out?
I honestly don't know.
A while ago, probably.
Are you collecting those Disney?
What if Mickey and friends gained mutant powers?
I'm really lame, but yes, some of
The
them.
answer, X-Men 97.
Not lame. You just
There you go.
like it.
Hey, girl. Hey, Amethyst.
All right. Now start to get a little bit, not quite yet, but we're getting there.
Ooh.
Hey, some shiny Warlock.
Foil.
What's this? I'm hoping Mark will open the box I sent him before Heroes. Not likely.
Yeah, not likely.
Bro, do you not look at your
That's a good
Instagram
one.
messages, bro?
Yeah, it's a very popular Greg
You
Land
don't
cover.
look at your Instagram. You
that's
got me
cool.
blocked on Instagram, Cliff? What's going on?
Of course, a Walmart pack book. And how about some Batman New 52?
Nice.
Court of Owls stuff again.
Mm-hmm.
You're loving throwing that Court of Owls stuff in there.
I do. A Future State Catwoman. All right. We'll ease in here. Here's Future State Wonder Woman. This is first Portira.
Yeah.
I don't know what her name is. Here's a beautiful book of full reprints. Before you get too carried away there, Jim. It's reprints, but
What the hell?
contains reprints.
Looks so real.
Captain Marvel Adventures 18, Captain Marvel Junior 12, Captain Marvel Family 1, and Captain Marvel Family 10.
Wow.
Mark loves those Disney covers.
He does. He has them in secret.
Fuck
That's a
dude.
beautiful. It's a
The
beautiful
only
cover.
ones I got, I ripped up on stream.
All right, this one here, first team appearance, Wildcat,
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Some
Spartan,
Jim-
Grifter, Voodoo, yeah, blah blah blah.
Ball,
Whole ton of first appearances.
Grifter, Zealot. Let's go.
Yep. Of course, you know.
Okay, what card you get in that one?
I don't know. I don't know.
Pull the
Board.
Pull the backer board.
Nope.
Somebody was
He's
gonna.
not gonna do it. He likes it to be a surprise.
That's right.
fine. Hey,
There you go.
Water.
I have that book.
why do I have this? Oh, you're cleaning up.
Excalibur #1,
Oh,
Nice.
that's cool.
Oh yeah,
first issue, first widget.
Won't leave nothing.
Fidget widget.
All right, so we got first Duke Thomas, who becomes the Signal.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good story.
I have a copy of this. It's double signed and stuff. Okay, now you can start to get ready here, Spidey.
Uh-oh.
We'll go first Dinobots.
There it is,
Oh.
the infamous Dinobots. That's the one, Spidey, that I beat the guy up for last year at Heroes.
I remember you telling me that story.
$60. I'll have it for 20, please.
First Abyss.
There we go. Some Joshua Williamson Batman.
That's a nice cover.
Yeah, that is a nice cover.
And Melina
First
cover.
Flag Smasher.
Oh yeah.
That's
She doesn't have red hair on that cover.
Lamar Hoskins becomes Bucky, and John Walker, second John Walker as Captain America.
Is that 334? Is that the one?
334. Yep.
Yeah.
Cover.
Hey, Matt.
Second cameo of the Court of Owls.
Nice.
Yeah, Chris will go
What
off of that.
a run.
First Spider Boy in cameo. Second print.
Is that a Momoko cover? It looks a bit
So is
weird.
that character sticking around?
I don't know. He is for now. Rabble. First Raneem. This is issue
Rabble.
issue 1 of the current run. So this is first Raneem, who will become Rabble.
Rabble, rabble.
It's like a graffiti.
But this is an
cover,
awesome
basically,
cover.
that.
I mean, this
Hey, that's
graffiti
a
art.
A lot of good
Yeah.
color in there. I like that.
That's a great one. Then you got the first cameo of Rabble.
That's a beautiful cover. Who did that?
Yeah, that's really nice.
Can't tell whose little squiggly BH.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell for me.
Then we got the first full rabble.
Rabble.
Rabble rouser.
50th anniversary Captain America.
Love it.
That's nice.
Ultimate Invasion #1.
That's a pretty cover too.
Yeah.
Ultimate Spider-Man #2. The Tyler Kirkham copying J. Scott Campbell. It's like this. Are the kids concerned about mom and dad's PDAs or mom's clothing?
Looks like her vaginas about to fall out that skirt.
Yeah.
Nice
Chamber
observation.
of Darkness #4. This is the first Star the Slayer, which is a Conan prototype that was put out to test to see whether people would like that. It's also the first cover collaboration of Marie Severin and Bill Everett.
Oh, I love Marie Severin.
Yeah.
She did
That's
such
cool.
good things with Hulk. Her and Trimpy. Oh,
Origin of Dr. Fate.
Oh, I like that one. I'll take that one. Just put that to the side. You don't need to put that in.
Alpha Flight #1.
That's a reprint.
You know how many times,
Yeah.
how many times I've tried that. Oh, get fucked.
Nice.
First Scarlet Scarab.
I probably
Really?
need that issue
I
too.
thought Scarlet Scarab was like first appearance was in fucking Thor. Like
Invaders. Nope. Invaders 23.
I thought it was 226 for Thor. Why was I?
I don't know.
Yeah.
First full Batman Beyond. It's Tim Drake Batman Beyond.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one to have.
Isn't there one like right before that's got like 2 Supermans or something on it? Or like Superman?
There's a cameo. This is the first full.
Okay.
This one, Mark, you ready?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
First Amanda Waller
Yeah, first man.
Oh,
and first Brimstone.
John.
And-
Yeah, Brimstone also dies in that issue. So
Yeah, so
First and last.
All right, yeah, and then
First
no, Brimstone
is-
doesn't die in that one. Blockbuster dies. In
the
that.
last
Yeah,
book.
yeah, yeah.
The last book.
Is ever changing.
It is a subsequent printing, third printing, but
Trash.
It's so much trash. Mark wants it.
I have it. It's right behind me.
I know.
And
you-
There you go.
I need
You're
that
with me,
Invaders
Alan.
issue too, you bastard.
oh really? You don't
I
have that?
do. I need 35.
Oh wow, that sucks for you.
Rob's going to send it.
It sucks for you.
Maybe you're winning on the show.
I think I sent you a few books.
Yeah,
so
yeah, no, I'm not complaining.
Rob, are these bin books, Rob?
these are all going in the giveaway bin.
Okay, cool.
Well, next time I win, as long as Chris picks it, because he picked one of the Invaders issues last time for me that I needed as well. So
What
I feel I
Invaders do you need?
I only need about maybe 10 issues or something,
Send
10
me
or
the
12
issue
issues.
numbers. Slide in my DMs.
I have them floating around there somewhere because I know I sent the list to Rob, but then I've marked off what he sent me because Rob sent me a pile.
And then Dave
10
sent
or
you a
12
pile.
issues.
Yeah.
Dave sent me some more, even though I already had some of them. He'd forgotten, obviously, or not read that message.
Yep. There's a few books to put in there.
All right. Who's Amanda Waller? Sorry, I'm a dick. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Shut the front door. I'll just Google it.
I'm sorry, but even I know who Amanda Waller is, and I'm the Marvel
Hey, that doesn't.
guy.
Starlight.
That's her right there.
She's the leader of the Suicide Squad.
She's the one that pretty much
Organized
the Suicide Squad and said, "Hey, I'm gonna put this chip in the back of all you guys, and you bitches are gonna do what I say." But she is cutthroat. I mean, like she's like Lex Luthor level cutthroat.
Oh, worse
She
than
will-
that.
She
She's
will
worse
do
than
whatever she needs to do to get her objective accomplished.
Okay.
Hell, in
It's
this
just
one, she's like
the difference
straight
is the difference between her and Luthor is she's government sanctioned.
right. And,
Yeah.
exactly. But she straight up like looks right in Trigon's face and is like, "Okay, so
Is she like the Contessa de la Foo Fond?
no, man, she's way harder than that chick."
Oh yeah.
I mean, she looked right at Trigon and was like, "What do you want? I mean, I'm gonna
Like-
do whatever I want, but tell me what you're bitching about."
Amanda Waller is like Black Ops that don't even know about the Black Ops. Like
Right.
she is like that
Yeah.
that level of
Nick
like
Fury,
badass.
but like more
Right.
intense.
Yeah, I mean, she's way harder than Nick Fury, but I mean, it's just she's like that's part of one of the best things in the animated series where she Batman comes and stares at her and says something. She says something back to him like, watch what you say there, pretty boy. We know who you are. I know who you are, type thing.
Yeah, I like it.
Caroline, did you watch the Peacemaker show at all?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well,
No,
she was in the first Suicide Squad movie, wasn't she?
Right. No, I
Yeah.
was just saying, but I thought maybe Caroline might have seen Peacemaker. I was saying she's the one that everybody's afraid of. It.
Who played her? Who was the actress that played her?
Was it Viola Davis?
Davis,
Yeah.
I need to watch that then. She's good.
Mm. She is a brilliant actress.
Trying to send a picture to Naman.
I'll have to figure out later. I'll put those away in there. We'll try to sort them out and spread them throughout. Whew.
I still need to get that Spider-Man Amazing Friends book that was given away
Oh,
this morning.
I
I've
was
got
I've
the X-Men issue, issue when she's in like continuity or whatever, but I
Right.
don't actually have that.
That was a book that was a surprise that came in the collection. I already have it slabbed and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, just the hell, throw it away. I'll get it in the giveaway bin.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them I pick up. They're not near mint copies. They're some of these books, especially as you get to the more, oh my god, books. There might be VF books or something. So so I'm picking them up. They're maybe $5-10. But every once in a while, I'll spend a little bit more for something a little bit special, just to
get a rise out of me and Chris.
So
or get other people just like.
I did a thing and I made my first payment on my second Golden Age pre-code horror book.
Watch out.
They're gonna ship it this Monday, I think. So I'm pretty excited.
Oh, so they're letting you have the book even though you're paying it off?
Yeah, I've done business with this guy before, and he knows I'm good for it. And like, I gave him the majority of the money this payment, so it's like I'm gonna pay him his other money. I'm good for it.
I've been selling some of my books finally.
I kind of want to just liquidate all my modern shit, and I'm just getting really more rootsy. I'm getting more like old schooly. Still, my heart lies with Bronze Age Marvel stories, just because I feel like those were the stories that like enraptured me as a kid, and to some extent in the early 80s as well. And then I would maybe late 60s, but that era, there was about 15, 20 years there where that's the content that I just thrive on. But my tastes for the old stuff, I'm starting to appreciate the art, the time period in which it came out, the fact that it was was quite ahead of its time, and that it got nixed, and it's good stuff, and they're not making any more of them,
Pretty much all the runs like I'm actively seeking are all like Bronze Age runs. So it's like Werewolf, Tomb of Dracula, Invaders, Defenders, like all those sort of runs that I'm actively trying to complete. That's all Bronze Age stuff. Like obviously I'm doing a lot of Silver Age and Copper Age stuff, but like all the runs I'm going after now are all the Bronze Age goodness.
So go ahead.
I was saying we gave away a Defenders book today too, huh?
I didn't check whether I needed that one or not. Not that it matters.
Defenders 1?
No. I still need the 3 Marvel features. And I still need I think most of the Defenders books I have is all
number 4?
The older stuff. What's the earliest Defenders book I have?
That's a good one. What number is that, Jim? You're unmuted.
It would be helpful if I wasn't muted. That's first appearance of the Wrecking Crew, number 18.
18?
Yeah. 18.
18.
18.
18.
18. 18.
Oh, I've gone too far. Where's D?
That's what she said.
Yeah.
You got to get
Never.
the first appearance of Manticore. in
Oh,
Ghost
I've got 3, 5, 7, and 8. They're my earliest like ones, but I'm missing like 1 and 2, and obviously, yeah, I'm missing the 3 Marvel features.
You're missing.
They're
You
so
need 4.
expensive over here.
So I have a duplicate of number 4, but the staple, one of the staples is popped. I mean, it's still there. It's just attached. Is that something that you would want, or is that?
Once you see this Silver Age lot that I've been talking about, once I've eventually paid this off, you will see how low grade I will actually collect.
Okay, because
like,
it's a beautiful
everything.
copy. Otherwise, it's like white page. It's
Look,
like super nice.
This is what these type of books are what I'm going to start getting at. I think when I go to Heroes, if I
That's
don't
the
win,
bomb.
huh?
So that's the bomb.
Yeah, if I don't win some on this Facebook thing that I'm bidding on, then I'm definitely going to be looking at those at Heroes, 100%. Just because they're fun and they remind me of my childhood. The rest, I would sell all that other stuff that I've already read, but there's no outlet for it really to sell it. I just assume if I could find a local flea market during the summer, I'm gonna take 3 or 4 of my long boxes and go, here you go, $2 a piece, boom, come and get it.
Same.
I think that's what I'm going to have to do, because I've been getting a lot of doubles with a lot of the modern stuff. I hate doubles at the best of times, but the modern stuff even worse.
Right.
You know, I don't mind getting an old modern, an old double, and then I can I know there's going to be somebody who's going to want it.
Sure.
And then I can just give it to them. And but the modern stuff, it's like, I bought that, like 2 months ago. Why would I pay any money for that?
Yeah. No, I mean, I somehow picked up like 2 issues of Void Ravels #3. I don't know how that happened, but it did. And I don't need 2 issues of Void Ravels #3. Actually, I would just want to read it once. I just want to read it once and then move on. I'm gonna put it in the bin and sell it. There's a handful of things that are kind of new, like like my Nightwing run. So.
Jim, Finn wants to show you something.
Oh, show me something.
I've seen some of your little video.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yes, sir. That's nice. Did you like the movie?
With this?
Ooh, there you go. That looks like
2000.
Yep. Oh yeah, baby. Again.
Now it comes back, but the tough one in this one.
Should have your bunny tail.
Ooh.
Always comes back. Daddy, look at my bunny tail.
You need to, you know what? There's some that I haven't showed everybody that, let me see if I can find it real quick.
You got a Mogira, Jim? I know you got Mogira.
Yeah, I don't know who these people are, but they're like, I can't make them big, but they look like my son said them, but I don't remember them being in any Godzilla thing. I think they're just horror ones.
God damn.
Yeah.
What's up? What's up, everybody?
What's up, Busy?
What's up, Busy?
How we doing?
Mothra.
Dude, that PGX of CGC video is at 4.7K right now.
I love it.
In 2 days.
That's awesome.
That's congratulations on hitting a viral video. But it gave you subscribers. That's the important part, right?
Yeah, no, it's gained just about 95 subscribers in 2 days because of the video.
That's the part that's awesome.
Aww.
What that's saying is that these are people who are actually interested.
Body.
You get what I'm saying?
That is not a review that Mark wants to read.
No.
And it's not bad when you get when you sit there see that many views, and when you look at the average view duration, and it's
cool.
It's over 6.5 minutes. So,
dude, you hit a jackpot then.
I love it. little chibi.
This is the actual Funko Pop, believe it
Is
or
it?
not. Like it's like
Nice.
super detailed.
Oh, cool.
That is
Yeah,
pretty cool.
some of them look really awesome actually for a pop vinyl.
Wow, that is pretty good.
There's that's severe.
Can you help me do this?
Oh, man.
What's this? I'm with Durs, maybe not a 5 or 6, but I didn't leave doing
There's
backflips.
another sleeve in it.
Well, I just sent
No.
off the
Too much
the
space.
Silver Age Spider-Man PGX.
Oh,
books.
the next 6 books.
I sent them off this afternoon.
He's like, I need him back fast.
Well, no, I have another. So there's another box that's in progress at CBCS that was because I'd sent the one that I already reviewed to CGC and CBCS at the same time. The CBCS one is all signature verified PGX books that are being signature verified again and coming back because this was just before CGC announced that they would do signature verification.
Yeah.
So, but so that one will be the next one that'll come in, and then this one's en route now with the Silver Age ones, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
What?
I am so curious to see what CGC is going to say about the signature series. Like, I'm all ears to hear about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so curious. So who got some J. Scott Campbell comics today?
I told Rob about him, so he went over there and bought some. I keep up with J. Scott Campbell.
Sorry, all of your posts in the chats about it.
I got my copies.
Yeah, no, I got distracted. I was saying earlier, I got distracted, and so at 9:30, I saw people talking about it. I was like, oh crap, that's right, I forgot about that. And so I went and logged in there, and went and grabbed the coupon code out of my email, went over there, and the set of 3 was sold out for both the unsigned and signed. But then when I looked at the unsigned ones, you could still get A and B and A and C. So I grabbed a set of A and B and a set of A and C. So I get 2 A's, a B, and a C, and applied the code, and it's like an extra $20.
Yeah, the code was cool. It was definitely good.
So I'll have 2 copies of A.
So whenever drops like that happen, what I always do is I set an alarm like a minute before.
Yeah, so I usually do. I just what happened? What threw me off was I was craving breakfast burritos, and I had. This is the truth, man. And I had logged from the local restaurant to go have them done so I could go pick them up, and it's. Even though I was ordering them at 8 o'clock in the morning, they were saying like, "Oh, it won't be ready till 8:45." So at 8:45, I was driving over there to go get breakfast burritos and come back.
You had to make a choice. You had to make.
Then my burrito was nice and warm. All I could think about was eating breakfast burrito, man. Yeah.
Burrito over Campbell.
Let me tell you, it was a tasty burrito, and at the end of the day, I got the books I wanted. And I got an extra A cover, so I'm happy because I can decide what I want to do with that extra A cover.
Send it to CGC. That's what I would do with it.
Well, they'll probably both go in, but I can choose once it comes back. If they both come back 9/8, I can choose to keep him. I could choose to sell one. I could choose to give it to C3. I could choose to do something, whatever I want with it. I'll have that luxury option.
So it ended up working out in your favor. Like, so what ended up happening for me, I ended up getting all 3 of them. But what happened to me at first is when 12 o'clock hit, I went to the site and it was showing 404. So the site I think it either crashed or it just wasn't prepared.
Refreshing yet.
Yeah, they weren't prepared because I ended up getting it at like 12:02. Because for you it was 9. Over here it's 12:02.
Yeah. No, I know time zone differences.
Yeah. So at 12 o'clock, 12:02 is when I got in. I got the 3. I got the set of 3, and then I went ahead and I bought it. And then I started thinking about buying another set, and the set was gone. It was like, eh.
There are people listing them for 9.8s already for over $160.
Yeah,
for the A cover alone.
Wow. For the A cover, so, ooh, and that's the one that there's more prints.
Yep. But it's that that's that apartment cover, and that's the one that like every version that he has done of that has always been extremely popular.
Yeah. So cool. What you got highlighted there?
Cringe. They're saying it felt like a. Oh, they're talking about Godzilla versus Kong in the chat, and it sounds like it. They're saying it's a bit of a kiddie movie. Well, I don't think it's.
Durs is saying it's a kiddies movie.
Yeah.
I took my 4-year-old and 6-year-old to see it, by the way, and I will say, as long as you're cool with monsters fighting, there's I think 2 cuss words in the movie.
That's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing at all wrong with that.
Yeah,
Jim, you're muted. Speak common sense to these people.
It's not on the same level as -1. It wasn't meant to be on the same level as -1.
Yeah.
You know, it's part. It's like this. It's like what it used to be. It's part of the modern version of like
it's a popcorn movie.
The Showa era. I mean, when people went to see Godzilla went against Mechagodzilla, they did it in the big theater, and I mean, it's a monster on monster action.
So what is Guardians vibes? Because at this point, do we just call anything humorous in an action movie Guardians vibe? Is that what we're doing?
A Star Lord clone.
What movie's Guardians vibe?
Well, he wasn't a tough guy at all. He was a science nerd, so I didn't get that. Like I think that they called him out for who he was straight up in the movie.
Right.
I don't want to spoil that, but that was a hilarious moment.
Yeah, I'm watching it tomorrow.
Address his character as well as his wardrobe. They call that dude out for who he is. Yeah. Dude, I thought that guy nailed it. Like you could tell that this cast was having a good time with this role. Like the setting and the presence of Titans in the MonsterVerse for as long as they have been. There's people around them that are more comfortable with them and their place with them and stuff, and that shows. And there's some people that aren't. But dude, it felt great. The colorful ship, Captain, and the 70s music blasting. It had a great soundtrack, didn't it?
Yeah.
DJ. So I know Mark is all about this, and normally I will side with him on a movie until I see it for myself. But
you'll love it, Alan. I know your taste. You'll love this shit.
Yeah,
I know your taste. I know you good enough to know. I legit know you good enough to know. Like if you'll love Ghostbusters, I'm sure I will too. Like no doubt, I'll love that movie. I know that's the kind of movie that I like. But I might not like it as much as Afterlife, but I'm sure I'll like it. But I'm sure you'll love Godzilla Kong.
Okay.
Positive of it.
I
am just more honest level. It's definitely my least favorite of the franchise so far by a lot. I got Godzilla.
Okay,
so, and I get that people like, all right, for one, like the audience score on this is like over 90%. It has a cinema score of an A-. Like,
that's
the vast majority of everyone in the world who is going to see this isn't just liking it, they're loving it. As Godzilla fans, as MonsterVerse fans, as wanting to see like the Titans fight, like people that have grown up watching this stuff and enjoy like that aspect of it. Like seeing this movie is like a very comfortable place to be as a Godzilla fan. This doesn't seem, I don't know, it's just super comfortable as a Godzilla fan, but it's definitely not -1. That doesn't even make sense to compare to. -1 is with Dune. Like that's a cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah, -1. Right. -1 is a film.
Yeah. Right? This is a knockout.
A movie. No, this is a movie.
Yeah.
-1's a film.
All right, so
-1 is cinema.
All right, so this is why Godzilla
Oscar winning.
Kong is even worth going to see because Rotten Tomatoes crappy tomato meter went 55%, which usually means it's good.
No, but look at the audience.
The audience scores 92%.
Yeah,
how many people in the audience score? 1,000 and what? Right under 2,000.
1,000 plus, and you only have 164 reviews of the tomato meter.
Yeah,
it's like the good old days.
So the people that go to watch these films as a job that wouldn't go see it otherwise, that go see it and review it. That's the critics, and that's fair. They're coming at it from I wouldn't watch this anyways, and. Yeah, as a movie, this is not a story-driven film. This is a fight-driven film.
Hello, Governor.
Evening, sirs.
Hey,
Top of the morning.
Happy Easter to you.
I just lost an hour. It's terrible.
Where'd it go?
That's right. You guys flipped back today, didn't you? They came. They went forward or whatever it is. You know,
Yeah.
they didn't say like
today you guys had it?
It
had
was
daylight
1 o'clock
saving-
and now it's 2 o'clock. This is.
Did you see Godzilla yet? You're an old.
I
school
haven't. But I wanted to watch Monarch first. I'm 5 episodes in on Monarch, so
Bro, when I was
probably by
growing
the
up,
end of
my
the week.
parents told me never to depend on a mouth, and I guess they were right.
Well, I need to watch Monarch
Wow.
first. That's the
Well,
rule. I can't go.
You do you, DBH. You do
Yeah,
you.
you do you. It isn't going to make or break this film at all in any way. This film is not contingent on Monarch.
Okay.
Hey,
Well, I didn't know that, but
I'm changing
now
the
I do.
subject
Well, if
because
you only had a friend who keeps up with this stuff.
you're gonna get into it tomorrow. And I don't want to keep dreaming over it. DBH, have you ever seen the? Did you ever watch the Vicar of Dibley?
Oh yeah.
I did.
Somebody sent a clip of that to me the other day. Again, I've seen it all, but it just brought back memories. They're so funny.
Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders are my
The clip of her
heroes.
jumping in the puddle. Like,
It was the clip of where she's sitting there. She's sitting there talking to what's the blonde-haired lady's name?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know how she was all spacey, and she tells us, she goes, well, there were 3 nuns, and they died in a car accident, and she's like, oh no, that's terrible. And he says, you know, they get up to heaven, and St. Peter's like, listen, before I can let you in, you gotta answer some questions. And she's like, oh, okay. And he goes, don't worry, it's not going to be hard. And she's like, they're like, okay. So the first one comes up, and she goes, who's the first woman to be created? And she's like, Eve. Right on, you're in. And then so then the next one, where did Adam and Eve live? And she goes, oh, the Garden of Eden. Oh, yep, you're in. And so then the last one's the Mother Superior, and she goes, listen, this one's going to be a little tougher. And she goes, yeah, okay, that's fine. And it says, what did Adam say to, or what did Eve say to Adam when she first met him? And she sat there and she thought, she goes, this is going to be a hard one. And he goes, yep, that's right. You're in.
Yeah.
That's the humor. That's the British humor that I absolutely freaking love. I absolutely love it.
So that Monty Python, Faulty Towers, little what is it called? What was the one? It was like something young.
Not the young ones.
Young ones.
Young ones, yeah.
Oh yeah, Young Ones is amazing.
There's a show called Bottom.
Benny Hill. Benny Hill used to come on, and we used to love to stay up to watch that. Oh my God, I love Benny Hill. And they would show it in America. They'd only show it at like midnight or 1 o'clock because there was a chance there could be some boobies in it, and and there was like, oh my gosh, we can't have that.
Weirdly, I think you've probably seen way more Benny Hill than I have. Like,
yeah.
It never got replayed here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
In
Wow.
my childhood, as it were.
They played it a lot over here. But then again, it was on syndication over here.
Yeah.
So being that it was on syndication, it was actually multiple channels.
Faulty Towers. That was a great one.
I mean, Faulty Towers is a real classic. Right?
Brilliant.
It's one of the best British sitcoms ever. I mean, Father Ted as well from Ireland is
haven't seen
tremendous. Yeah, everybody needs to try and track down Father Ted. It's great. Yeah, it's really good. Peep Show. That's one of my favorites right now.
Loved it. That Peep Show, and they've done a couple of other shows. That Something and Something Feel. That Mitch and something. You know what I'm talking about.
something and something and that something and that something.
Abbott and Feel or something.
Something and something.
Mitchell and Webb.
That Mitchell and Webb Feel or something like that. It was hilarious. Like it's like a sketch show. But it's the same guys that did that.
But Peep Show is like
the best.
It's really good, but they say stuff that you cannot say like anymore quite often. Like
it's mostly Jez.
Yeah.
He's awful. I love him though.
Yeah, I mean they're terrible people. Don't get me wrong. It's a very funny show.
But that's how what's her name? Olivia something got her start, right?
Oh yeah.
Olivia Wilde.
Great.
Olivia Colman.
Yeah.
She is so good. I love her.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah.
TVH.
Good evening, sir.
You missed us loading up the giveaway box. Now it'll be a surprise when we pull them for you.
Oh, there you go. So it's a win then.
Or you can catch the rewind.
DVH, are you in like the London area?
I'm a little bit out of London.
Where?
But, I'm near Reading, so it's like an hour and a half ish.
Reading out West Virginia.
So in America standards, he's right around the corner.
Yeah. So,
there's a big castle in Reading, right?
Not really.
No? Big castle in every damn town over there. What are you talking about?
Is there a Christmas festival in Reading?
What a stretch! Oh, a Christmas party.
A festival is that a castle?
They do Christmas here, but not really.
Really?
Lady Fantastic's painting the broad brush. Oh, that's a place with the castle. No. They do the Christmas there.
They have an actual festival, like with bands and
at
stuff.
the castle. At the castle, there's a
no. That's Donington. You're thinking of
Donington.
Donington's where they have the festival at a castle.
Yeah,
we have just
different things.
Bands here.
Okay,
but Reading is a really big festival, but it's not got a castle. Sorry.
Right.
I feel bad.
Sorry to hear about the king already.
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, they announced he's been given a short sentence. He's only got like up to 2 years to live from the pancreatic cancer, and some people are saying that it's apparently much worse than it is, and they're beginning the plans for his funeral already.
Seriously, that's complete news to me. Like,
I was just reading about it earlier.
Charles?
Yeah. He's got pancreatic cancer and it's really bad. And apparently people are saying that it's worse than they're officially saying, that he's really frail, that, and that he's got 2 years or less to live probably. And then of course you get into the more stuff, which is the really fun stuff, is when they start talking. And Camilla's pissed off that he's weak and everything. And so she's going off on vacation to put her thumb in at his at him, basically saying that, I wanted you to be a strong man.
Like, I'm not a royal family guy. Like, I don't like. But he always seemed he always seemed pretty cool, actually. But
he's just kicking back, waiting his turn, and then it's like, oh, hey, you got your turn finally. Oh, hey, sorry, by the way.
Right. Well, his mother was immortal, for Christ's sake. I mean, she lived to be 1,000. Just like the freaking grandmother did. I mean, he had to wait a long damn time.
To be fair, we all loved Liz. Like, that's the rule. Like, we always respected Liz. Like,
and you should, because she was great. But I mean, I didn't.
What about
she's sick with cancer, but nobody's. But nobody. But they haven't said anything about what it is. She hasn't, aside from officially acknowledging that she has cancer and that she's going through some sort of proactive chemo. But aside from that, they're not talking about it really. So that's what William
Charles.
Right. And so William has taken time away from the royal duties to spend time with the kids and Kate. And of course that means now with Charles out and Camilla's going off on vacation, and Harry's out of the family. So now they're relying on
hang on. Am I the only one that's going to say he just said duties?
I was going to say it. I'm like, no.
Royal duties, yeah.
I'm going to let it go.
Yeah,
what's the duties?
Let it go.
What?
Duties.
He said duty.
Oh.
See, I told you I wasn't the childish one here, lady.
What's the cool soccer team in your area? That's what's important.
All I can think of is that my dad calls Camilla the Rottweiler.
Yeah, she is. She's the money grubber, man.
I called her that too.
She's the money grubber.
Oh, it's so sad.
That's what I'm
Charles
saying,
on there.
DVH. What is the important team in your area? Anybody? Anything?
Well, in my area, it would be
That's
Reading.
okay.
So they actually have their own team?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're like League One or something? League Two? I'm gonna look
They
it up.
probably are.
They can't be in the.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think they're League Two.
They have been in the Premiership. I know.
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah, but I'm not the guy to talk about football. Like, if you want football stuff, I'll get it for you. But I don't know. Like, it's not.
It's sports ball. It's all sports.
Sports ball is not my cup of tea. Like gladiators. Now that's a sport. Like that, I saw the final of gladiators today, and it was amazing. That's a real sport.
They're not in League One. They must be in League Two. I don't know. I don't see them in either one of these. So, like, Wrexham's in League Two.
Yeah,
they can't be
That's
lower than
Ryan
Wrexham.
Reynolds' team, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
it
Ryan
is,
Reynolds' team.
Wrexham, yeah. I'll have a look. All right, I'll look it up for you.
They might be in the National League.
Are they in the NXT? Wait.
See, now that I would understand.
Or the
I would understand.
Or they added to the UFL.
Oh my God.
They're in League One.
They're in League One. Yeah, there they are. Okay, I see them. Right above Shrewsbury in Cambridge. That's not a bad, They got some team Wigan in there and Blackpool. I recognize some of those names.
They've got some real trouble at the moment because of some ownership stuff.
Who doesn't? I mean,
no, but people are being sued, sort of level of real.
I'm kind of over the whole thing just because they cheat like a big dog with Man City, and they let them pass on spending all their damn money to get players and don't penalize them for fair play like they do everybody else, only because they sell a lot more T-shirts that say Man City than they do that say Nottingham Forest, and I call bullshit on that. If you broke the rules, you be penalized. You penalize in this team, and you're penalized in this team. This team had 115 violations over a period of 5 years, and they've yet to do anything.
Jim, you need to tell us how you really feel.
That's how I really feel. So.
As these teams become more and more valuable, families and other people get involved, especially as ownership changes or they try to pass things on. It gets really contentious.
Mm-hmm.
They're just doing that here with our the 49ers for the NFL teams, where the family, the parents who own the majority share right now, just transferred a bunch of ownership shares to their oldest son, who's been the acting CEO for a while. And when they were talking about, well, why is this being done now? They're all, because for once we wanted to make sure that this was all done before somebody died. So that way, with all the way that families have been like fighting over legality and stuff, because there's so much money involved, they're just making it clear ahead of time that no, this is who we want to take over the team. And we're doing so while we're alive.
Right, we're alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's oddly enough, several Americans own it. I mean, not just America.
Yeah, you have ownership groups that own teams all over the place. Yeah, because
Saudis own Newcastle. I couldn't.
Because nobody can afford a team by themselves unless they've held on to it since day one.
Right.
They're just worth too much money these days.
I mean, the Khan family that own AEW own
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah.
Yeah, but they own a Premier League team.
Yeah, only we care about in America though is the Jacksonville Jaguars, and nobody even really cares about them.
Who are they again?
They're one of the last expansion teams.
They got that kid from Clemson that everybody thought was going to be amazing, and he's just got crushed.
Well,
I mean,
people to block for him.
You have to. If you don't have a line, there's not a lot he can do. I feel bad for him because he's pretty solid.
Except that now, with no hip drop tackles or anything else, they're going to make it to the point where he can all he has to do is just walk down the field. Nobody can freaking touch him.
I mean, the hip drop tackle thing will be dependent upon how the defensive players adapt.
You can't hip tackle. You can't tack. You can only tackle somebody in certain range. You can't have your head be the first thing that hits them. You can't
You can hip drop tackle as long as you don't twist. As long as you don't twist, you can still hip drop tackle.
Come on.
How do you know that hip drop tackles without twisting, Alan?
I'm just saying that your momentum. All right.
It's just like Dr. Rodwood always says. Come on, baby, let's do the twist. You know.
Did y'all hear that in baseball? Like you can't catch it. You can't tag someone out in front of the plate.
No, you can't block. You can't block the plate at all now.
Like, dude, they're walking on eggshells. They got to catch a ball. They're looking down and standing behind.
Yeah, because like you can't stand even like we're not even talking about home base anymore. We're talking about like any bag. So if you're running from first to second, you get the ball. The guy is 15 feet in front of you. You can't sit there in front of the second base and wait for him or something. Because you're blocking the plate.
Behind the bag and lean forward. Put your hand in front of it.
Block the plate.
You can't block the base at all.
You cannot be in the line of the runner. You cannot be in between the runner and the bag. You have to catch the ball, maneuver yourself on the
reach over
three sides of the square and reach over. Like what? That changes the whole muscle memory.
Is that to eliminate the slide?
I think these guys have been playing since they were kids. Their muscle memory is to throw to intercept.
Yeah,
not anymore.
Yeah, no, it's not going to eliminate the slide because now it's going to be the slide's even be better. Because if you slide to the side where the guy is not, it says he can't block the plate. You basically got a whole path that he can't go to.
He's got to go farther to get to you and stuff.
I know they made some changes, like they
it's crazy
to control the time. Like there was like
with the pitch they put timers on the pitchers.
Yeah, they put the timers on the pitchers.
This is new for this year.
Yeah,
I'm glad personally. I don't care because you know what, my team has left my area and I've given up on baseball because of it. So I don't care anymore. So they can fuck up the sport for all I care. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna, I don't know, become a cricket watcher. No, that'll never happen.
No, that's not.
Nobody watches that. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with cricket.
All right.
Yeah, there is. No sport should last days.
No, that's why you watch the
sport to get drunk. That's
no game should last more than a couple hours.
There is short forms of the game.
It's okay. NASCAR. I'll get back into NASCAR.
Oh God. Hey, make a left turn.
Shit.
Make a left turn. Make a left turn.
I just could never get into that.
Sorry.
I mean, I grew up in Richmond, and I had so many people going, "You want to go with me? I got tickets." And I'm like, no, I'm good. Yeah, I absolutely loved when they did the monster truck at the Coliseum. Now, I was all down for that. I would go to plenty of that, but baby, I just had no desire to go and watch that NASCAR. None. No. But man, you give me like Grave Digger coming over the top. I was.
Oh, there you go.
Couldn't get enough of that, so figured you like NASCAR, Papa, because it sucks.
So what I read is Beckerman tell us all that Marcus is putting wieners in his mouth while watching men.
Marcus is putting wieners in his
while
mouth.
watching men roll around on the ground together.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that seems like a good time compared to all
very
the other
short
sports
shorts
you've been talking about.
Yeah.
In their underwear.
Entertainment and food. Yes, please.
There you go.
All right. Enough of this. I'm out. I'll see y'all guys later.
All right. See you, Jim.
Bye.
Hey, Jim. Thanks for jumping on, mate.
You want to go through some of your books, Spidey?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Otherwise, we're never gonna get there.
Should we start with the small box or one of the big boxes?
Look, I do have my sales ready. That's gonna be probably the hard thing because nothing's gonna be.
I'm about to hop off here. The kids are sad. I'm gonna go. They're tired. I'm gonna go sit down and get them to pass out.
Okay.
Fair play,
Mark.
So which box am I going through?
Probably better to go through one of the big boxes. It's 3 boxes, isn't there? There's 2 big and 1 small.
Correct.
Yeah.
Nothing says that if we can start going through one of the big boxes, and if we don't get through it all the way, that's fine. It'll be there for next time.
Yeah. I think one of the big boxes is probably the better way to go.
All right, let's do that. So, Mad Spidey.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Kelly.
Ugh, this is what he's got.
Oh,
What the hell is that?
These are
one of
the
the gray boxes.
Yeah, they're board game boxes
for
shipping board games, but it's filled with comics.
Large flat rate box. I don't know where those
It's
are.
not.
They don't have those at my post office.
Oh yeah, it is a flat. Well, these are ones that sometimes you have to order. They may not have them at your so there's other boxes other than what your post office may have. They probably just have the standard ones. But if you go online, you can order them, and the cost is free.
Yeah.
Because and they'll ship them directly to your home for free if you don't ask for priority shipping to you. If you think ahead of time, you can always order supplies and have them. Like I have a whole ton of supplies in the garage that I just, when I get down to certain levels, I reorder and I'm good to go. All right, so this is cool. He put them in boxes.
That makes it a bit easier. So you can sort of do it in segments.
So easy.
Yeah. So because there's another one.
In there? Three?
That's because this is the really long. These are long enough to hold board games.
That's only $20 to ship. That's so cheap.
Okay, so fill me in. Where did these books come from? What's
the story is basically that when I first really started hitting YouTube, before I had a channel, I hit the YouTube auctions. Now there was one guy that had a channel that I gravitated towards and became really good friends with him. And I pretty much, like, when you're hitting it and you're obviously overseas, they're going to be like, oh, we're not going to ship international. So he's running the auction and have all other auction guys on there. But he said, look, if I win anything, send it all to him and then he'll amalgamate it all and then we'll get it shipped over here to me.
He was Spidey's first West Coast distributor.
That's exactly right. So I'd pretty much amassed either 4 or 5 short boxes full of comics over about 6 months period. And then I'm like, oh crap, I've run out of money from all my, tax money and, COVID money and all that sort of stuff. I need to stop. I've already had 2 or 3 parcels delivered to me, but it got to a point now where a lot of personal stuff happened with me. A lot of personal stuff happened with him. Trying to get through, contact and like, I can't do it at the moment, or I can't pay for it, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. So it just dragged on and we left it for a while. And then Rob graciously said, look, if it's easier, just get the stuff to me and then we can sort it out. Because obviously we know how quick and efficient Rob is.
The master. I'm with you.
Yeah, exactly. So we basically...
Ooh.
Cool.
Oh, wow. Crap, I haven't even got my bloody... This is going to be the problem. It's going to be such a slow process because I'm going to have to go through my bloody CLC to find it.
It's all right. We'll have conversations while we're doing this. So it's Dr. Doom, number 7, the Marvel Zombies variant.
Okay. Definitely don't have that.
All right.
You do now.
This is Captain America and the Falcon, issue 140. Into the grip of the gargoyle.
It pops really well as well.
Yeah.
That's a nice
one. That's Cape.
Okay. The bags suck, I tell you that. Captain America 139.
I should have stayed in Captain America.
Yeah, I think there's several Captain Americas here.
Ah, cool. Cape.
I'm going to jump out as well, guys.
135.
Thanks, Alan, for joining.
Yeah, thank you, man.
See you there, sexy boy.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Just a boy's toy.
Oh, you can try all you want. It's not happening.
Becker will make it happen.
Cape.
I like that tumbler.
Yeah. It goes well with my
280.
beer.
Cape.
268.
Cape.
Avengers 32.
Go back down to Avengers Volume 1. I already have that, so that can go into the we're going to do something else with it pile.
Hey Rob, are you sending books to him?
At some point, yes.
if I send books to you for him, will you send it to him?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Captain America 239.
239. Cape.
238.
Cape.
232.
Cape.
All right, let's see here.
Do you need a 164?
Yes, I do. I have 163, but I do not have 164.
Okay.
Looks like we're going to get into Defenders here.
Oh, I got some Defenders in there. Awesome.
You have a bunch of Defenders in here.
Oh, awesome. Volume 1. Here we go.
Looks like I'll take all these Post-its off so you're not reminded how much you paid for them. Defenders 63.
Yeah, 63. No, need that. That's
65.
Already have that. So that can go on the giveaway.
70.
70 already have.
71.
Already have.
100.
Already have.
57.
Already have.
You really don't want what you spent. 58.
Need that one.
Okay. 59.
Need that one.
60.
Need that one.
Okay, that's the end of the Defenders there. Shang-Chi, number 1.
So I don't. I didn't realize. I thought I mainly bought older stuff, but obviously a few moderns I must have just bought cheap.
I think you have a couple cover buys in here.
Yeah,
symbiote stuff.
I mean, that is a pretty cool cover, to be fair.
No, need that one.
Okay, this one is a Virgin variant.
Oh God.
Cult of Carnage.
Cult of
I'm assuming you don't have it. I mean,
no, I don't. I'm pretty sure I do not. Yeah,
okay.
Just put that in the cape pile.
This is some other Capullo.
Oh, that's a Spawn book. That's for Beck. So yes, definitely keep that. Anything Spawn or Vampirella, just put it in the cape pile.
All right, here you have a triple signed Marvel Secret Wars number 1.
I don't remember buying that.
Well, you have it, so keep it.
Oh, yeah, I might keep that one.
Beatty, Zek, and Shooter.
I think I might have won that actually. So yeah,
It says $50.
Oh, maybe I didn't win that. I don't know. As I said, I don't remember what I bought. I'll just keep that one because I have a normal copy, so I'll keep a signed copy.
Vampirella.
So yeah, that'll be for Sybil Simon. So we'll put that in the keep pile.
And last one in this box is the Bozeman Spawn.
Yeah, so that'll be for Beck. So yeah, definitely in the cape pile.
All right. See, look at that. That wasn't too bad. One box down. Grab another box. Ooh. All right. Let me quickly see if, and this can be
anything grouped
sorted
together,
it all or whatever for you to make. Oh, that looks. Ooh, Caroline's gonna want to see these.
Hey, I'm coming.
Let's start with the stuff that she doesn't care about first. How's that? Nakayama, Gwenom versus Carnage, a little MJ leg action.
I definitely don't have that. I know
and
that.
A broken back.
Yeah.
And then the meticulously second printed Gleason.
I think I actually was able to get a copy of that.
You think you might have 20 copies of that? That wouldn't surprise me.
I know there was. I can't remember whether I missed the red one, the white one.
We'll just throw it in your box.
Yeah, just throw that in the box. Yeah.
I'm sort of sick of seeing that cover.
I am. Marvel Premiere number 55. featuring Wonder Man.
Yeah.
Now that's a cool cover.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Marvel Premiere. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Marvel Premiere. Here we go. What was it? 55?
55.
Yep, need that one.
Okay. Submariner, Hulk, Tales to Astonish, number 98.
Damn.
I like that cover just because I see like it looks like a rocket ship.
Tales to Astonish.
98.
I already have that one.
Ooh.
So that's in the giveaway.
I don't think
pile.
it's blue enough.
Right. All right. Wait, before we get into that big box. All right, let's look at this. How about this Journey into Mystery with Thor, number 125?
Damn.
Journey. Come on, where are you? Journey
Oh,
into
that boy.
Mystery. No, need that one.
Okay. Doctor Strange, number 45.
Doctor Strange, where are you? So that'd be volume 1. Where is it? Doctor Strange. Oh no, it's classified as volume 2. Sorry, what number was it again? 45.
45.
No, need that one.
All right. Now, I'll hide the sticker because you don't want to remember how much you paid for this, probably.
And hey, other Rob.
Jungle Action number 8.
Jungle Action. Yeah, that's definitely in Caroline's wheelhouse.
Yeah, got it. Love it. That's a great one. Do you not have that one?
This one is in
Origin issue.
This is in sexy condition, by the way.
I already have that one.
Oh,
so that can,
do you
go in
really?
the giveaway pile. Yes.
This is probably like a 7.5, 8 copy. At least looking at the front. Very cool. This
Maybe
is
finished her run at the beginning of the pandemic.
Spawn. That'll go in there.
That'll go in
Something
the pile.
else. Spawn.
Yeah, put that in the keep pile.
All right. Now it's Lady F's time to pay attention again. Here's we go.
Okay.
Some Tales to Astonish number 70.
Tails. Tales to Astonish. Number 80, was it? No.
78.
78.
70.
I need that.
No, 70. Sorry.
70. No, need that one.
Okay. Now, you got this for a bundle. You want to know how much you paid for this bundle?
I don't know.
a
Whether
loaded question.
According to this, it has a tag on it that says 135
Oh, okay.
for this whole stack.
It's not bad.
Submariner number 56.
Put that in the Caroline pile.
I knew there was a pile of Submariners in there somewhere.
Chevy's.
Was that 56?
Yes.
So need that.
40.
Need that.
62.
Need that.
That's a great cover, actually. Look at that.
Yeah, it's dope.
66.
That.
This is no Savage Submariner. I don't know if that's a different title.
No, I think they just changed the name later in the series.
Fair enough. 57.
Need that.
51.
Need that.
49.
Need
MODOK.
Got that one.
45.
45.
Tiger
Need
Shark.
that one. Yep, need that one.
36.
Need that one.
Some of this stuff almost looks like it could be John Carter of Mars, practically.
Yeah.
37.
Need that one.
Oh my God, this cover, dude. Does that look like ASM 37?
Yeah, it does.
The face and the split kind of 38.
Need that one.
41.
I have that one.
68.
Very nice.
I have that one.
And 64.
Need that one.
Nice.
So that was a decent chunk.
Once you guys get done with yours, can I do the same thing with him? I've got a smaller chunk though.
Yep, we got one more box, and then we're going to be done for today. We'll save some more. We'll save some more for the next go round.
Next week.
All right. All right, here. Let's see what we got. Doctor Strange #4.
I love that cover.
Frank
I've got it
Brunner.
graded. It's
Love
amazing.
him. Yes, agree.
Where's Doctor Strange? Come on, where are you? Sorry, what number was that again?
4.
Number 4. No, I need that one. I'm glad because I love that cover too.
Number 3.
I do not need that.
I'm sorry, you said you don't need it?
Don't need it, no.
Okay. Yeah, we're talking different. These are now MadSpidey's books. They're Comics by the Bay. Here's number 2.
I need that one.
Submariner issue 17.
Yep, go back to S. Come on, where are you?
And I hope you didn't pay this much for these books. Oof.
This was during the pandemic.
Yeah, I know.
And I had money and I was bored. Sorry, what number was that again? Number 17.
This is 17.
I need that one.
Okay, we're in another run of Submariner books here, by the way. So,
okay, I'll stay here.
16.
Need that.
That's a great cover.
It is. I do like that cover. 15.
Need that.
13.
Need that.
12.
Need that.
I used to have a lot of these in really high grade. Number 11.
Need that.
All right. Now it looks like we're going to go back to Doctor Strange for quite a yeah.
Doctor Strange. Where are you? Come on. Doctor Strange Volume 2. There we go.
All right. And so I think we're going to make this. All right. So you already had done those ones. So now we're picking up from where we were. We have issue 5.
I already have that.
6.
I already have that.
7.
I need that one.
8.
Need that one.
9.
Need that one.
10.
Need that one.
Beautiful. 46.
46. I need that one.
I hope you didn't pay $31 for that. 47.
Need that one.
Well, you paid storage fees, so it's all right. 49.
Need that one.
50.
Need that one.
52.
Need that one.
All right. Oh, this one hurts. Sorry, Spidey. I'll have to hide the tag so you don't have to relive it. Silver Surfer Black, issue 1.
Yeah, I definitely know. I do not have that.
You way overspent on that.
Yeah, probably.
By today's standards.
Yeah.
And you probably way overpaid on this one too. But then again, I'm not as familiar with it. So maybe this is a key that I don't know about. Tales to Astonish 71.
Where are you? Tales to Astonish. Oops, went too far. Tales to Astonish 70. 71, was it?
Yep.
I already have that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
MadSpidey.
Oh God. The other thing is, I think a lot of them were bought in bundles, and I think that's what a lot of that's happened as well.
Fair enough. Well, that's the end of this week's round. Tune in again next week, and Mad Spidey goes through another 3 boxes of books that he's paid for years ago and they've been stuck here in the States.
Okay, I got a chunk of mostly caps for you, but let's go through it real quick, and you can tell me.
All right.
Before you get going, I've got to bounce out. I'm nearly out of battery, so I will catch you next time. See you later, guys.
Au revoir, sir.
Have a good one. Okay.
Captain America. Captain America. Where are ya? Volume 1.
Yeah. So you needed the 164, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And 224.
Make her big, buddy.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just
224.
224. Yes, I did.
You need it.
I need that. Yep.
Okay. 250.
Yes. Anything between 215 and 282.
You don't have any.
I don't have any in that.
Okay.
Era.
215 and 282. So you're getting a 257 with Hulk.
Ooh.
You're gonna get a 260, Mike Zeck.
Ooh, that's cool.
You'll get Ratman, 272.
Oh, Izzy.
No, Izzy's not here. Izzy left already.
Is he? Do you have 286?
No.
Okay. Now this is going to go beyond that chunk. So this is, do you have a 353?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have a 354?
No, the only one in the 350s I have is 359.
Okay. So put that in your pile. And then here's the Defenders number 4.
Ooh, I definitely needed Defenders number 4, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You said you needed a 1, 3, or yeah. You had to like a 3, 5, and 7 or something.
Why can I not find the Defenders? Ah, there it is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've only got 3, 5, 7, and 8 in the first 10.
Okay, and then do you need X-Men 239?
I have to go to Uncanny. It is Uncanny.
Be a top 10 book this week.
Oh, I have to scroll through. I have quite a few X-Men books. Nothing too much later. Sorry, what number again?
239.
239. 239. Mariah. No, I do not. I have 240, but I do not have 239.
Do you have 241?
I do have 241.
All right. So, first cover appearance of Mr. Sinister.
Ooh.
All right.
And first cover appearance of Madeline Pryor.
Yeah, and that's true. I'm gonna send this to Fat Stacks, and then you can have the shit because they're all doubles.
Thank you very much.
Everything's turning up Spidey.
I know. Well,
look at those replenish the books that you had to pull out of your stack because you already had them.
Yeah, and maybe that makes up for the overspending.
I said he paid storage fees, and he probably still paid less than he would have paid in Australia. So,
yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you look, when I started buying, because I only started buying like all the double books, like the Tales to Astonish and Suspense and all that. I only started buying them in COVID time.
Yeah.
So everybody was selling like non-key issues for $50 to $100 anyway.
Okay.
Or more over here. So I obviously would have just gone, that's a great price for what I can get it for over here. Like, you guys be like, I can find that $5-10 anywhere. We're over here, not so much.
Yeah, I got it.
And that's why I went a little bit nuts, because we all had a bit of money, and that's why everything went up in price, obviously, because everybody went nuts in that time. So
this is nice that he had these in these, because it means when I go to repackage them for you, I'll keep them inside these, but I can stack these in there in the boxes. And it'll make it so it'll probably survive the ocean voyage.
Yes.
The kangaroo sharks. They're the worst.
No, that's some of that is starting to, like, I do remember. That's why I purposefully haven't bought too many Submariner books, because I knew I did buy a decent chunk, because I wanted to try and make a decent run out of the Submariner books.
It's such a great run.
It was during COVID I picked up the first like 20 something books super cheap and high grade. But then I decided I didn't want to hold on to them. Changed my mind.
Have you got anything for Chris at the moment?
For Chris,
to ship to him.
I think I have I have one book for him. I think that's in the garage.
For comic, is that Comic Vet you're talking about?
Yeah.
Can you put that Jungle Action in there for him, if you remember?
Yeah.
Does he like Black Panther?
He said he said claim in the chat.
Mm-hmm. So if he really does want it, then he's more than welcome to have it.
Yeah.
Good to know.
I'm pretty sure I have a book that's back there for him, and then I've got your Gargoyles books, or both issues are here now.
11 and 12, yeah, awesome. So that at least finishes that run now.
Yeah, so we'll be able to get all that stuff over there at some point. So,
okay,
awesome.
Well, hell yeah, man.
Chris says he does. Yeah, actually, I know that that's right, because he said that FF55 is like one of his goal books for this year that he wants to.
52.
First Black Panther, yeah, 52.
Oh, whatever it is, I don't know. It's on the wall.
Oh, the Jungle Action is yours, Chris.
I'm not looking for it anymore. I don't have to remember what issue it is.
Yeah, that book.
Also, let me show the comic that. Let me just be a little bit more of a dick and show the first and second appearance of Black Panther
and First Claw.
Yeah. So, anyways, look at Rob's got some. Rob's got all the bangers, man. I'm telling you. Right. Meow.
The 55.
No, he wants First Black Panther.
Yeah, I made a mistake and I said 55 instead of 52. I was remembering incorrectly.
Misremember.
Can't remember the numbers all the time. Oh,
First Mole Man.
That's what I'm glad. I'm like, this big deal that I'm doing. There's a lot of FF books in there.
Oh, they're so precious.
Okay, fine. Before we play this game.
Everybody, show them off now. Get your screenshots.
This is too much work for me, changing from one to the next.
Okay, sorry.
I picked up this one here. This one you like, MadSpidey.
Oh, is that the? Yeah, so I've got to track down
It's 120.
Some early Captain America. I want that Scorpion cover. Scorpion cover.
That one that was the one I grabbed. It was the 9.4, right? I think. That was a crazy. When I saw that cover, I was like, "Oh, I have to have that."
Honest question: which is harder run to complete, ASM 1 to 100 or FF 1 to 100?
ASM.
It'd be. But the problem is, FF1 is way more expensive than ASM 1, so that's probably the major drama.
True. But I think there's probably more.
Fuck this stream.
Yeah, that
All
right there. So 119 is on my list of ones I need right now.
Come on here, Chris.
Yeah, there's that Scorpion cover. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Here's one. I got a little shit gibbon cover.
Yeah, no, that third Falcon. I've got an eyeball on one that I was looking to get that fits what I'm looking for, but the guy's just like way overpriced. So
give them the middle finger, Chris. Why are you trying to start shit? Papa is an instigator. Papa's like going in trouble. He told us, Papa. Were you there, MadSpidey, when he told the story about getting kicked out for like knocking another dude? Oh my god.
Ooh. That's nice.
Strange Adventures #1.
I saw.
Sits on my wall right now.
What was that, Rob? Was that first Puppet Master or?
Let's just take it out of the bag.
Oh yeah. Nice.
So jelly.
Very, very early.
And one day I'm going to need a Fantastic Four 1.
Yeah.
Oh. The one on the one that he's got in his right hand, the Mystery in Space is
Mystery Space #1.
Yeah. The banger.
Yeah.
Bangering.
That's why I don't want to go down the Golden Age route, because then I'll start wanting like Golden Age caps and subbies and all that sort of stuff, and it's like, no, I do not have that kind of, like, it's the books that I want now are big books, let alone go down that path.
My heart's kind of turned for pre-code horror, and I never thought I'd see myself in that place.
That's a very big dark money pit of a hole too.
It helps that you've gotten a better job. It helps pay for this stuff.
You want a 1948 8.0 Flash Gordon?
Damn. That's beauty. What number?
This is Dell 4-color 204.
I mean, that's gorgeous. Yeah, sure.
Leave it to Fat Stacks to put us all in our place.
I know. I know, humble us.
I have whiskey slabs. Hey, you got that Hulk 180, Papa? That's nothing to sneeze at. I would love a copy of that book.
I got one over here.
It's
only a 5, but it's only a 5.5 though. But
only.
Mine's about the same, and it's missing its Marvel value stamp.
Oh no,
Your Luke Cage.
Oh, my Luke Cage is an 8.0.
Yeah.
Yes,
which one was missing the value stamp?
Oh, he was talking about his Hulk 180.
My 180 is missing the value stamp.
Yeah, I still want that fucking book too.
That's a good book.
Luke Cage.
I have most the entire run with the exception of 5 issues.
Of Luke Cage?
Yeah, well, Luke Cage all the way through like 125 with Heroes for Hire.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I still need that #1. I have the first Iron Fist, but I do not have the first Luke Cage, unfortunately.
Do you have a bunch of? Do you have any sub 100 X-Men?
Yeah, I've got a fairly, or not a decent stack, but I got. Well, I picked up that 2 and 7 about a month or two ago.
That's insane.
So I have I've only got probably, where we got 1, 3, 6, 9. 10. I've only got 10 sub 100 issues in X-Men.
Yeah, probably about the same for me.
Yeah, 2, 7, 10, 11, 24, 28, 42, 44, 61, and 90.
I have 0 under 10.
Yeah, I consider like basically sub 67, technically, since that's when they went to
reprints.
Yeah.
I have none because I don't care.
It's fair. I'm the same way with Spider-Man.
You don't care, but you have a JSX one.
Ooh, I would like this.
Yeah, I do, only because it stumbled into my hands.
Yeah.
And be honest, my wife does care about. Storm is my wife's favorite, so
I love Storm. I do have a sub 100 Spider-Man. It was an AOK from Steven Spock. It's number 55. One of his favorite reflection covers, the Doc Ock.
Yep, I have one of those in an 8.0.
It's a beauty. The beautiful.
Sexy.
No, I don't trade DC books. Screw the DC books. Stupid DC books. No, just joking.
I think Rob would like this one.
Yeah. It's a nice book.
Pied Piper, Solivar, and Gorilla Grodd.
It's that pink,
I know.
Come here.
They had that same pink like on the
Miss Kitty.
The third Teen Titans book. It's got like that same pink.
I told Miss Kitty if she's not good, then I'm gonna put her in the feral book.
You gonna stick her outside again overnight?
Still making up for that. Poor baby girl. She slept a lot. She's so spoiled.
I mean, I had to put up. Oh yeah. The feral.
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I was supposed to get my Mylar
back to the wall.
Strange Worlds. Very nice.
Oh, Avon.
Mm.
This one's great because it's only like one. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 robots plus double-fisted lasers and a rocket ship and bubble helmets. It's all great.
You want to purge all your books, Papa? Are you just getting sick of it, or?
You might need to send me that Hulk 180 then.
If you have a 181, I'm still missing it.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way, Pops. I mean, like, I could easily get rid of about 60% of my collection and, like, be totally fine the next day.
I think I'd be more likely to go down that route of the purge a lot of the modern books and just keep all my older books, because that's my main love.
It's exactly what I would do. Same thing.
Whereas I've been purging some of my Golden Age books, but I'm getting rid of the ones that are not the ones that I care about. They're not the Atomic Age sci-fi books.
Yeah.
Okay, those were great when I got them. I liked them because I was doing a particular thing at the time, but now
you want that ASM 3.
Well, I do want that because I do want to finish that, be done with Spider-Man. Aside from just like passive collecting, like today I got in one of the box unbox a Web of Spider-Man 6. It's just passive stuff that I come across where I go, yep, okay, let me add that to the run. I don't have that one, but I'm not going to I'm not actively seeking those.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I just put a Howard the Duck 1 in the giveaway bin.
Nice.
Not in the bin. It's up in the rack. The first Gwenpool. It's up in the rack for a future giveaway bin ad.
I want
There's another one of these books that came in. I was like, I throw it. Only so many cool books go in at one time.
That had quite a bit of fire for a minute too. That book.
Yeah.
And the
first cover appearance. Yeah, first cover appearance, and then the first appearance in story. Yeah, it's the Howard the Duck. It's the first.
I don't have either of those books. If I stumbled across it for cheap, I'd buy it. But if not, I'm not fussed about it.
Yeah, I think my Howard the Duck one, it came in a mystery box. So, yeah, that one.
I'm going to show you a couple of my favorite Fantastic Fours from.
These are some of my favorite things.
I want the first Catwoman. That's a big boy book.
Yes.
The Golden Age first Catwoman.
Or the Silver Age.
Silver 70 of
number 1. I want that too.
I think you might mean the Silver Age.
The Lois Lane 70.
Lois Lane 70. I love these two.
Yeah, okay, the Lois. Yeah, I do have that. I always think that's the most hilarious book because you read about the kryptonite cat cage.
This is such a great Hold on. This is 166. Such a great story. And then 167. I always love it when the Hulk comes and up. Boop, boop. Two of my favorites.
Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane, I think it is, right?
Yeah, it is. Number 70.
So is this a Silver Age book, I'm assuming?
I'm just looking to see what...
My phone's ringing.
There it is.
First Silver Age.
Yeah, I have mine's a 6.0.
Nice.
With, was it 6.0 what? Edit. View. 6.0 off-white to white.
Does MadSpidey collect Fantastic Four?
Is it Marvel?
Yeah, okay, fine. I get it. Understand what you're putting my way.
Yeah, he's. Racers done. What is?
Yeah, Amazon said that they delivered my Mylar today, but they did not. And so what I suspect is going to happen is that it gets delivered Monday.
Or well, if it's anything like mine, my Amazon will show up like on Sunday sometimes.
That would be better.
Yeah.
I would like that.
I just
That
got
would
my
be-
boards in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of getting a little anxious because I want to do my stuff. You know how I am.
God,
It always
orders.
sucks when you're ready, you have time, and you're just out of supplies.
Yeah. So, and like I got these other books, like Scotty Vaughn sent me a bunch of copies of Feral, and I want to get them in my library.
That's why, like I said, when I said I was having my youngest do like 800 bags and boards for me, it's because I'd get they're here, they'll put together a bunch of them, and I'll put them in boxes and I'll store them, and I'll go through them, and it usually lasts me until the next time they're home from university for break. That way, I don't have to put together bags and boards on my own.
Lucky dog.
And I'll usually buy them in bulk too. Obviously, just because the ones I order come from Canada, and if I have to go over a certain dollar amount to get free shipping, so
got it. I've been getting a pretty good deal on my lights on Amazon, $16 for 50. So
yeah, I've been using those. I continue to use those bop bags, the poly bags that are made in the same way that Mylars are, so they have the feel and the clarity and everything else.
The OPP.
Yeah, the OPP bags. They end up the 2 mil OPP bags and boards. They're together. They're costing me $16 or $16 to $18 for 100 bags and boards. So
yeah, they're great, but for me, I found that they wrinkle over time, and so that bothers me.
I haven't had that problem with the 2 mil ones. Actually, I think I've had with the 2 mil ones. I have had the problem, but only on the Antarctic press books. There's something that they're doing with their books.
There's certain books that also I've had indie books that will wrinkle them faster than others.
Yeah, there's something that they got in
Sisters, that does it. Anything with really weird sort of print. I mean, this stuff, I love it for the modern books, but a lot of the older stuff, I mean, just as an example, if I have one here,
wrinkles.
I mean, this one I just put in, it should be pretty flush, and it is for now, but anything that I've had over a long period of time, it winds up, and of course, nothing is here off the top.
But to be fair,
they wrinkle.
Rob Worst is in Miami, which is very humid, and you're in a very arid place.
No, yeah, I'm actually in the. I looked it up the other day. I was looking at paper preservation and stuff because people keep giving me crap about I put my comics in my garage, right? The ideal humidity and temperature range for paper storage, long-term paper storage, actually is my median temperature and average and stuff that we have range that we have here in part of California that I live in, because I'm not in this desert and I'm not in the far north. So we're happy to be in that perfect zone where it's ideal for paper preservation. So I'm like, yeah, I can put them in my uninsulated garage, no problem.
Not the case in Southern Florida.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree.
Yeah, unfortunately, here I have to use damp rid about every week and a half, and even still, there's humidity.
Yeah,
yeah.
We don't.
OPP is biaxially oriented polypropylene. Yep. For the thugs in the chat.
Yep.
Or
listen to the scientist right here.
I did a whole video on
science. Yeah.
Words. Yeah.
Word to your brother.
Loud noises.
Oh God.
I pull that book out now. I'm thinking about it. For Chris.
Oh.
That's it.
There once was a man. Oh, there it is.
What else do you collect, Comic Vet? I mean, I know you're a Spider-Man dude. I mean, and I know that I'm with you every Wednesday when you show the shit that you buy, but not modern stuff. What stuff do you collect? It's
he did drop a collecting goals 2024 goals. Obviously, Black Panther.
Boats and hose. What?
He's in a mood.
Oh, he's dropping science boats and hose. I don't know.
Toenail clippings and belly button lint, probably.
Those are great titles there.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Chris likes his Spidey stuff. He likes, he does like he loves his Something Is Killing the Children books. He
likes indie. I know he does like indie. But I want to try. I need to understand what he likes. I need to know
some other like 80s and 70s stuff. He likes
the stuff that like the old school. Like, do you collect anything bronze or silver or copper? Like talk, stink butt.
Yeah.
Quietly working on FF Burn Run. Very nice.
Quietly. I did mine loudly, and that's completed.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna feel. Now I'm gonna drop the parade bomb when I freaking hit my last 2 Invaders books. That'll be the freaking day.
I thought you were only down to 1. I thought it was only 31 you needed.
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's still 2. I think it's 31 and 35. Unless I bought one and didn't realize it, or I forgot about it.
Here's some OPP where this thing has been in there for more than a year, and because of that, you can see exactly
I
how
can see the wrinkles.
Yeah, and that's bothersome.
Yeah, so this means I need to figure out some kind of Mylar that's a bit more like the
Mylar.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't just notice the cat in the background.
I'm sorry?
I didn't just notice the cat in the background. It looks exactly like it looks like one of Beck's cats. Like the same front and everything.
Lisa? Is that the cat's name, Lisa or something? He's got an Amy. He's got a cat named Amy.
Oh, it looks exactly like
Beckerman does.
It looks exactly like one of Beck's cats. Her name is Rogue.
Rogue? Oh.
Yeah.
Fucking love cats, dude.
So 31 and 40.
Yeah, I knew 31 because I knew because when Dave got a pile, he's like, "Oh, Rob needs this, doesn't he?" And I'm like, "No, he needs 31." Always remember 31 for some strange reason.
That's the Frankenstein Nazi cover. Yeah, the Invaders Meet Frankenstein.
Well, Rob, I happened to come across another one of those in really nice shape that I picked up on the low. So if I send these books for MadSpidey, I can throw it in there for you because I'm not married to it. I'm not emotionally attached to it in any way, so I could probably help you out a little bit.
It will, because I'll tell you, around here, I keep going to these shows, and like I go to these dealers, and every time I'm like, "Oh, you see your Invaders run?" It's like, and it's they have a bunch of books I have, and none of them have 31 and 40. It's like,
let me go grab it right now.
God, you guys are killing me.
I can put it in his pile.
Yeah, I think I'm down to 12 issues. I think I did update it after Dave gave me those couple that I needed.
I'll end up with a very specific list going to Heroes. I'm going to be like, I need issue 40. I need my ASM 3, and I need my what's the other? Oh, there probably some.
No, I like what Hoarder's Hide dropped in the chat there, saying, I thought I'd throw a party when I finished the Super Magician run, but it was pretty anticlimactic. And that's the problem with most of collecting. It's just like the very end of the Truman Show when, Truman walks off the set and everybody in the world goes, what else is on? For us, we finish something and go, hey, it's great that I finished Avengers, but now it's off to Fantastic Four. It's like, are you going to celebrate your win? No, it's always off to the next.
That's right. That one's done. I need the next hunt.
Well, yeah, it's because it's about the hunt, isn't it? That's what's exciting for me is the hunt.
It's the dopamine, just as Rob is saying.
Make me big real quick, Simon. I mean, it's got like 1 or 2, maybe little ticks, but
I'm not collecting 9.0s on these things. So
other than that, like it's in really good shape.
Still pretty clean.
Oh yeah, white pages, very nice shape, presents
Awesome.
beautifully. So I'll put that in the Simon
Thank you.
pile. Yeah, no worries. Ain't no thing. Boom.
I actually have a 31, surprisingly enough.
I thought
I know you do, MadSpidey.
Yeah.
I
don't have a 40 though.
it was funny that like I had an of Invaders lot, and I actually had a Martin Jewelers of that one, and like I auctioned it, and then like the very next day I found that same lot of numbers of Invaders that I auctioned for like $3 a pop, and I was like,
Nice. Double score.
yeah. I mean, it's not like I'm just lucky. Like I don't have any talent at all. I'm just fucking lucky.
What's this question to the US folks? Because I'm not shipping Aussie parts. What's the best way to sell Playboys?
Author up Craigslist or bring it to a local like pawn shop and just say, hey, here's some consignment.
Or see if there's like some on eBay. See if there's like they probably sell that shit. There may be a community of collectors like on eBay.
Is it possible to sell that kind of stuff on eBay?
I don't know.
It's magazines.
I've seen slab Playboys going on eBay.
I mean, I can believe that for certain ones.
I think you could, as long as you're not like taking pictures and laying out the spreads.
I mean,
because Playboy, the covers are generally
they're
PG-13 or maybe R, but
there's no like open vajayjay like Hustler.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody wants him if they're sticky.
Yeah, don't put a black light over it. Just saying.
I actually saw. It's funny enough that you mentioned that, Papa, because in one of my Facebook comic groups or whatever like that, they're actually like, because they quite often do the waffles and all that sort of stuff, and somebody's actually doing one for a slabbed version of the Pamela Anderson first cover.
Mm.
Oh, fucking birds! You probably I don't know.
Tookie.
Kookaburras.
Well, now I need to go find my tape.
I know for a song. Kookaburra sits in. I sang this before to you.
Yeah.
Okay, your life must be.
So you're still contemplating Heroes, Caroline, or?
I have to see, man. I don't know.
Still a bit hard to.
It's hard to commit for me.
Money.
Yeah, I'll talk. And it's just like it depends on this condo thing. Like I've put an offer in on one place. I've had a cash offer on another, and it's like I don't know. I may not be able to. It just depends. He has 200 good Playboys and 400 ones.
And even down here, I saw a pawn shop that had some from the late 50s, early 60s, and they were $10 a pop. And I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with these?
People would say, there's a lot of people who say the same thing about comics. So,
I mean, I was trying to look up how much they'd be to see if I could even sell them. And to try and figure out how much they cost was not a simple task.
Yeah.
So I left them be.
Did I show you that I found these today, Rob? Worst Omaha number 2 and 3.
Oh,
they are saucy, salacious inside. We can show it.
Just don't show that first page again.
Yeah, I won't.
Again?
I showed them.
It's like, oh, have a look at this, and I'm just like,
I didn't do it that way. No, I said, you guys are like, what is this? And I was just like, anthropomorphic. It's super like inside. And you're like, well, show us. And I was like, all right, I'll show you. Just saying.
So we had some art on the show earlier.
There's a little bush.
As Remy would put it.
They weren't human.
Was this kitchen sink from 92?
Yeah, it was kitchen sink, but this was kitchen sink from 86.
Here comes the real estate agent. What do condos go for you when you're in like a 2 or 3 bedroom that's not in completely shitty shape?
CJ, I'm in one right now, and mine's not very big. It's like I'd say mine's 600 square feet, 700 square feet.
Wow, that's
Yeah, it's really small. It's a 1 bedroom, a small barely kitchen thing, but I'm in like a open kind of little area where you could have a kitchenette and then like the living room area and a balcony. But it's in prime location on West End, and a condo in the same unit 2 months ago sold for 275. And mine's not in as in nice shape as that one because that one had state of the art shit doing, mine on Zillow, which I think Zillow overestimates prices quite a bit, said mine was at 250. But I'm thinking if I could get 220 to 230, that'd be cool. But I just had a cash offer on it for 200, and I made a 210 offer on a condo that's further out, but both my mom and my brother have condos in that same complex, and it's like twice the size. So I don't know. But the thing is I'm a little hesitant to commit because if I can get another 10, 20 grand, like I don't want to leave money on the table. Maybe you need to talk to me, CJ. Anyway, sorry guys, this got really stupid and boring.
No, that's right. He's
very adult.
What's that? I don't know.
So my guess then is if a 1 bedroom's in that, right? The one that you put an offer on, was that a 1 bedroom as well, or is that a 2 bedroom?
No, 2 bedroom. I put on an offer on a condo that's 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, and then it's got a really big kitchen and a really big living room. And so I'm essentially doubling and having a place that like I can actually entertain people.
Mm-hmm.
So but the thing is it's like outside of Nashville. It's in Bellevue, but it would be like a 20-minute drive.
Yeah.
You
How
can't
far
even
from your work.
So it'd be about a 30-minute drive from my work, whereas now it's like a 7 to 10-minute drive. But I'm in a complex where both my brother and my mother are in. I would be in the unit next to my mom, right? She's not there, most of the time. And so I would basically just kind of be looking after it. You can't even find a
300 square foot studio. What price is there? Well, yeah, everything's relative. I mean,
yeah, this is Nashville, my man. We've got I think we've only got about 700,000 as a population.
Yeah, that's why my cousin just sold his place in Fresno to move out there, and what he's selling his little just normal 3-bedroom home in Fresno, California, and he's selling it, and he's going there and he's buying a freaking house with a living room, a family room, a parlor, and 4 bedrooms, and a on the lake with a boat launch, and just like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Everything's relative.
Yeah, and there are some people here that are a little resentful about it.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the way people are. But I can't blame people that are in the city that like that, where you can get a few million for your home, and then here you can just buy. You could buy basically a little compound. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Yeah, no, it's like for the longest time I had I thought that my whole goal when I bought this home was that as I lived here, that it was targeted so it would be paid off when I was getting close to ready to retire. So that way when I was retired, I wouldn't have a home payment. That was the original goal. But more and more, as this area continues to get A, more and more crowded, and B, the home values here just got so ridiculous that it's to the point where it's a no-brainer that it's like, okay, at some point you got to consider cashing out the equity and moving to someplace else that's more affordable. I don't need to go buy $1 million freaking home in Tennessee or something or whatever. I'm perfectly happy to, get something comparable to what I have, and I would suck because I'd pay a lot of capital gains potentially, but actually maybe not as much because. Well, no, I would still. I get hosed on capital gains, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to. It's like putting it all back into a bigger house doesn't do anything to me except tie up all that money and get me nothing except a bigger house that now I have to clean more and do more yard work and more do. Yeah.
It's a lot of responsibility, the home ownership, which is another reason why it's kind of cool to be in like a condo.
Hey, man.
You know.
Well, I have the home, right now, so it's like that's not a problem. I mean, it was funny as I was really feeling very a student of the Reaganomics on Monday. I think it was because on Monday was the day that my landscapers rang the doorbell at 7 a.m. to work in the yard, and then at 9 a.m. the maids came to clean the house, and then later on in the afternoon the pesticide guy came to spray the yard for bugs and stuff. I said, man, I did my part to trickle down the economy today.
That's right, dude. Service with a smile, my man.
It only works when you actually trickle it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I have to find out that there was this afternoon a shingle ended up in the backyard. I got to figure out where the hell the shingle flew from.
Was it from your roof or your neighbor's roof?
That's what I got to figure out.
Just know as a court reporter, I hear this often, just because there's a chip on your tile of a roof doesn't mean that it'll get underneath the underlayment. So you're probably fine.
Right. No, this is it's not a tile, but it's
sorry, Iman.
We got asphalt shingles, but still. Yeah, it looks like it looks like it's one that was from an underside of something. So I climbed up a ladder and I looked up there from the ladder and I couldn't see any evidence of anything. So if anything, it might have even come from underneath my solar panels. So
yeah, one other question that's usually asked in a deposition, if you wind up getting any kind of roof damage from hurricane or whatever, is have you been up on your roof before? Have you ever pressure washed your roof? They're trying to find out what kind of damage that you might have caused that they're not responsible for.
Yep, none of that. I had solar panels installed 20-something years ago. Now the most I do is climb up the ladder to scrape out the gutters.
Oh, fun times.
Yeah, not too bad.
We just have rats do that for us here.
They take care of the fruit. The orange tree drops the fruit, and you get the rats, the raccoons, the skunks, and the possums. The American possums, not your cute little shit you got over there in Australia.
Yes, those big, ugly, scary-looking fucking things.
Unfortunately for me, it seems to be a lot of the Pepe Le Pew cats that come around here because my damn dog wants to go out there and gets fixated by them, and it's like trying to pull the hunting dog back away from a skunk. He's like, please don't get close to that thing.
Look, Kitty.
I do not want to. And that's you'll be out there taking the dog out invariably like at close to midnight for the final pee of the night, and then all of a sudden like mid pee stops and it's like gets fixated and gets on point or something. You're like, oh shit, where the fuck is it?
That's one thing I'm glad we do not have over here is skunks.
Oh yeah, they suck.
I've never smelled that smell, and I don't think I ever want to.
Most of the time, bad, they took them off of Warner Brothers for the cartoon with Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah, he got canceled. Yeah, but they usually most of the time when you smell them here is usually because of roadkill. That's usually most of the time you get them, and that sucks. You're stuck in traffic, and invariably you get stuck in stop and go traffic near one. That's the fucking worst. But they have two different ways that they emit their smell. One is they do like a cloud, just kind of an area of effect burst, which can linger for quite a bit. And the other is the stream, where they sit there and spray right at you. And that's the shit you really don't want, because this shit doesn't wash out easily. It's not good.
Just throw the clothes out, buy new ones.
Yeah, the gas cloud is at least like it just wants to get away and keep you away, and that's fine because it's not on you, and you
that's the warning shot.
It just makes the area smell bad for like 20 minutes outside. Close all your windows, no big deal. But the stream, no, don't want that. Like Lady F always says, don't cross that stream.
Yeah, sorry. I'm looking for Omaha #1 on fucking eBay. I'm so weird. Such a freaky beat.
Shouldn't be that.
What? What?
No, Hoarder's Hide.
You really want to read that, don't you?
That Rob is a fan of the monarchy and stares at skunks' asses. I didn't say anything about staring at them. I just happen to know about them because we have the creek is just not too far from here, so they come up.
There was so my dad lives on the river, and there was like a few raccoons that would come to the back because like we have a deck that overlooks the river or whatever, but he kept like dog food on the back for the dogs or whatever, and the raccoons would get them, and like you know, and we named one of them Fred Thompson, and Fred Thompson would always come. I don't know if you guys, he's no longer with us, the actual person, but also the raccoon's probably gone too.
Yeah, we don't have raccoons either.
They can be mean.
But we have
I've heard of
raccoons.
that.
They're smart. That's the thing, and it's funny. You know, you find like little crawfish. Raccoons will get because we live like on the river. And there's like shallow parts. They'll find crawfish and they'll like get rocks and like crack them bastards open. Same with like there's mussels in the creeks or whatever, like clams or whatever, but freshwater. And they'll do the same. They're smart little boogers.
Trash pandas.
Mm-hmm.
I like that name,
Yep.
Trash pandas.
Yeah, it's cute, isn't
They're like otters, but without the fucking good PR.
True.
We have rats and pigeons. Yeah, we have rats and pigeons over here. They're a worldwide thing.
We got a shitload of squirrels out here, and those are
I
just
don't know-
rats.
I don't
with-
know whether
those
we
are
have
rats with good
squirrels.
PR.
Squirrels are cute.
I don't
They're
know whether we
rats
have
with
squirrels.
good PR.
Yeah. They're
Something like
fresh, bro.
Squirrels are fucking awful.
If you fuck with a squirrel, you will have them come after you. Just one will get you like 20 coming after you. Just don't mess with the squirrel.
Fortunately, the dog keeps them away.
We do. We have a grey squirrel, apparently. Grey squirrel, dense
Thank you,
hardwood
email.
forest. In Australia, would only found in suburban parks and gardens. I've never seen a squirrel.
Nasty squirrels.
Mm.
They're all right around here. I mean,
Nasty squirrels. Nasty squirrels.
Such a nasty squirrel.
Secret squirrel.
Oh, I don't want no
Secret
full
squirrel.
squirrel.
Yeah, there you are.
That's all right. There's plenty of other things trying to kill us, so it's all good.
Yeah. All of it's funny is because you'll sit here sometimes in the house, and all of it when a squirrel starts to go down the back fence, and all of a sudden the dog tears out through the into the backyard, chase that squirrel down the fence, and get it away. That's the best part. It's like, get that damn thing out of here. Keep those squirrels away.
Nasty little bastards.
Maybe
you want to buy a slot machine. We have 4 and selling 3 of them.
No.
I think shipping on that would be disastrous.
Quite expensive, yeah.
That'd have to be like a local pickup only thing.
Then you have to. Well, once you're selling it, you don't care, but the person who's using it, you can't just use it to put up somewhere. You can have it in your home for your own personal entertainment, but that's about it. They're regulated.
Yeah, because not like having a pinball or an arcade machine or anything.
You could have it like that in your own, like because my cousin has one, an old one from the 60s that he has in his living room, and it's only it's at his house. He can do it while he's just kicking back stuff, and it's. But if you tried to like pull it out and like have a party with it and have people do stuff, you could potentially run into a problem if you're using it for actually any kind of where people weren't getting their money back or had to put their own money in. Like if you had it out and just had a cup full of quarters there and you were having a barbecue or something and people were using your money, it's no big deal, but
yeah, you can't use it for any sort of monetary
actual
gain.
gambling. It becomes then you cross into the regulated stuff that
Just use a token with like a drill hole through it and a piece of fishing wire. like the old days in the 80s.
Just Jimmy it.
Yeah, I remember doing there used to be what we used to call the like clickers, which was literally just like an old fireplace igniter sort of thing. And we actually had them, some of the old arcade machines and pinball machines. You used to be able to get it in a certain spot, click it a couple of times, and you get like free credits on the gaming machines. But yeah, none of that stuff works these days.
Sorry, I gotta find me a copy of this shit, and then I'll be back.
Yeah.
I gotta get a copy of this fucking Omaha first print.
Fox, coyote, squirrel, chipmunks, skunks, possums, bobcats, turkey running around. Bears are coming back into the area, but I haven't seen any at my place.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way after getting all of Faust. Like, I need to get the last 2 issues. How much are those?
So angry.
So you're obviously a Tim Vigil fan then.
Well, I didn't realize his certain stances until after I got them, but I finished that off back in 2018, and I didn't know.
Yeah,
I've been collecting that since I was about 8 years old, even though I definitely should not have.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of nights ago. E-Man, loved it, absolutely loved it.
Godzilla Kong, I haven't seen that. I still need to see Godzilla -1.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I don't even know if it was one of the movies over here, to be perfectly honest.
Really?
I'll probably just have to wait for streaming or wait for it to hit like Blu-ray or something.
That movie over here became a phenomenon. And
well, won an Oscar
for
something, didn't it?
Yeah, special effects.
Yeah,
because that was one of those movies where they were saying, how could they do this kind of budgeting at $7 million when Hollywood movies take 100 or 200 million? It's very different over in Japan making movies.
Exactly. Like Japan, like they've been doing stuff that the Western world has not done, you know, for a lot longer. Like, because they're more technologically advanced than a lot of, you know, Western countries and things like that, and have been for a very long time. So
their CGI, they might use it sparingly, but they use it in the proper areas. They do great set design, and it all just comes together. Whereas in America, they go, just shoot a bunch of random bullshit, and we'll figure it out in post. And that's how we get Ant-Man 3.
And a lot of the problem with the Western world versus like Japan is that they will not pay their main actors like $200 million for doing the movie. That's like your whole budget's gone just in paying actors.
Pretty much. A lot of them would rather see the movie or even TV series at this point succeed, so they're willing to take a little less if they know that they need to get better actors on it. So yeah, they'll take a little less if they can get this person, that person, the other person, and that's how you get a great movie. It happens in Hollywood, just not as much to an extent, especially after the first movie makes money. Hey, you're doing a sequel? Well, now I need more money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just a snowball effect. It's like, yeah, like, oh, you know, well, they got this for this movie, so I should get more for this movie. And it's just, yeah, like something that might start off with like $100 million budget ends up becoming like a, you know, $500 million bloody budget or something stupid like that. And
it's like, hey, here's a good question: who plays Rhodey in the Iron Man movies?
Which one, the first one or the second one? Well,
that's
Terrence
Terrence
Howard in the first one, and then it's Don Cheadle in the rest of them.
Yeah, Terrence goes, hey, I'm going to need some more money for the sequel. And they go, that's nice. We need a replacement over here, Mr. Cheadle.
Yeah. He's like, I'll do it. I'll get some movie credits and, you know, just get it as a job.
And as long as you leave them alone, they're pretty okay. I just wish that the writers and the directors and to an extent some of the actors would rather go, hey, I like comics and the idea of that, instead of, hey, that superpower is dumb and I'm not going to do it and I'm going to do my own thing. And this is how we get some of the things like Echo.
The Japanese just won't have any English subs, and traditionally they won't allow internationals for at least 6 months. Yeah, so that's
That's fair.
I've got no drama.
Also, it takes a long time to dub things. I used to do that.
It does, yeah, it does. I'll just wait till Christmas then.
Yeah, like if anyone watches anime or even those old dub movies, there was a couple studios down here in Miami where there you go. And I did some dubbing for things like Asterix and Obelix. And it takes an awful long time to dub these things because after it's finished, it needs to be processed. It needs to be adhered to the entire script. And then it needs to sync with the rest of the music and everything. It's not going to be like 6 months, like right away. I mean, maybe now it is. Back then, it could have been up to a year before a dub would have come out.
Was that a racist Easter egg? Oh, God.
It is Easter.
You guys love your peanut butter.
Absolutely. You put your peanut butter in my you put my chocolate in my peanut butter. You put your peanut butter on my chocolate.
Bang, bang. Mine now.
Oh, thank you. And my lunch has arrived.
Here's my dinner.
Monster. Yep.
You are what you drink. Right?
Mine's apparently in the oven. We had a lasagna in the oven.
Macca's today.
Yeah.
So the chips have actually got salt on them for once. Not really.
It's weird. I went there. Went to Macca's the other day, and I always like to mess around with different things on the menu, and so I played around with. So they have their double quarter pounder, but if you get there was an option in the app where I could have it done with Mac sauce instead. So basically, I could turn it into a Big Mac with the quarter pounder patties instead of like the itty bitty patties. And they gave it when they served it to me. They gave it to me. It had the regular top bun, but the bottom bun was a middle bun from a Big Mac, and that was it. This was like, what the hell was that?
I do special orders all the time. It's usually just to get rid of like pickles or something or onions or.
I do it in the app. I do it in the apps all the time because when in the apps you can do it and they typically get it right first of all, because you're not reliant on somebody understanding what you say and typing it in the system right. You do all that, but a lot of times that's how the best way to hack some of the menus to be able to because if you get like they're normally like the big sandwiches like at McDonald's for example will use that the Big Macs and the quarter pounders, those are super expensive, but you can get like some of the smaller size burgers, get like double and triple cheeseburgers and add lettuce and other stuff to them, and either they don't charge you for that or what they charge you is like 10 cents or something, that you end up getting way more food for less money. Like we do it, like Burger King especially will do it. Like I can get their double cheeseburger, and then you can add all the stuff to make it a Whopper. Essentially, it becomes, and you can get two of them, and it's like $5 instead of like trying to get a double Whopper. It'll cost you like 10 or something. It's like
we've got. If you actually go into a Macca's now, they've had it for a little while. They usually only have one or two things, but they've actually got, they got the screen things now. So you pretty much just sort of make your own ones anyway.
Yeah, they're doing that because they're trying to get rid of people. So they've been doing that here for a while. And now, everything, they incentivize you so much on the app. Like if you order from your app, like most of the time if I go there, they'll have buy one quarter pounder Big Mac, get one for 25 cents. Or you'll do like, or plus you also get all these points, and so like all the time I have so many points where you can go, okay, I get a free quarter pounder, get a free Big Mac, get a free this, or buy a 2 10-piece nuggets for $5, whatever. So you're always getting these deals through the app, so that again you're not ordering through them. And then they also get the luxury of tracking you and what you're doing, and so they get information about you. That's the rub, right? Is you're basically allowing them to track your purchases and see, so they can later market stuff to you. But it's so there's some restaurants now where they're starting to have robots that are assembling and serving and delivering it to the drive-through window and stuff, and they've got restaurants here where you go to the drive-up window, and the person who's like voice you hear, they're not there in the restaurant. It's like somebody else
telecommuting from home.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
Somebody's like, "Oh yeah, give me a large Big Mac meal," and they're sitting there at home.
Because there's no reason. Because there's no or there's someplace else where it's cheaper, right? Because there's no, with today's technology for the most part, there's no reason that it has to be a person right there in that restaurant entering the order into the system, right? They could have somebody doing it remotely in a state that where the minimum wage is a fraction of the cost.
It's the world we live in now, unfortunately. Technology is all taking over, and you don't get that. It's even like it's the same with call centers. Like it's if it's not done, like people get annoyed by the automated systems that press 1 for this and press 2 for this, and they give up. It ends up going like
human.
Yeah, it goes overseas somewhere to like some third world country that is paying them like 50 cents an hour or whatever to do it, and you can barely understand them.
Now it's an AI.
Yeah, now that's the new thing that we use. That's actually the industry that I'm in and stuff. We're doing, or the company that I work for produces these things and sells them to companies to utilize them. So now it's the AI. Specifically, there are some places that are using generic, but you get custom AI done that is where its only knowledge base is essentially your database. So if you already have a KB or knowledge base system and your ordering system, you can have the AI where that's all, and that's the safer route, is that only knows the information from within your system, as opposed to the general web, because you don't want your AI going rogue and feeding it information that is outside of your company. But
go to our competitors.
Exactly. But I mean,
they have a better deal.
They have an ability to not only, oftentimes to take a lot of the stuff when you look at the history of what comes into call centers, the overwhelming majority of what comes into a call center typically is very mundane and is often the same repetitive things over and over and over again. So they can be serviced very easily by AI and automated processes that, while people may not necessarily like them, the reality is it's extremely more efficient, more cost effective, and allows them to handle a lot more people rather than leaving you on the hold for an hour at a time just to get a simple question answered, because they can only afford, so many agents to answer calls. It's the chicken egg, the whole thing all over again, but
cart before the horse.
Yeah. It's interesting, although it's also scary, and watching sometimes some of the stuff you watch there's some people that are sitting there watch their own, how much longer is my job going to be around thing.
Obviously, a lot of people went through that crisis, obviously through the pandemic and stuff, because it's like,
well, it happens every 10 years. I mean, there's always something new that comes along that replaces something else, and a segment of the workforce has to relearn and do stuff, right?
Well, it's like anybody who does, like factory line work and stuff like that. Like a lot of that's being replaced by, robotic type things and all that sort of stuff.
It was outsourced here years ago from a lot of that stuff. You have whole towns and stuff that don't exist because they're, they were all manufacturing, and all that manufacturing now is overseas. I mean, matter of fact, I was just looking at having something done. I don't for C3 related stuff that part of, as I was going through the process of getting quotes and stuff on it. Essentially, at the end of the day, there's nobody who manufactures it here locally. You have to go overseas to get it. And so they talk about, so part of what ends up happening is they go, well, when do you need it? Because I end up getting a 30% discount because I'm looking pretty far. I'm months out from when I need it, versus somebody who's going, I need it in 2 weeks type of thing, because the shipping costs and stuff ultimately from China ends up costing way more than anything else. Hi, E-Man.
Rob, you're so far away.
I know.
Gosh. everything Rob said about squirrels and aminals in our backyard, totally untrue. Like, I don't understand what this guy's talking about. We live only 20 minutes away from each other, also.
Yeah. Me.
What's up, guys?
I'm just sad. I'm just sad that baseball's now dead to me.
Why is this an A's conversation you're about to have?
Yes, because they're leaving.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, that sucks.
My sister was trying to go. Are we going to go to one more game this year? And I was telling her I have no aspiration to go. I don't want to give them a single dollar, because that ownership is just a.
Yeah, they're terrible. Oh, that's right. MadSpidey's got that cool thing going on with this hearts. Yeah, baseball is kind of like a sore subject out here in the Bay. Yeah, I mean, like,
the Giants fans, they don't care.
Hold on. I'm one of the rare Giants fans. Where Giants is first.
Kick him out. Kick him out, Spidey.
I don't know. My dad taught me to like both, and I get it. I'm one of the few people that does the whole, I'll follow both. I'll go to both games. Here's the thing, Rob. I can see like the A's play literally from my window. Like I watch the fireworks happen whenever there's fireworks. We're that close. That's how close I am to the Coliseum. So I was like, hey,
So you're almost under siege.
Yes. I live in East Oakland, so I'm constantly under siege in one way or another. It's terrible. There's so much madness going on over here. It's ugly.
Yeah.
What you eating there, Simon?
He's eating some Macca's.
Mickey D's. So do you call it Mickey D's over there in Australia also? Yeah.
It's Macca's.
A Magus?
Macca's.
Macca's.
MACAS.
MACAS. Don't do that. Don't. Why? Why would you do that? This is a weird color. I'm gonna have to change this color.
We've been calling it Macca's for ever since I was a kid. I can remember.
Macca's. That's
we like to shorten everything or add, O's or A's or plurals or weird sort of stuff. To like people's names or things like that.
Are you having a coldie with it?
No.
Coldie.
I do actually have a Macca's, what you can call Coke, but I already opened up a Pepsi, so I'm just having that instead.
That is true. Papa.
This is a weird color too. Hold on.
Actually, it's
new lights.
It's more actually usually ankle deep in the dugouts, Papa. But as it's falling on you. But although they did have a possum take over one of the announce booths last year.
Which who? Wait, where? Who?
The Oakland Coliseum.
Oh,
there was a point at one point where took over one of the announcing booths.
Yeah, I remember that. Good time.
And the Seagulls are super aggressive because there's not enough people in the stadium to keep them at bay.
Oh my God, dude! The Seagulls at the Giants stadium, they're mad, dude. At the very end of the game, they know when the end of the game, when the end of the game is coming, because you see like literally a flock of seagulls just around the stadium, just waiting to pick up people.
Yeah, but during the A's games, like last time I was there, because there's so few people in there during the game, the gulls are coming in during the game. They're not circling waiting. They're just coming in and they're being aggressive and going after fries and nachos and everything that people are eating.
There's obviously not enough food from spectators to keep them well fed, obviously, so they're just going after the ones that are.
Well, no, it's like they want they're scavengers essentially, so they know there's food there and it's there, but normally during a stadium full of 30,000 people keeps them at bay because there's too many people. They want to get it. But when the stadium that's meant to hold 30-something thousand people only has like 4,000 people in it, it's practically empty. And there's nothing that scare, especially at any of the fringes, there's nothing to scare them off. So they just come after you.
One thing, Rob, did you know that, like, I guess at A's games this year, because of their attendance last year, they can't charge more than $100 per ticket anymore?
I didn't know they had tickets that were more than $100 at all.
Yeah,
maybe for those field box seats, maybe. And and
You can-
behind home plate. But
Behind home plate, you can sit behind home plate for under $100 now.
I used to go to the second deck behind home plate because those used to be like $25, and I liked the angle better.
Whoa.
Being able to see the field.
It was a family show, Rob. Let's not talk about it.
And you got a lot more. You got a lot more balls coming at you, foul balls.
Whoa.
Up at the second deck there.
He's talking angles and balls on your show there, Simon. So this is a family-friendly show. What's going on here?
We've already had nudity in comics already, so
this is madness.
It's super family friendly. That's how you get families.
Balls and angles.
I used the F-bomb multiple times.
Oh man, Godzilla, Kong. Anyone? Bueller?
Nope.
No. I just came back.
Most people sort of tuned out when Mark Digger, and Jim and I were talking about it earlier, but
made an offer.
Nice.
Oh, you did.
I will say yes to whatever
How
offer
much?
you're throwing my way here, Miss.
34 for a first print.
Oh.
Omaha number 1.
You'll get it.
Only $34.
That's what I offer I made.
You guys were talking houses earlier. I'm like, wait, 34,000 for a house, man. That's fantastic. Where's this? I know I'm brown, but I'll go wherever that is.
Nashville, Tennessee.
I'll stay in the Bay.
You can get a house for that if you'd like. In eastern Ukraine.
Ooh, that sounds lovely. I hear the weather out there
Good.
is explosive.
Might be a little balmy.
Did you say
Might
balmy
be
or
a little-
balmy?
Yes.
Ooh, banh mi. That's a great sandwich from Vietnam, by the way. That's fantastic banh mi's. So what'd you think of Kongzilla?
Loved
Simon?
it.
Loved it.
Loved it.
This look for the people who are going to go watch this movie. Don't go there expecting a story. I don't want you guys going in. Oh, I want to hear a story. No, you wait for the boss battle at the end. That's the build up for this movie. I don't want you guys going, well, the story was a little vague and I don't understand. Blah blah blah. The acting. Shut up. Just go watch it.
Well, then the better question is, how long does it take before you get to the toys smashing one another?
Towards the end of the movie.
So how long is that?
I don't know. About this long.
2 hours.
It's about an hour.
It's only just under 2 hours for the whole movie. So,
So how long's the battle then?
Oh, the battle's a good amount of time too.
but you have a few smaller like battles going on in that like earlier in the movie anyway. So you're not sort of waiting too much time. There's a little bit of a lull at the start of the movie, but once you get past that.
This movie is Kong heavy too. I'm going to tell you guys that now. So if you're a Kong fan and you're like, oh no, I wanted to see more Kong than Godzilla and the last one, blah 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 blah, you're gonna get your wish because this one was a little bit more Kong heavy.
Okay, last question. Because a lot of special effects to hide the fact that it's not all that great do a lot of things at night. Does most of this movie happen during the day or at night?
Day
and in caves, but very well lit caves.
Yeah. There's a light source that really
So
wasn't
you can
explained.
see Godzilla. Yeah. It's not that hey, I can kind of make out eyes.
Yeah. No, you totally see both of them.
Good.
Totally see both of them. With Godzilla's new like purple power too, like you could totally see it. Like it's
I'm sorry, what?
His purple power.
You idiot, Bubs.
His new.
Well, it's not really baby Kong. It's just a younger. Hey,
Donkey Kong Jr.
I do like the if you guys watch the older movies, I do like the Kong Jr. aspect of that. I thought it was pretty cool. Nice little nod to the previous movies in a way. So I thought that was pretty cool.
The one thing I didn't say earlier that when Mark was here, because obviously we all know Mark's a fanatic when it comes to that stuff.
I said, sorry.
But I thought Scar King would be bigger.
Me too. I thought I thought that the chimpanzee was kind of like the second in command, and I thought that when they were revealing something else. I didn't mean to do that, but when they were revealing something else, I didn't mean to do that either. I thought they were going to bring out Scar King, but I guess not. I guess that was Scar King's pet. But yeah, Scar King had.
I just thought it would be like the way they'd sort of built it up.
Yeah,
with the like the finding the ruins and ancient stories and stuff like that. That it would have. That he was going to be some big, monstrous force. Like, obviously, he was very conniving and evil and all that sort of stuff. But I just felt like he would be bigger than both Godzilla and Kong put together, almost, sort of thing. But
there was more aspects of the last movie that I didn't like than this one. Like, there were some things about Hollow Earth that I was just like, phooey. But in this movie, I'm like, okay, I can get down with Hollow Earth the way they're telling the story, how they're playing. I don't want to say telling the story, but how they played it out. So Hollow Earth, I thought, was a little bit cooler this time than the last movie. So if anyone cares. But overall, it was a really fun movie. My cousin and I came out of the movie theater, just smiles on her face. Like, yeah, that was pretty cool. That was actually pretty fun.
Oh, does this have to do with that TV show that's on Apple?
Yes, it does. Okay, so the Monarch, yeah. So Monarch is tied to this universe, but I believe it has its own story, own people. I didn't watch it. I know Mark was all about it, and he was like, "Everyone."
I actually binged watched it 2 or 3 weekends ago, just so I could sort of say I'm up to date. Watch the new movie at the cinemas, and
does Monarch? How do I say it? Does Monarch really tie a story together, or is it just like bonus content?
It's a little bit of both. It's sort of because I unfortunately watched it out of order. So I watched all the movies, and I was like, I'm not paying for another streaming service, and I went, screw it, I'll just do the free trial. Binged it in a day, and then because you're supposed to watch Monarch after the 2014 Godzilla, like the Bryan Cranston Godzilla movie.
Oh,
so
it's after that one.
It's after that one. So it actually, watching that, you can actually it actually ties in between that Godzilla and Skull Island.
Oh, well, Skull Island happened before the first Godzilla chronologically.
Yeah, chronologically, but it's sort of, you can sort of see ties in between that and even before King of Monsters.
I'm heading out. I'm crashing.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's only 8:21.
Have a good night. See y'all.
Thanks for jumping on Caroline.
Bye.
Beckerman and Lady F are leaving at the same time. This raises questions. This raises a lot of questions.
Beckerman's buying her condo. She's got to beat him to it.
Pop, I owe you a lip sync. Yep. I have an idea. I have a pretty cool, fun idea. Hopefully it's to your liking, Pop. It has to do with Moana. It's the most excited I think I've ever seen Pop.
I thought you were going to reenact the Super Bowl ad that had Jason Momoa in it, like where he actually does his little singing dance thing.
You know what? Just for you, Simon. Just for you, I'll go ahead and throw in some slow motion hair action.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
I wish I had Remy's controls now, because he's clipped that. You did the intro for him when he was running Remy's place, and he's actually got that as one of his clips.
Oh, does he? Nice, nice.
Smooth Jazz 903.1.
I don't know who's got the better voice. I don't know if it's him or Rob. Like, they both have fantastic voices.
Rob or Rob.
Rob. Just say Rob. It's fine.
Yeah.
Which one, Rob?
I think Rob's the one that has the really, really good, clear.
95 FM ese justo ese radio Aslan escucha.
Never again do that.
As Victor says, what?
Ano ba pare? Anong gusto mo? ¿Qué quieres? What do you want? Trilingual right there. The guy looks Spanish and English.
Yeah, no, I only had to do a few fill-ins for the Radio Aztlán station, so it was always the programming. So it was always the
Lo siento, no entiendo mucho español. Solo hablan poquito.
Having to sit there and learn how to say the call letters and everything, and
right there.
Oh, he's back again.
Then later on, you're into the.
You heard the Kong Godzilla talk, didn't you?
I was gonna say he heard the.
No, I just got done making a bunch of logo setting streams. I put the kids this. Dude, Monkey fell asleep like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. She just crawled up on me crying.
It's amazing what little Jack Daniels does, huh?
I don't know about a little Jack Daniels. I have to use a lot.
Nice. That's right. I forgot. You guys are from the South. You guys are from the South. I forgot.
Yeah, she has a tolerance. She's 4 already.
Here's some apple juice. It might burn. It's good for your teeth. Like I know they're growing out. It's good for your teeth. So Mark. Kong Godzilla.
How'd all you people get in my room?
What is it, E-Man?
Kong Godzilla.
Oh man, it was so fun.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe that movie. It was fun.
Yeah, they knew the assignment, they knew what they were doing, and they did it. And tell me that wasn't modern day Showa era Godzilla in a nutshell.
It was
like full on. That was just, if you remember, like all what was it like? Was it all not destroy all monsters? But that's a good one. But like the one where like the little kids hanging out with like Nilla the whole time, like and Nilla's talking to him, like looking at all the other kaiju and stuff. Like, dude, it was just fire. It was just so fun.
How about Chris for best hair for the CBCA this year?
Thank you.
Yes.
He's saving that for a rainy day. Because that his face sponge.
No.
Well, he was really shaggadoo-ish the other day on the side on his chrome.
Shaggadoo-ish. That's a word. That was a choice too.
Choices were made. We're not saying they were good ones, but they were
Heroes
made.
kind of want to grab him by that scruff of hair and drag him around. Say, you freaking hippie.
Yeah, you want to. It's a sign that you're approaching 50 because September's coming fast, as Mark can attest. There I was, like, just moving my eyebrows, and I was like, "What is this?" And I pulled out a freaking hair out of my eyebrows, and it must have been the longest hair in my entire body. Like it was almost an inch. Like, what is happening to me, man?
Getting old, like all of us.
Wait, you're turning 50?
It starts falling 50? Down, brother. You get it. You get the inch and a half out of your ear. What the fuck has that in my ear?
Yeah,
you look great for almost 50 there,
oh,
sir.
God bless you, man.
Don't government name me on air, sir. Don't government name me.
Inside of your ear for those super long hairs.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh God.
Yeah. I have my girlfriend who does that. Picks the hair out of my ear. It's fantastic. Great for self-care, by the way.
Just try to shave it at the same time as shaving everything else.
Yeah.
To pretend that I have a choice.
This is taint scrubber. Yeah.
If I shave my head daily, it's a choice. I swear.
I didn't know you were going after Black Panther books, Chris. I know you're going after 52, but I didn't realize you were going after.
Yeah, the jungle action stuff, right? Because like we got god type creators handling that series. So I can remember reading a trade much when I was younger. And it's just where I fell in love with T'Challa, and then it's one of those characters I feel that Marvel hasn't messed up in the last 25 years. They basically made T'Challa in the 616 the most intelligent man on earth, him and Reed Richards, and that's something that I enjoyed.
T'Challa's the most intelligent man on earth?
Look it up.
Without Reed Richards.
That's what I'm saying. Him and Reed Richards.
This one says Origin of Black Panther, and they have it rated at an FN.
So is he kind of like one of those Superman characters where like those stories exist where like they really flex just how smart they are, but for whatever reason, writers don't like dive into it as much as they should?
He's more like a science nerd, like Reed.
Jungle Action was too early for that sort of thing, I think. Yeah. More a physical attribute sort of thing for that early stuff.
Did you see the Black Panther video game they got coming with that? They were last week, was it, that they were showing clips from it, showcasing the graphics that they were doing. They had like some kind of new face capture technology, and apparently they have like an actor doing the part for him, like the face capture, and it looked ridiculously real.
Is that the one where they have Galactus as female Galactus?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I don't play video games, but I saw the clip. It takes place in like the 1940s. It's a Captain America game in the 1940s with Cap before he became a popsicle and T'Chaka, I'm assuming.
Don't lie, you play video games, but just N64.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing wrong with that at all. No, I have a few issues from that Jungle Action, but obviously that was one, and that's what I was saying to Rob with all these comics that Rob now has in his thing. That's why we need to do this. I have to check my CLZ to see what I have and what I don't have, is because I don't remember what I bought 3 years ago during the pandemic with all these auctions. So that's why I'm just like,
put it in CLZ. First 2 weeks of the pandemic, you would catch me on YouTube just doing my entire collection, just boop, boop, boop.
I did that. I did that later. I was doing that like at Christmas time on my 3 weeks off. I would go on every live stream I could possibly get, and I started from scratch and just scanned everything. But I'd already bought all these books before that, and I didn't have CLZ when I was doing the auctions. I was just like, I knew I didn't have that, or I'd buy a bundle that might have 10 books, and I had one of them, but the price was too good. So I was just like, I'll just buy the bundle and I'll do something with the spare. And now it's like I've bought so many books over the last 2 years, especially out of the pandemic at conventions and sales and all that sort of stuff, that that's why I need to go through these books. And that's why I said to Rob, Rob,
what the fuck?
whatever is doubles in these boxes, we will do something either with. He can put them in his giveaway bin for only slabs, or we can use them for C3, maybe make some mini mystery boxes or something like that. Or if anybody wants any, if Rob wants any, he can have them. Chris said he wanted the Jungle Action. I said, yep, just give it to him, and stuff like that. So,
wow.
It's the first time I've ever had an issue. My LCS has rejected an order for an A cover.
Start paying your bills, Rob.
Did the A cover wind up not getting finished in time?
I don't know. It's Transformers 8. I don't know.
That's a possibility, actually. Well, now that it's a different artist on it.
I just got notice through previews that my order, because I had it on pre-order and stuff, and it said your retailers rejected it. I'm all, what the fuck? And I ordered that like a while ago. It was interesting. Oh, this is really weird. So it's on my app. It says Transformers 8 cover A confirmed, not ready for pickup, and now it says rejected. So it was confirmed originally, and now it's been rejected.
That is weird.
Maybe like the J. Scott Campbell thing this morning. Just wait 2-3 minutes and hit refresh.
I'll just when I go into this shop on Wednesday, I'll ask.
What was with that?
Oh, the thing sold out in 15 minutes. The first time I hit it, it went to a 404 message, and after 3 minutes, it let me order.
Yeah,
unnecessary stress at high noon.
Yeah, I was freaked out a little.
Okay, upon y'all's request, because y'all asked, I've sat here and checked through numerous different generic lists and everything, and T'Challa's not in the top 15 of any of these smartest lists. Shuri is in all of them.
I kind of figured you'd be like ready to go, so I had to prepare myself.
Y'all asked me to check. I mean, did you say how smartest T'Challa, or did you say the? I'm just asking the smartest superhero.
If you look at the search, T'Challa high intelligence.
Yeah, I'm not asking about T'Challa. I'm saying you said he's the smartest.
The smartest is
take T'Challa's name out of the search. That's
Moon Girl.
Takes the bias out of it, and just look at the smartest there are. Like I don't doubt he's smart. Like look at
the number one.
I literally said T'Challa. I did.
Yeah. I know. That's what I'm
So
saying.
now you're saying take T'Challa out.
No, you said T'Challa's like the smartest superheroes outside of Reed Richards, was what you said.
I said in the 616.
Yeah.
T'Challa. It's almost, you can argue him or Reed Richards. Now I
Yeah,
get most
exactly.
people would assume Reed Richards because older character.
So I didn't ask it, is he that? I just said, tell me who the top are. I didn't ask if Reed is. I didn't ask if, I just said, who is the smartest? And in all of the who are the smartest lists out there, Shuri is taking the cake in all of them. Like she's in all the lists. But Amadeus Cho is in all the lists so far. Beast, but that's why I was asking about T'Challa, because I know he's smart. I mean, he runs Wakanda. Look at Wakanda, but I didn't know if they've ever showcased him like that.
That is legit a Google question. Is Shuri smarter than T'Challa?
Because
it
we
says
believe
in the Marvel
everything
universe,
the internet says, right?
In the Marvel universe, where does Shuri?
Depends on
Peter made this one top 16 list. I thought that was cool.
Top 16, top 15, not top 10.
I found the top 20 list with him on number 18.
Whose list?
This list is from Screen Rant from 2024 of March.
Okay, are they talking MCU characters?
20 smartest characters in Marvel Comics ranked. Okay. So like there's 1,000 of these different lists out there over time and everything. That's a recent one. That's the first one I've seen him hit.
The AI wants to say it's Reed Richards, Victor Von Doom, Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, Hank Pym.
Yeah, Hank Pym was at the top. That's why I was asking if he's kind of like Superman, who like no one thinks about Superman over in DC as like a top intellect when he definitely is. But those stories where they flex that intellect is like few and far between.
Oh, God. Well, what about Adam Brashear?
What is an Adam Brashear?
Asking for Blue Marvel.
Yeah, I didn't see Blue Marvel in the list. I haven't never read that miniseries.
It's a fantastic miniseries.
Have they done anything with it outside of it?
Yeah, Ultimates. Anytime Al Ewing gets a chance to write a book, he sticks him in. He was in the Doom run with I can't remember who wrote that.
He left him out of Immortal Hulk, unfortunately. I would have seen him then. I read all of Immortal Hulk.
Yeah, not in Immortal Hulk.
Yeah.
T'Challa.
Has he popped up in the current Venom stuff? I'd bailed on that early on.
No.
That's not all Al Ewing either, though.
No, and that one's kind of a little wonky with the two writer situation.
That's never a good idea.
I didn't like it from the onset, but I'm still buying it.
Are you completionist for it, or just?
I'm just hoping that it got better. And then, hey, we have Natasha as a Venom.
I did that with a Cantwell's Iron Man run. I made it. Chris was there every month with me. I'm like, oh my God, I'm still buying it. Well, I dropped it after 16 issues, painstaking issues.
I don't want Cantwell to hear this one day, but yeah, if I see his name on a title, I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't get this.
I do the same thing, but there'd be little things that kept me in there, like when he put like through the hodgepodge team in there with Frogman and Scarlet Spider, and I love a good hodgepodge team. I'm like, yo, this makes no sense. Let's see how it works. You know what I mean? Like those are the best.
Works for Savage Avengers Volume 2.
Works for Suicide Squad.
Absolutely.
Works for Justice League Dark. These people never get along.
I think Suicide Squad has a dream team myself.
Dude, that was a solid first issue right there.
Go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say here that, again, going back to the thing, T'Challa, while not on Shuri's level scientifically, T'Challa is still a brilliant leader and well-rounded intellect. His intellect goes beyond science, though, encompassing strategy, diplomacy, and deep understanding of history and culture. He is considered one of the smartest people on Earth with a mastery in various fields. So he's probably maybe one of the more well-rounded intellects. So it's worth noting that in the comics, his intelligence is portrayed versus the MCU is portrayed differently. In the comics, T'Challa is closer to Shuri's level on where the MCU emphasizes the gap between their scientific prowess.
Say that again in Spanish, though.
Para información en español, marque dos.
What was the source for that, Rob?
Gemini. I'm asking the artificial
Google AI.
intelligence.
I don't know. Look,
I
I asked.
it, in order to get that, I had to ask it specifically, who are the smartest Black Panther characters? And then it gave me this thing with Shuri.
Did you switch your Google Assistant off and activate Gemini?
No, not on. I did not do that because there's been issues. I'll let other people beta test that.
Yeah, I was the same way when the phone offered it. I'm like, oh, cool. I just assumed like they're just changing the name of the assistant to Gemini.
Yeah,
and nope. They're like, this is going to hinder your features. I'm like, nope, not doing that.
Yeah, especially since I've already been dealing with deprecated functionality for the assistant because I have the assistant is tied into my home automation and stuff, and I've had a lot of deprecation over the years as they've been rolling back stuff, and so I'm not going to accelerate any of that.
Yep. I was at the point the other day where I was ready to unplug all of it and just hard reset it and just reset it up. Because like Kyle will talk to a speaker and I'll be like, we don't recognize that device. Like, what are you talking about? Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
And then I'll say it and it'll work for me because it just like, how does that make any sense?
They've been having all kinds of weird stuff going. It's been.
And Gemini had a rough rollout too.
Yeah, no, I just used Gemini inside
you may not know y'all saw the news on Gemini's rollout. It was everywhere.
Yeah,
you're a tech guy.
I actually tried the other day. I was trying to have it do something, and it kept going. Okay, I'm trying to generate, and it wouldn't generate the images, and it was like, oh, I can't generate that because I can't generate images of people. And it's like I can't remember what I was asking.
For a little bit, they had to stop it though.
I can't remember what I was trying to ask, and it was like something like it wouldn't have mattered at all, but it just would not generate
the way
anything.
The way that they had it programmed from for the release was immediately like day one, people had it generating photos of the founding fathers, and one of them was a black lady, one of them was a Native American, one of them was, and then someone like when they put that up, someone else ran with it, and they're like, "Show me some Nazi soldiers," and they had Chinese Nazis, black Nazis, black female Nazis. They had their AI set to not depict white males. So they were making it backfired on them.
Overcorrected on their.
They did, and they got ripped up. It was so hilarious.
No, Joe, I don't say that I rely on it. So what's different is like I've been experimenting with using the Gemini from a search function. When I was searching for certain information, the way that you ask information is different than when you're trying to find stuff in like a Google search. There's a very specific way that you have to try to format your query, and you have to then wade through a lot of advertisements and other stuff that you're trying to get the information. Whereas in the natural speech stuff with the assistant, you can ask it a question, it'll come back with an answer, and then you can continue to have a conversation where you can ask follow-up questions and related or narrow your focus down, and it will then be able to take your previous interactions and bring those together to get a more concise answer. So it's when you're trying to track down get information, it can be a more effective way of trying to drill down and get the information you're looking for without having to wade through so much garbage.
Still specificity that you need.
Yeah, you still have to. I mean, it's a different way of learning how to ask questions, and the more specific you give it, the parameters. Like I've used it recently to help craft things like disclaimers and other types of things or waivers and stuff. And if you give it you have to give it all the parameters, but and you'll be able to see when it spits out the results if you missed something on a parameter. But then you can feed it back that parameter piece back into it to contain it. But you can't do that with a Google search. Thank you, dear. Food.
I
say hi to people.
I sort of wanted to touch on it a bit. I know it's a bit of a hey, Mary.
You can hop on if you want.
I wanted to touch on Chris's video from this morning. I did watch that, and it sounds like too many commonalities to not be a coincidence or anything like that. There was a lot of different sources, a lot of different people saying things, and it sounded like, I don't know whether it was like you'd want to go to the full extent of like they've sent in like a crime organized thing to maybe hit the con, but it did seem like something was going on.
So like I've been really diving into this for about 4 days. I didn't go to the con. It's the first time in years that I actually didn't go to the spring version of Fan Expo Toronto, and it sounded like I maybe dodged a bullet, but there was a lot of internet chatter, and when you Google it and you look up different sources, a lot of it leads back to just chat rooms, Facebook stuff, and it's a challenge for me to see that because I don't have a Facebook account. So a lot of it you got to take with a grain of salt. And the one thing I was doing is, okay, I'd go to Fan Expo's Instagram page where they thank everyone after the weekend, and I'm screenshotting a lot of negative comments because I want to cut and paste for the video and the editing process. And I'd go back a little while to see if someone would expand on a negative post, and the post would be gone. It was just deleted. So I'm presuming it's being deleted by Fan Expo, and because they have the power to control their own account, obviously, and try and control any narrative that way. But obviously, big outlets picked up the story here in Ontario. A couple of those stories ended up going national. CBC, CTV, and then a few other smaller syndicates that are owned by bigger corporations like BlogTO, basically the Toronto-based stuff that's kind of an independent. They were full-fledged into this story, and they had sources, and so I'm like, okay, well, these outlets I can use online as opposed to me using the stuff that I screenshotted that now ceases to exist, because then I don't want to be accused of manufacturing posts to try and create some sort of narrative. But reading it happened.
Oh, hold on a second. If you took a screenshot, that's a metadata where you can show that was absolutely real and not fabricated.
You reported as also previously posted, but now deleted.
But like I was saying, that you're absolutely right. I didn't want to go down that road with this. It's the first time I was doing anything like this with my channel. So I just wanted to keep it where if someone thinks I'm fabricating something, here's the link to the story by this source. Here's the link to story by this different source. They are not AP or CP stories. They're both individually reported by different people. And it really, really looks like it was an organized hit. Now, I'm not saying like 50, 60, 70 people went out there. It may have been 3 guys, 3 girls. Who knows? It could have been just a number like that. But everything I read, 90% of it happened in Artist Alley, the most crowded area in any Comic-Con. I'm sure you've all been to medium-sized cons. Artist Alley is always the one on the Saturday or the Sunday. You're bouncing off of people. There's strollers. That's people who have accessibility needs, and that's another story. But it really sounds like there is a number, like well over 50 people had their cell phones stolen on both days. There's accounts of people that only went one day. Vendors had stuff taken off tables. Vendors had cell phones stolen that were just put down on their tabletop, and it was widespread. And then Fan Expo releases a statement saying they were aware of some minor theft that may have happened Saturday. They release additional security, and Sunday there was no issues, which is not true at all. Not true at all.
What they said in your thing was that most everybody got their stuff back. So it was like, it was mostly just misplaced stuff. But the only problem I had with the whole thing, and it may not have been data that existed, so you reported on what was there. But because I've only watched your video and not gone to any of those sources. But there was no data to support anything. There was a couple of personal accounts, but at any event where the people gather, there's always going to be complaints or personal accounts of something that can happen. But how big was it in reality compared to, were there more accounts, people reporting this than previous things, or was there some actual crime stat logs or something?
I went to both the Toronto Police Department's media outlet page. There's nothing there for this, and I also went to the Toronto Fire Department's outlet or media outlet page as well, and there's nothing there because a lot of people talked about overcrowding. Now the thing is, I know that the fire department is hands-on when it comes to large conventions like this, and it's no big secret because Fan Expo got in trouble in 2010 for this, and it doesn't seem like it was over the top. It just sounds like they sold a lot of tickets and people just got pissed off because they have narrow walkways. But hey, I'm telling you, like I basically use
you've stated the facts
sources.
that have been brought to you. Yeah.
Yep. I use two outlets, but there is way more, and there's way more accounts of people having stuff stolen. There's accounts of people having cell phones ripped out of their hands. There's accounts of people having backpacks opened while they were in motion. It just sounded like it was just crowded. Just a really crowded artist alley.
Was there much video posted from people that attended that you could take a look and perhaps see anything?
There was. I didn't go to YouTube for this, and every outlet that I visited only had B-roll footage of the con or stills, and there was a lot of Instagram posts, there was a lot of Twitter posts, and like I said, there's stuff on Facebook. I just can't get to it. And there was also a story on Facebook about a man that was harassing people, and that's, unless there's police reports about that part is just hearsay.
The accessibility
reach
thing,
out to the first person and see if they're willing to go on record. I mean, if you're doing it journalistically.
But that accessibility thing too, like that sort of really, that would have hit close to home if anybody's got sort of like my old man's, in a walker at the moment, he needs accessibility.
Papa's just like, yo.
Yeah, right here. Like that actually really hit close to home. Like especially what's going on with my old man and stuff like that. And he obviously, like Papa's a close friend to all of us as well, and things like that. And like that, like we've all been to cons where they've done this con for the first time or the second time, and they can't manage lines yet, and they haven't worked out the kinks and things like that. But if you're not, getting access for people in wheelchairs or walkers or crutches or whatever and stuff like that properly, that's classified as, like that's OH&S issue
fire
type
hazard
stuff as well. Yeah, it's fire hazard and all that sort of stuff as well. And that's just not on. Especially for something that's been going for so many years, they would have ironed out the bugs.
It is a fine.
At some point, there's no excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be honest. Like a lot of it, what I read was a lot of foaming at the mouth. A lot of people just hopping on the bandwagon people hopping on a bandwagon of a post where someone legitimately seemed like they were victimized, but without a police brief report. I got to use what media outlets use that way. But I'm telling you, like, it's one person would post something and there's just a flood of people's stories, especially with that Instagram feed that Fan Expo started saying thank you for the weekend of Toronto Comic Con, and then going back 24 hours later to check out these highlighted messages, and they're just vanished. And that's where I was like, okay, there's something to this here. There's like legitimately something here.
Because it reminds me actually of the story that actually Bubs told me about a guy who had left his booth and literally just got cleaned out. I can't remember what con was that at, Bubs?
It was at Lexington convention several years back, but the guy was there. Again, he was there, and I wanted to talk to him and just be like, hey, I remember when you got your booth cleaned out a few years back, but I couldn't figure out a way to work into the conversation that I remembered him from like 5 years ago, because he didn't seem to remember me. I was like, no, remember, dude, I was there when they cleaned you out.
Hey, I thought you would normally just use your usual, hey, aren't you that guy who had his booth cleared out?
Yeah, I'd say that to everybody. Yeah, well, it wasn't me, but I was there. I watched it. No, I didn't watch it. I didn't see it happen. I didn't see it. I saw
the guy whose booth I cleared out. I mean, I saw I got cleared out. I mean, whose booth I cleared out.
Yeah. Thanks for that AF-15, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. I got this short box today.
Yeah, I have some amazing books because of you. I mean, I don't mean anything. Gotta go. Bye.
I was quite proud by how tight I got this packed.
It was a steal.
Look at that.
That's right, Papa. Yeah. Exactly right.
That's tight packed. Short box with very few bags and boards, mostly raw on raw right there. When you turn it sideways, it's still bulging at the top and bottom. So
that's just the way you like it, isn't it, Bub?
That's exactly the way I like the shop. I said, all right, buddy, I need some dollar books. I'm going to be selling some books soon. They let me make a dollar book box for $30. I was like, now we're talking. How many books you think are in here in a short box? I was guessing. I figure with bags and boards, you're somewhere close to 90, right?
You have some graphic novels, don't you?
Yeah, there's a couple of thick ones in there too.
I was going to get
89.
20.
189, you thinking?
150.
I was going with, I'm thinking 128 to 150. I feel like in my mind, somewhere 128 is a real number for a short box, but I might be thinking of a long box. I don't know.
Those are 300 count.
Hey, Kyle.
300 count for a long box. So it should be 150 for a short, right? It's about double long.
But you have graphic novels that look pretty thick.
Yeah,
so that's
trade
why I'm
paper.
going
Yeah, I
with
do
that.
have a couple of graphic novels. Not a lot, but I do have a couple. But I can't even get the books out there. So
all right, just take a small little condensed, just a few out from the front so you don't damage the rest.
Just cut the box out from around the.
Yeah, just cut the box out.
There you go. There's the first one was already in a bag.
Why don't you just like pull one graphic novel out, problem solved? The rest will come easy.
Oh, maximum clonage made its way to Wonder Woman. Great.
Yeah,
like one panel away from scissoring.
It's a one shot, and like I'm a sucker for those. I tend to buy books that maybe I would not, before I get into that. I bought this just for myself. While
I'm seeing a trend. Just for yourself.
Yeah, I bought that.
One shoe on, one shoe off.
From 1969. Everybody talks about red dress distress, but this red dress lost the battle.
Wardrobe
Like
malfunction.
a croc man pulling on her.
What? There's a guy in there?
From 1969, and then I bought a couple of.
Of course it is.
Rack. There's some racks off the rack right there. And then here's I didn't know this book. I don't even know who the artist is, but when I saw it, I was like, "Oh man!"
So's a maker.
So yeah, I was
Is
gonna
it?
say So's the maker.
Cover of
it
the
is.
week.
Oh man, that book was
Man.
awesome.
Tied for cover of the week.
I liked the other cover better, the B cover.
AKA Sydney.
There's the first book there. I'll pull out the ones that are in bags. That way I can have something to yank them from.
Hey, I like the back cover. Oh, that's dope. Is that
There you
astonishing?
go. Yeah, this is a Joss Whedon run. He had a bunch of them, so I pulled out as many as I could. There's another one. 4. Here's number 2. Here's a 35-cent cap.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, I'll do that for $1. It's got some schmutz up here, but we're not worried about
I'll
that.
buy that for $1.
John Henry Irons.
Exactly.
There's another 35-cent cap.
Any schmutz on that one? Why does it look like he's knocking out Evil Knievel?
It does, doesn't it? No schmutz on this one. This one's schmutz free.
Schmutz free, nice.
Man, I got a free comic book day one. I was trying to stay away from free comic book day ones because I don't think people even like paying $1 for those. But there
Nice.
you go. It was a Michael Turner cover, so I got it.
That's a win.
Here's another cap, 35 center.
This is good.
Oh, look, Chew on the bottom corner.
Smuts.
Oh, well, if I didn't see it, the next guy might not either. So
Just hold it by the corners.
Exactly.
anything Uncanny X-Men I
are.
picked up, because you never know who's looking to fill a run, right? I mean, I'm going to sell these for $1 a piece. So I picked this up for myself. I don't know what it is, but it somehow piqued my interest.
I wonder why.
I don't know. Cinder and Helena. Anybody know who that is?
Cinder and Helena.
Thank you.
No problem.
No. If Classic X-Men. Always classic.
Yes. All right.
That's a dope cover.
Yeah.
Somebody will buy that.
Where are you
Here's
selling all
some-
these?
I got a con I'm doing in a couple of in May.
Hey, some
There's
old
some
school
Iron Man.
That's cool.
I couldn't pass it up. Old
You're
Iron
not
Man.
you're not doing it with the old blind guy again, are you?
Yes, some blood strike.
He's not blind. He's deaf and a little blind.
Deaf, that's right.
And a little. He's a little bit of both.
Let me put a dollar bid on that one right now. On that
balance
blood
it
strike.
out.
I'll take couple.
That right there. Blood strike.
Liefeld didn't even try to hide he was stealing Wolverine on that
Every
cover.
time I have this book, I sell this book. That's a fact. That book always goes first round too. People come by, it's one of the first books that gets bought out of the dollar bin. Anything Jim Lee I picked up.
there's some Jim Lee goodness.
Like I'm willing to buy that right now. That blood strike. I'll send you
yeah.
$1. I'll send you $5.
Here's like a trade.
Stanley's just imagine
JLA.
13 different one shots that they did.
Yeah, and some of these had known cover artists.
All of them did.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, all the Just
Here's,
Imagine one shots were like powerhouse duos.
there we
in
go.
the industry at the
There's
time.
a Spec Spidey number 18.
Yeah, some old school.
I mean, they're old, they're beat up, but for $1, man, that's some of the smelliest people at the con will go through this box and just stand there all day.
You'd get $10 to $15 for a lot of these books over here.
Oh yeah, anything Liefeld I picked up because there are Liefeld collectors that really just dig through until they find it.
There's one on the panel.
Oh yeah. There's a nice...
I think we've seen that book enough, haven't we?
Yeah.
What card is in it? What card was
that was rare because that one wasn't polybagged.
No,
it's one of those red editions.
Yeah.
That's because
One of the red
bought all the poly bags.
No, Jim Lee cover, I think. There's number 2.
That's a great cover.
All the covers on that
Sexy
early
Magneto with no
X-Men
helmet.
stuff was awesome.
Yeah, they're all Jim Lees. That's why I picked them up.
Yeah.
Anything Jim Lee. I went by artist for the most part. Artist, and then when I had room left over, I picked up characters, and then anything that was Bronze Age, like Dynamic DC or Marvel Horror or anything like that, is what I picked up.
I know
Bet it'll
someone who
be any,
casually collects those Tarzans.
Better not be any werewolf or Tomb of Dracula in there.
There was, but some of it was so beat I didn't get it. Like missing a hole in the cover kind of stuff. Anything that had such bad damage that I wouldn't even want it, I didn't get it. There's a nice Hodor. Anything Michael Turner I picked up. There's Witchblade and Frankenstein.
Where's their Witchblade outfit?
Right in the middle.
Ooh.
Who cares?
Are you sure about that?
All right.
There's a couple of 8,008s in there.
I remember.
Here's a collector's first issue. I'm going to put this one on the wall.
Yeah.
Give me my first wall book of the con.
That one will be $2.
Probably. Here's another Turner. Witchblade Turner.
So very nice.
Of all the Turner stuff, the Witchblade sells the worst. But then you'll get somebody walk in and they'll pick them all up at once. So they'll sit there all day, and then at the end of the day, somebody just buy them all. There's a nice Savage Dragon one. I thought it was actually in pretty good shape. The blacks are really rich on this.
Yeah.
So
those were great arcs in those early days.
there's an Uncanny 264.
Yeah, Jim Lee and Uncanny.
Nice.
I think so. Maybe
Yeah, it
not.
looked like
I
it.
don't know. There's some more Turner Witchblade. Look at those long legs giving J. Scott Campbell a run for his money. I love this one. This one always sells real fast. The nice Turner Witchblade. Caught in the rain. Here's that glow in the dark Superman.
That's the first appearance of Electric Blue Superman.
Bzzz.
Bug
that?
Zapper Superman.
You can sell that one for $2.
No, not everything. If I pick it up this cheap, it'll be a $1.
Secret Wars. Oh, $2.
Look at that. Secret Wars 2, yeah.
Secret Wars 2.
And there's some schmutz on the bag,
Yeah.
but not on the book.
The Beyonder in a one piece.
That's a fantastic word.
Although I do have that Secret Wars 2 run.
Like that. Some more Whedon.
It's not worth bragging about, though, right?
No, but a lot of people collect the Secret Wars 2 run, even though it's obviously the inferior run. I just picked this up because it was a cool cover. I liked it. The more Turner. I mean, you guys don't want to see this whole box, do you? It's going to go on all night.
I do, but I got to run to bed. I have to work at 5 in the morning, but keep showing it. I'm going to watch from the chat.
All right. You're going to get undressed and watch from your bed. I appreciate that. That's what most people do.
I just going to need to see more like the first few you held up.
Well, let's see. Maybe I can entice. What do you want to see? Ooh, here's
anything DC.
Astonishing X-Men 23.
Green Lantern.
DC. Yeah, I picked up some DC stuff. There's Sinister Secrets of the Sinister House.
Oh yeah, I bet you, Carlito. I bet you've just never been subbed.
Here's Weird Worlds. All right, good night. I think he left. All right, we don't have to show any more DC because he left. Here's Van Helsing.
Yeah, the movie adaptation.
Yeah, I can't. It's a it's a thing.
Hey, I like that movie.
I love that movie. I picked up a couple of these classic kind of Spider-Man covers, these early issues. Is anything like Ghost Rider usually sells.
Oh yeah.
Carlito.
More Spidey. Hey, this has got something in it. It's one of those uncut card things. Card promos.
Yeah,
Nice.
I remember those. I have that.
Yeah.
I have that set of cards.
Somebody will want this. There you go. Classic Spidey cover.
I gotta go take care of my dog. I'll be back later.
All
right. Picked up anything Sam Keith? There's Sam Keith out there. I pick up anything Walking Dead for $1. People usually looking to fill holes. I thought somebody might want that. Teen Titans Go stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, or if it's $1, maybe some kid will walk past and he'll see that.
Yeah.
And might buy it.
That's what I was thinking. Here's Marvel DC crossovers. I always pick those up for $1. There's always someone trying to complete that run. Man, some more Michael Turner. And Jim Balent. Catwoman run. This is a fantastic run. And Keith. About right, Carlito. Sam Keith work there.
He's always one of those artists that you either love him or you hate him.
Yes, exactly.
Agreed.
The Nom 23. Pretty sure the only book from that run that people like or it's thought after at all. I'll usually pick up a little bit of Conan. There's always some Conan lovers out there. And anything Grey Hulk, people always pick that up.
Grey Hulk, a lot of Grey Hulk was McFarlane, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's some more. Joe Fix-It. And I usually pick up anything Bronze Age Hulk.
What the hell?
You don't like Hulk?
No, it's a Defenders book. I'm just wondering whether I need it or not.
You probably do.
Yeah, probably.
Here's one with a Dracula appearance.
Dracula.
What the hell? There we go, Chris.
You know you need that.
Probably. I'd have to check.
This is the giant size Astonishing X-Men, which caps off the Whedon run. So a lot of people forget about this book, but this is actually the ending of the story. And then some Greg Land X-Men.
Very nice.
Yeah. Let me know when you get bored. Some more Greg Land X-Men. I think I might be actually missing this one, so that one's probably going in the PC. More.
Yeah, people like Kiss covers. We know one person likes Kiss covers, don't we, Bubs?
Oh, yeah. Astonishings. Some more Astonishings. I did good on this run.
Nice.
I picked up a bunch of these. It might have been some I sold to him back in the day. That happens. I've sold a lot of books to the shop, and I'll see them on the wall, and I'll see them in bins. And I think two things. One is when they first show them, I'm like, that's pretty high for that book. I didn't think it was worth that much, you know? And then the next thing you know, it's like 3 years later and the book's still there. It's like, I knew it was too high for that book. It wasn't worth that much. But like at first you're thinking, oh man, I shouldn't have sold that book. He's got $25 on it and I got like 2 for it, you know? But then you realize it's still there for so long that you probably did good.
Did anybody really get into the Astonishing X-Men run?
To me, it's an outstanding story. It's actually one of my favorite X-Men stories ever. The Astonishing X-Men run goes from 0 to 23, and then there's a giant size annual that represents.
Isn't astonishing? I can't remember the character's name, but the Japanese chick that she's got like a weird looking like transparent armor that goes around her or something.
I can't.
Wasn't it? I can't think of the character. I know she was in one of the cartoons.
There's number 1 there.
Does Astonishing have that run where with that valuable cover of Colossus and Kitty Pryde on the front?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does. And it also has one of Wolverine. He's like in a yellow background. He's coming in. They're all John Cassaday covers.
Yeah.
Which if you're a fan of his, as I am, then that works out pretty well. I think I have 2. I think I picked up 2 of those. And there's the last of that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And then here is Daredevil movie
adaptation.
Movie adaptation. Somebody's gonna want that. I don't know who.
See that again.
I'm hoping not to talk to that guy for
Deadpool.
too long, but there you go.
Awesome.
Uncanny X-Men.
Yeah.
Anything uncanny, I pick up for $1.
There's a lot of people collect Volume 1 Uncanny.
It is pretty cool. Sin City, A Dame to Die For. If I can get anything Frank Miller, I'll usually pick it up.
Well, that'd be what the second movie was based on.
Yeah. And then here's a nice Adam Hughes cover on the Stan Lee Just Imagine Wonder Woman.
Well, you've obviously already got that then, because I know you're an Adam Hughes guy.
I think I have it, but I might not. So I'm gonna probably hold on to it just in case.
He's going to be at Heroes this year, I believe.
He is. I am not. I might bring one thing for him to sign because I have already so many signatures that I've purchased. But I will. It's a Greg Land cover. I'm trying to complete that Greg Land run in X-Men, so that'll be for me. Just some cool Wolverine stuff.
Yeah.
Coolio.
That's more recent. Yeah, that's new.
Yeah, that's new. It was in there for what I pay for this. I don't know. Depends how many books I end up getting. There's a nice Adam Hughes Wonder Woman 150. Yeah. Here is a rough Adam Hughes 170. Like this one, I may actually leave in the dollar bin for $1. And here's another rough 176. Probably also will leave it for $1. Somebody will be really happy. And a rough 192. I mean, Adam Hughes books for $1 or less. Yeah, heck yeah. That's a win all day. Marvel Tales, Spider-Man Havoc. These Marvel Tales sell. People buy them every time. So, Marvel Spotlight.
Oh. No, I think you might need
number 17.
You might need to put that one aside.
I don't know. It's pretty rough.
I don't care.
Here's Superman 75. So, Death of Superman. Picked up a few of those, whatever he had. Here's a giant size or an Action Comics 1000.
Oh, that's a weird looking Superman.
I think it's a Jim Lee. Yeah, Jim Lee.
Didn't look like Jim Lee.
Warlord, in case anyone enjoys their men like that. Mike Grove cover. Anybody? Chris, is that for you?
What?
Do you not prefer your men hairy and wearing nothing but a pair of boots?
No, I like them how I like my coffee, tall and black.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
You don't want to add any cream to them? All right, here you go.
Tall and black, man. Yeah.
Unexpected. It's just some DC, bronzy stuff. Witching Hour.
Oh,
well, that's some cool stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah. Here's some Atari Force. There's always somebody picking up these Atari Forces. It's kind of an odd run through DC. Here's EC Comics Vanity. This one's actually really hard to come by. So unless you check out the centerfold, then it's easy to come. Anyway.
Oh,
yeah. But this one's probably I'll probably end up keeping that one because I won't find another copy of that book in the wild. Another Astonishing X-Men book. Here's The Thing, Adventures of the Thing. Here's a nice little run that always sells. Adventures of the Thing, number 2, number 3.
Yeah, I think that's when they rolled the dice after John Byrne left the character.
Yep. Here's The Spirit.
Swear that that's Espiritu. Just
Darwin Cook cover. I may actually key
It does. It looks like an
Oh,
at the end. It
Espiritu.
does look like there's an
Espiritu dos Santos. All right.
Espiritu dos Santos.
Here's X-Men and Havoc. So I don't pick up a lot of those.
Some of those Marvel Presents books were awesome.
Superboy number 0. I never saw this one, so I picked this up. It's a Wizard magazine. 9/11 Remembered with a crotchless Captain America.
Wizard was still around 9/11. That's weird.
And this is a year later. So that means they were around in 2002, which seems quite old for them. They've still got PlayStation 2 ads on the back.
I thought it was mid to late 90s they finished.
I don't know. So there you go. And it's just like a Wizard mag. It's everything you'd expect. So
It doesn't look like a one-shot, bub?
no, it's not. Definitely not. It's ongoing. So they wanted $5 for that. And then some Dark Wolverine. Now that's for me. I'm missing. I have a hole in my run, if you will, of these.
Dakin or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Dakin. And then some ASM.
Oh, yeah,
that'll sell.
That's Mark Bagley run. Yeah, I love that run. Sidekicks Revenge and stuff like that around that.
And here's some Ultimate. And here's some Spec. Now, the Spec stuff is the last stuff to sell. Actually, Web of Spider-Man's easier to sell than Spectacular. But the worst is a Spectacular Peter Parker. Like if you're ever trying to sell Spec Peter Parker, that sells the worst.
From the
70s and 80s? Yeah, Spec started, what, 70s? Mid-70s?
76.
Yeah, and then and then they tried other volumes later on because when my Amazing run dried up and it was getting towards the expensive end, I started collecting Spectacular, and then I got a full run of hey. What number's that one?
18.
Hang on.
Are you checking to see if you have it?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Werewolf by Night. Actually, they had a couple of Werewolf by Nights, but man, they were rough. This one's even rougher. I'm actually going to leave that one.
Carlito's seen the last issue of Wizard World was March 20.
I actually need that issue.
Yeah.
It's rough, man. You don't want that issue.
Like, is it complete?
Yeah, it's complete.
As long as it's complete, I don't give a shit.
Probably got extra staples and a Gorilla Jizz stain in the middle of it, but if you want it.
Gorilla Jizz.
Here's Dead of Night Scarecrow.
Wow.
Dead of Night 11. Here's Seduction of the Innocent 3, which I think might complete my run of that. Some modern version of that.
True Crime.
Some Sam Keith. Hang in there, Chris. We're almost done.
I'm trying.
Sam Keith, whatever. Marvel Comics Presents.
Oh, that's cool.
They did a lot of close-ups of Ghost Rider for that volume.
Yeah.
There we go.
I just thought that was weird. Like, I never seen this before.
Flab it and send it to Spot.
For protection.
And I hadn't seen this one either.
Frankenstein.
Number 18. Frankenstein 18. I didn't even realize that the run went that long. Frankenstein's got like a mullet time that comes out. There's another Scarecrow, Spotlight 26.
Yes, I love the Spotlight run. I'm slowly, getting a bit of a pile of them.
More Adam Hughes, Vengeance of Vampy.
No, the face doesn't look like an Adam Hughes. Must be very early.
It's very early. Oh,
yeah,
very early Hughes. Back when he didn't think he could get away with drawing every woman with the same face, went ahead and put different faces on them. I picked this one up too because if anyone who bought that one, they might buy this one. But it's pretty gross. But it's got the back cover is better than the front.
Yeah, we know your fascination with blood.
Yeah, careful. It's some Daredevil.
Oh, that's cool.
122.
Like some old school Daredevil.
I don't think that's in the Miller run though, right? Miller starts in
Miller was
300 or so?
later. Miller was 150s or 160s upwards.
Okay.
Right.
There's some champions.
Because his
I mean, if it's
was 181.
If it's 25, if it's 35 cents or under and it's $1, I usually pick it up if it's in decent shape. Some Dr. Strange.
Like some old Dr.
I
Strange.
didn't do much with Dr. Strange. He had a bunch and I left most of it. But I couldn't leave behind this Dracula appearance.
Oh.
Everyone likes a little strange now and then.
Oh, yeah. Like a good reach around from old Dr. Strange. There's some more Secret Wars 2.
That's the same one we had earlier. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Here's number 6.
Yeah. That one piece.
One thing is that I do alphabetize and categorize my dollar bins. A lot of people don't do, but I have
You
to.
almost went for a run of the Secret Wars 2.
Well, somebody's going
Oh,
to.
there it is.
Not going to be
Page
me.
cover.
So I assume this Secret Wars 2 is not sought after.
Not as
near
much,
no.
Because there's no real. I think there might be a couple of little minor keys to some of the books in there, but most
Somebody
of it's all
has
the
to
first
read
Secret
it to
Wars.
find out how bad it is. And before they read it, they'll buy the whole run. And I've almost got the whole run. So there you have it. Like I said, I always pick up these DC Tarzans. It was a great shark cover. Look at that.
Almost looks
And
like
bondage
Wolverine
and
with that
everything
hair.
else. Yeah. Spidey Classics. First Smash issue.
Yeah, I never bothered with any of them.
Well, for $1, maybe you would. Some Supergirl.
Old school Supergirl.
Number 9. It's fairly early. Here's some more Grey Hulk. The proper crotch. Captain America could learn something from that crotch.
Doesn't look like McFarlane though.
No. There's some more Adam Hughes.
Yeah, that Hulk is before Keown took over too.
Oh, Don Quijones. Look at that. Snake Eyes.
Snake eyes with no snake eyes.
Now, yeah, there's a snake right there with some eyes. I can't remember what's key about this book, and it could just be that it's a headlight cover, but I kind of remember this book being a key for some reason of some kind. G.I. Joe 143, if anyone cares to look it up. That's G.I. Joe 143, not all at once. All right, here's Uncanny.
Early Jim Lee, X-Men again. That's awesome.
Pretty
I think
good
I actually
one.
have that book.
There's some more Death of Superman. Always pick those up.
It's the second one of those.
That's the second one. Yeah.
Yep.
Always check the printings for those though.
They for $1, you check it. That's how I treat them.
Oh, the later
there's
printings have value.
Khazar the Savage is my birthday book, so I always get that when I see it. Conan the Barbarian, more good Conan stuff.
The
I
Barbarian.
was shocked to see this one. Look at this. Look at this Marvel team up: Human Torch and Son of Satan.
That's awesome.
That's cool. Somebody's gonna dig that.
Who's it's Jim. Yeah, Digger Jim's the one who's going up the team up run.
Thongor.
Thongor. I thought this one was cool. I was surprised to see this in there. It's in rough shape, but
That'll go
in
right
267. Yeah, someone's gonna pick that up. It's got a little hole in the cover, but it's not bad enough that someone won't pick it up. Conan said 30-cent Marvel, 25-cent Marvel. This book is rough, but someone will buy this book.
Oh, that's Wrightson.
Yeah, for sure.
That's Wrightson. Swamp Thing 7
It's
with
a
Batman.
it's a very
appearance.
sorted after run at the moment. A lot of people going after that original Swamp Thing run.
Cable. Oh, here's my second copy. I didn't know I picked up 2 copies of this book. Oh man, we're in for it now. Did someone say Jungle Action?
Oh,
Jungle Action
what number?
24.
Nice.
Pretty decent.
That is cool.
There's some more Superman stuff. And there's actually a lot of people who collect this steel. Like there's steel fans out there.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there.
2 of them. All right. Here's another X-Force. I don't know if this counts as a anniversary border. I feel like it's a reprint of an anniversary border.
Yeah, well, it's a Marvel Tales. So
it's the Marvel Tales. That's
I know it's Marvel Tales, but is it an anniversary border?
100%.
Or is it a reprint of an anniversary border?
Nope. It's released for that particular month. That is the correct book.
So this is the anniversary border and no other book has this anniversary border. The same one.
Not
same
from
Spidey.
1987, and that's
there's always somebody hunting that crap. Always.
And,
those things sell. There's some more
the newsstand as well.
Oh, Tombstone, very underrated villain.
This is more of the Dark Wolverine that I need for to complete my run of Wolverine. There's a bunch of these. I won't make you go through all of them. A couple more. I needed those. And I think I'm close to finishing my run now.
How big was the Dark Wolverine run?
Well, when I was early collecting, my goal was to collect all the issues of Wolverine up till death. So all the volumes of Wolverine up until he died. And I didn't know at the time that this Dark Wolverine run was actually nestled in the 3rd volume, if you will, of Wolverine. So it's not a standalone series. It's just inside of the Wolverine series.
Okay, so it's just an arc?
Yes.
All right.
So I didn't know that when I was early collecting. And then when I found out, I was like, that's a bunch of bullshit. I'm not going back and collecting those. But if you can buy them for what equivalent of 20 cents a piece, yeah, I'm
So it's a bit like when Submariner went from just like Submariner, but then later on in the Silver Age run, he went to Savage Submariner. So they just changed the name, but it's still in the volume run though.
Yeah, and this is where it ends, number 90. That's the last issue of Dark Wolverine. And
so
or any of them.
So 91 would have been just normal Wolverine.
They stopped the run. That's the end of that run. Then it jumps to like 700 for the 700th issue, some crap like that.
Oh, back to legacy numbers.
Yeah, they were doing that.
Oh,
it's a pretty cool Ghost Rider.
I love that volume too, Ghost Rider.
Yeah,
Danny Ketch run.
A little bit of Andy and Joe Kubert working together on that. Any kind of X-Men for $1. Oh, somehow I accidentally picked up the first Secret Wars run here. Number 9. Just one off the mark. Nobody's hunting that. Everybody wants Secret Wars 2, guys. Remember that for your spec.
It's going to sell out for you quick.
Yep. Here's a 2-in-1 thing in Nick Fury.
Nice.
And then, I'll pick up anything Bronze Hulk. Or later. Pretty much any Hulk I'll grab. There's always somebody who's willing to pick those up. Another one. I thought that cover was pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of people do collect Hulk runs. So.
Oh, and here's my thing out of place. My thing is out of place. I'll have to stuff it back in where it goes.
Nah, deaf ears.
Daredevil 243. Oh, they checked out mid-box. And then I saw this Red Sonja 6. I think I know her. I'm not sure, but she looks familiar.
What, an ex-girlfriend?
Not exactly. Then I saw this.
Those wild nights out in Miami, huh, bub?
Yeah, that's it. And this is rough as could be. I'm hoping that that's water damage. But when I saw that, I was like, somebody needs that. And then the back cover is Adam Hughes cover to the next one. I was like, oh, man, somebody needs that book.
Water damage.
I might help him out. Yeah. A more modern book, but it's Spider-Man. Anything Spider-Man.
Spidey always sells.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because kids just show up with their, nans or nanas or grannies or whatever. That's it. That's the box. And what happens is that, they always ask for Batman or Spider-Man. Pretty much that's it. Every little boy wants Batman or Spider-Man. And so they just walk up and like, do you have any Batman? And you better be like, yes, here's an entire section of Batman. And then they look up at their mom or their grandma or whatever, and they go like this. And the grandma's like, how much are they? And like, they're $1 a piece, just like the fucking sign says on the box. And he's like, oh, okay. And you can have, and then she'll give the kid a number. You can have 5, you can have 10, whatever. And then he's, and he just, whatever the cover looks like. He doesn't care what number they are. He doesn't care what series they're in. He's just going to pick up any Spider-Man cover for $1 a piece and take 10 and go. And then, the lady gives me $10. So
who sells better, Spider-Man or Batman?
Oh, we're not going to get into this again.
Yeah, we all know what the correct answer is.
It's pretty equal. The difference is that for Spider-Man collectors, they only collect Spider-Man, obviously, right? So a kid who wants Spider-Man, he's like, I'll take Spider-Man. But if a kid comes up and says, I'll take Batman, well, he might buy a Catwoman book, he might buy a Joker book, or he'll buy a Batman book. And so, or a Harley Quinn book. So a Batman collector will collect anything in the Batman universe and be happy. Whereas a Spider-Man collector, if they don't see that web head on the cover, they're out. They're like, I'm not buying that. So I prefer to get a Batman collector at the table when they're buying than a Spider-Man collector. But
all I heard was one's an OCD collector and the other one just settles for whatever he can get.
Fair enough. I'll never get it back in there. So now I have to bag and board. Yes, I bag and board my dollar books. I think every comic book should have a bag and a board, and they present better. Like I'll put the 12 cents in it to make somebody happy, and that way they don't see the chew on the bottom corner. All good. It's for the kids. It's for the kids.
So that'll go on like a golden age bag and board. So you'll be like, extra floating around, and they
all over the place.
You might not be able to see it in time.
I'd say there's a cover missing. I'm like, you did that. Now you own it. You bought it. You broke it. You buy it. Something like that.
Oh God!
All right, I've talked for too long. I want to hear you guys. Finally, any of those books I need to hold out?
We love. We know you love the sound of your own voice. Yeah, I was half tempted to tell you to put the check the defenders and all that sort of stuff, but no, you can make your measly $1.12.
I'll make my buck. 12 cents. Nobody's charging. I mean, yes, I charge tax on every book.
Damn, 12 cents.
I'm not charging 12 cents. Around here, it should be 6 cents.
8 cents is outrageous where I'm at.
Yeah, Kentucky's 6 cents, so it'll be 6 cents.
God damn it, Kentucky.
Where are you at?
I'm in the Bay Area.
Which bay?
Let me say that.
There's lots of bays.
Yeah. I was gonna. Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm out here in California. Like 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes from Rob.
Oh, nice. Can you smell charred flesh on the weekends in the summer?
Weekends.
Hey man, tax is like 9.5 cents, man.
Where you're at?
$1.
I don't know. It's weird out here in the Bay. It goes from like
eBay
$7.99 to like $10.49 out here. It's weird.
Not eBay. You guys do percentage.
Yours is even worse, E-Man. Your tax in Oakland is 10.25%.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's why I like
tax by county.
That's why I like.
So there's a state sales tax, and then there's county sales taxes, and then some cities have sales tax on top of that. So it'll vary.
I don't tip anymore after that. It's like it's too much. $10 meal turns out into $15.
Look,
what is happening?
Chris, this is what happens. I go to work, and I get paid a certain amount of money. Of that, the federal government takes like 40% of it, and then the state says, "Hey, I'd like to take 20% of that." And then I have that little bit of money left, and then I go out and buy food and buy things. They go, "Oh," the state goes and the counties go, "We'd like some more of that, please." And so they take another 10% of everything I spent. And then I just sit there at home and they go, "Oh, you own a home. Okay, we'd like some more of that too, please, just for allowing you to own a home. we're going to tax the land your home is on, and that's going to be like $12,000 a year.
Tax utilities of that home. I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Don't get me started. There are states like when you go to Oregon, the state of Oregon taxes municipal tax. So like when I used to see customers' bills and stuff, they would get taxed on tax. It's absolutely the fucking ridiculous shit.
Well, why are all of you either in Florida or Texas then?
Well,
because this
so
sounds like you guys are
They pay tax too. They just don't pay.
They have different taxes, but you also don't. Look, you're going to make less money, whatever. But and that doesn't matter. It all evens out in the end. But here's what happens. What do I have for all that? I got 13 aircraft carriers.
Yeah. At his disposal.
I don't have
any time. If somebody fucks with he pushes a little button that the government sends him, and as long as enough people push that button together, the air carriers go out.
I have to pay for my own medical. I have to pay for my own retirement. I have to pay for all that other fun stuff because the government's not going to do that for me. That's not what they take money from me for. I have 13 aircraft carriers.
I do have one question though. When it comes to aircraft carriers and other retired naval ships that are often parked at ports along various seaboards,
they become museums.
If you go to walk onto that ship, do you have to pay?
Usually, yes, because they're museums.
Oh my! Well, sir, I got bad news about your ownership of 13 aircraft carriers.
Those fees that go to keep and maintain those ships, which are no longer maintained by the government. They're now private vessels, essentially of those museums that now you're funding the maintenance, and it takes a lot of money to.
Okay, so if you go to Hawaii and you go check out the Arizona, that's 50 feet below. You have to pay to see that one too.
You have to pay to see that one.
That one.
Hold on, I can tell you.
So you're paying to visit a graveyard.
Look, when I say I have 13 aircraft carriers, I'm not saying like I actually get to control them or anything else. I just get to live in a country that has I get to put the same flag on the front of my house that is flying above those 13 aircraft carriers. That I have to pay for them. I have to pay for them in perpetuity, and if I want to look at them, I probably have to pay for them, and then I'll have to pay for the repercussions for anything that they do because now I'm associated with them.
Or they just charge $14 for a hot dog.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
they're gonna get their money either way.
And that hot dog was imported from Canada.
In Hawaii, Chris, I'll tell you this.
You're welcome.
In Hawaii, to go to the area that has the USS Arizona, it's free as long as you get the ticket early enough to get into like the little area. However, you have to pay to jump on a boat to get to the USS Arizona. So that's where they get you. Like, oh, it's free, come on over, but you have to pay for everything.
Don't get us wrong. Just because we fought for our independence over paying too much fucking taxes, the fact that we pay more taxes than anybody else today and get nothing in return for it. But we have fucking we don't even have representation anymore because really that all goes to the lobbyists and the as a being in California, I have the least representation of any other state in the union, just about. So yeah,
you have the most
we're due for
representation, but you have plenty of representation.
At least you guys got good weather
per person. Yeah. Some of the
per
least.
person.
Okay. Well, we got weather.
It doesn't mean crap because for some reason in 1920s we decided to stop increasing the members of the House of Representatives.
So apparently it's treason chat time. Hey man, I can say what I want.
Look,
I
am fully aware of the irony that exists within our country, and I'm free to call that out. That's the greatness it is. As a member of the Sons of the American Revolution, it's very dear to my heart the fact that we fought for over too many taxes and stuff, and I'm very irritated living in California, paying the amount of taxes that I pay. There are people who would love to make as much money in a year as I pay in taxes.
Carlito's saying Iowa is only 6%, and apparently they have good cigar shops there because my man's always got a good cigar on the go.
Yep.
Yeah, just 6% in Kentucky, and you can own guns and fire them off your back deck. Come on down, everybody.
Are you close to Florence?
Florence, Kentucky?
Yes.
I mean, I can get to it. Okay. I mean, close.
They got one of the best water towers I've ever seen.
Okay. Are you a water tower aficionado?
No, in fact, I don't care about them. But I'm just saying, when you're driving through Florence, it says Florence, y'all. I'm like, that's pretty damn cool.
It's nice. I'll have to check that out next time. I'm not going to make a special trip. I got to tell you.
Okay.
But next
and
time.
I don't suggest you stop in Florence either. Just keep going. Just
Oh
watch
no,
the
I'm
water
stopping.
tower.
There's a fantastic comic shop there called Comic World. It's run by Eric Breen. If you guys know Eric Breen, and he doesn't.
That's
really
just
run
south of the Ohio River.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He doesn't really run it, but he's there, and you can ask him for a deal. You might get one. If he's not there, don't mention his name. Don't say that you know him, because then they jack up the price. But if he is there.
I got this a couple of weeks ago.
Is that a model? Oh, it's a model kit.
It's one of the model kits. The Sphere Eye model kits. These are pretty dope right here. These have really good articulation. I was gonna build this with my daughter because I named her after this character, and then I saw on eBay like it's going for an okay amount of price, and I'm like, let's go ahead and keep it in the box.
There it goes.
And that's how you kill a conversation. My apologies.
Oh, good stuff. Tough crowd. Simon fell asleep an hour ago.
What are you talking about?
Oh, he's awake. Hey, Simon.
Sorry about
it. Center.
It's not even 4 p.m.
I don't even know what you're talking about, CJ.
Neither does they.
The conspiracies of the writer, exactly that. Well, oh my goodness gracious. Now we're over 5K views on that damn thing.
Oh, is this the crossover grade one?
Yeah, was it when we started the stream? Didn't I say it was like around 4.5
something
or
like that? Yeah.
Yeah, so
you hooked me in with the current
gain over 700 views since we've been on.
So
wait, what?
For those of us with less time and attention span, what was the deal on that? Did they come back from?
I took 6 books
or?
that were PGX. I sent them to CGC, and they graded them, and they came back, and I opened them up. I shut them both.
I got the premise of the video. I'm looking for the actual content of the video.
Right, and it shows the comparison of the A and the B, and it shows you those books. What happened with them?
I'm sure the video does a fantastic job of exhaustively going through this. Is there any way? All right, how about this? Has anyone else seen the video that would like to comment?
Yeah,
there's like 80 plus comments on the video.
Here, I'll tell you.
There's
an ASM 361 that was the most.
That was the one that was really bizarre.
Intriguing
ASM 361
drama about the whole book.
It was a 9.8 going in, and it had a tear in the back cover that was notated by PGX as a production tear because I had the grader's notes on the back of the book.
Doesn't even make any sense.
I still reckon the next 2 videos, as long as the first one hasn't killed the hype, the next 2 videos that Rob does on this series will be even bigger.
The next one not as much, but the next 2, the 2 after that, yes. So Bubs, to answer your question is they all came back. They all were 9.8s going in. They all came back 9.8s, including the one with the tear on the cover.
Wow.
Oh, that's interesting.
But here's what always gets
because
me.
it's a production. It's a ASM 361. It's the machine grab tear, and so that's considered part of the manufacturing thing that was known for that book. So they counted. They allowed it.
Here's my question. It's the takeaway from these videos that always intrigues me. Because regardless of the outcome, whether the books that there's always a case to be made to knock PGX. Usually,
I don't.
Regardless,
make that,
I'm not saying you.
Yeah.
I mean, like someone watching the video and commenting. Right? There's always something that can be said to knock PGX, regardless of the outcome.
Sure.
If the book goes in a 9.8 and comes back a 9.6, PGX doesn't know how to grade. They grade everything too low or too high. And then if the book comes, if it goes in a 9 and comes back a 9.4, PGX doesn't know anything. They don't know how to grade. They graded it too low. And it's like you can't win no matter what. It's PGX was wrong in their grade.
And there's
issue.
One, yeah, go ahead.
It's just that people tend to say, well, whatever the CGC grade is the correct grade.
Right.
Okay. So we're just automatically assuming that if CGC graded it, that grade's infallible, and every other company that PGX got it wrong again. Like, right. Really? I don't know.
I made a point multiple times throughout the video of making a point that the point of the video is not to sit there and validate or invalidate a particular grade. That it was that they both have different grading systems. They just happen to have the same grading scale. Right. And so, and if I made a point of also saying that, look, these PGX books, they were pressed when they went in to get graded. I sent them as crossover grades. So they were in the slab when I sent them to CGC. I had CGC press them again while they're there. They're doing a quick press. The reason for that is because they're being handled and pulled out of an inner well. Right. It only makes sense. Some people, there's one or two people who made some comment about the fact that, because you had CGC press it, now it's not a valid comparison. So first of all, I wasn't comparing them. And secondly, it actually technically is, because they were pressed by PGX right before they saw them. So having them pressed again negates any handling. But even at the end, I said, look, I'm not saying that just shows you that PGX is equal. It's not showing that they're less than or greater than. It's just showing you that on these 6 books, they both graded them the same. And that's it. Because the sample size is small. If you're trying to do any kind of comparison. So what's interesting is, so what I'm doing, he's curious to compare Chris. Yeah, okay. So what I do have in the works on this is, so the next one that's already been in works, I had sent 5 PGX graded books that had signature verification.
Okay.
I sent them. I cracked them out. So MadSpidey's going to like this video, because in this video, when I release it, it'll show me actually cutting out the books, because I have to remove the CBCS books.
Of course.
And I sent them to CBCS for them to grade and verify the signatures. So those will come back. And then what I just shipped out today is I grabbed 5 Silver Age and 1 early Bronze Age Spider-Man book
That's the one I was referring to.
That are mid-grade. So they range from a 2.5 on the low to most of them are 6s and 7s PGX grades. Those are going in to getting CGC done. So we'll see how they are. And I looked at them, and I kind of in the video, in my part 1 video, I kind of give some insight into what I think they might come back at. And then the last one I'm going to do in this series is I'm going to pull 6 books that are all 9, 9, and 10 PGXs and send them in to CGC. Now that now that they're looking for 9, 9, and 10s, what will I get any of them back? A 9, 9, or a 10?
Right. So I have a question on the signed books. Did you witness the signatures?
No, they were either ones that were acquired directly from the artist. So 3 of them are Alex Ross books that were acquired as a set directly from Alex Ross's website.
Okay.
And then I'm trying to remember what the other ones are, but they're all ones where if I didn't witness them myself, they were acquired through directly from the artist. Or
you really have no reason to believe any of those would be denied by anyone. They weren't denied by PGX, and they won't be denied by CGC.
I don't expect that they would, but if they were, that would be pretty interesting.
That would be scandalous.
Right.
Yeah, they're the 2 videos I'm most interested to watch. Will be the old school Spidey's and the 9910s. Definitely those 2 will get. I reckon those videos will go high.
I know I'm going to.
You're wearing a different shirt, Rob.
I am.
Okay.
I am in this one that I dropped.
Got barbecue sauce on the last one.
They're both black shirts, but if you look, that changes part 1 video and the part 2 video. It's a different shirt.
That's you.
Oh no, it's pretty obvious. But
all right, I'm off to bed. Simon, thanks for having me, brother.
Always.
Good night, boys. Go Bills.
Right. See you in a couple months.
See ya.
He bought his ticket. Didn't he get guilted into buying his ticket in the middle of the night one night on a stream?
Something like that, yeah. He's locked in.
Like that happened.
Locked in, loaded. E-Man, however, has said that I don't like you guys. I am not going to go to Heroes Con because
true.
Yeah, more or less.
More or less.
All right. If it was more true, what would it sound like?
More or less. Well, more true. I can't afford it. I'm going to the Bahamas already this summer. I can't afford it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we say where the priorities lie.
Yeah.
E-Man is still one of those foolish people who thinks that spending time with his family doing fun vacation stuff is more fun than ditching them and hanging out with a bunch of nerds with digging through comic book bins.
I mean,
you're making it sound even better.
Yeah.
As you speak.
You could easily find you can't find that cover A #1 something is killing the children in the Bahamas.
No.
Heroes Con, I can guarantee you would find it.
You are absolutely right, sir. Matter of fucking fact, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and buy one right now if I can find a cheap. Hold on. Matter of
And
fact,
mail it to yourself in the Bahamas.
And then mail it to myself in the Bahamas.
Comic Journey doesn't like us. That's why he's coming to Heroes Con.
Oh, I see.
He wants to tell you all in person that he doesn't like you. And if you try to hug him, he will tell you twice that he doesn't like you.
How would you know? You're not coming.
I know, but I hear all the stories. And I'm not coming because I can't afford it.
It's what Bub says all the time. I'm not coming. But he also has sometimes it's just stories.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I say. I'm not coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the end, I'll tap you on the head just out of courtesy.
As I said, there'll be one of two things that would happen. If I am able to go, one, either nobody will know, or two, everybody will know. There'll be no in between. It'll either be one or the other.
That doesn't make any sense. You would have to tell everybody.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes.
I think it'd be more of a surprise if I turned up and told
You're gonna try to pull Chip Gettler.
That's exactly right. Do the Chip Gettler, the white shadow tricks.
I think you should tell everybody, because if you don't tell everybody, there could be someone who was interested in going, but was holding off and like, I don't know. And then when they found out you were going, they were like, I would have went. If I'd known I had a chance to meet MadSpidey, I would have went. I have this Tomb of Dracula 10 I wanted to give him, but I didn't want to ship it. I was afraid it was going to get lost. But since he wasn't coming, you see what I'm saying?
Do you ever think about asking Dave if you could hide in his luggage?
It has been suggested. Either his or Sean's.
There you go.
Does Sean even pack clothes or just buy new ones when he gets here?
A bit of both, I think.
Oh, is Sean's coming up for Heroes too? Huh?
Sean's going to be there, Lee's going to be there, and Dave's going to be there.
Yeah, and we're going to have half of Australia out here.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is as close to that something is killing the children #1 as I'm going to get.
The Jenny Frazon.
I actually bought this for like
that is,
$20.
I do love that cover. That is a gorgeous cover.
I actually bought this for $20 and then submitted it last year when she was doing
no,
that.
I'm not going. I'm not going Carlito, unfortunately. I cannot. Whatever people say, oh, you can do it and all this sort of stuff. I'm like, it is ridiculously. I need a hell of a lot of money to be able to go. It is not a cheap trip.
You get that one signed yourself and witnessed?
No. Well, I submitted it to CGC for signing and witnessing and all that other stuff.
I don't know whether Lee's going with his other half or whether he's going. I think he's just going by himself. I think.
Is Lee split in two?
I got the impression that he was going by himself.
Yeah, I think that
is when he was asking about potentially crashing on my couch or something. I was like, oh,
no.
He's going with two people.
He's going with his better half, and you misunderstood him. He wanted to know if he could smash on your couch. He said, "Not crash, smash."
Oh god. Rob could not pay his taxes and come.
I do have a sizable federal tax bill coming up in next month.
No, we actually had a look at it. Oh, I can't remember when we were talking about it Well, I've been talking about it for a long time, but I know we actually looked at the actual prices, and it was something like $3,700 or $3,800 or something like that.
Oh, that's not bad
to actually get over there and get back. But that's no accommodation, no food, no spending money, no nothing. That's just the airfares.
Hey, how much is a hotel in Melbourne?
Depending on whether you stay in the city or you go a little bit further out to save a bit of money. If you stay right in the heart of the city, you can probably get away with anything from 150 to 200 a night up to God knows what. But I'd say the average would probably be closer to 300 because it's right in the heart of the city, of course, so it's a lot more expensive. A little bit further out, you could probably find something for 100 to 150 a night.
Is it safe a little bit further out?
Yeah, well, you just be out in the suburbs. As long as you go east, don't go west, then you should be fine.
East Melbourne, not West Melbourne. Definitely not South Melbourne. Is that like the rough part? South Melbourne?
South Melbourne's not too bad. A lot of markets and stuff around that sort of area, like more foodie markets and stuff like that. So that's not too bad, but
all right. So if I come over there, where should I stay?
Crash on Simon's couch.
I'm not staying with Simon. No way.
Dude,
no fucking way.
Check this out. I can get round trip airfare from San Francisco to Melbourne on New Zealand Air New Zealand for less than $1,000.
That's the wrong country. You can't fly Kiwi Air to Didgeridoo Land. That's not how it works.
Absolutely, I can.
That is cheap as shit.
It's with a little short layover in Auckland.
Hold on,
wait. That's only like 3 hours, 4 hours away. So that's
but that's because he's at next to an international airport, a major one of the biggest, largest major international airports. That's why.
Yeah.
Where did you find those prices, Rob?
I used the word Google and I searched SFL to Melbourne, and United Airlines, had one right was cheap, but the Air New Zealand came up at $989 round trip.
Yes, they do. They do have Uber, and far up north, like nowhere, absolutely nowhere. Like you literally have to drive for a full 24 hours before you could hit Crocodile Country, or fly about 2 hours away and hit Crocodile Country. So
Is there a sign that says Crocodile Country this way, and then I could just go the other way?
No, just don't go anywhere near where Lay lives.
If I want to do a direct
does Lee live in Crocodile Country?
He's close to it. Yeah,
I can actually do a United Airlines from SFO direct to Melbourne nonstop for $13.90.
Yeah, but that's per person. See, Spidey
there's only one of me.
Yeah, no, well, thankfully, but Spidey wasn't going to come alone. He was going to come with Beck, weren't you?
Forget
her. Beck. If I'm going, Beck's coming with me.
Yeah, so it wasn't $3,500 each. It was $3,500.
No, it was $3,500 each.
Oh my gosh, never mind. I take it back. You're screwed. We'll never see you.
Yeah.
It's never happening. It was nice knowing you. In fact, I want to go ahead and end our friendship now because chances are I'm never going to see you in person, and this is clearly not going.
Which, we do have to convert now. That if I round it up to $1,400 US, that is $2,150 Australian.
Yeah,
but still $2,150.
And
times two, now you're at $4,200. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's about how much it's costing me to go to the Bahamas.
Yeah. Are you taking a cruise?
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're flying into Miami and then taking the cruise, like a 5-day cruise, and then we're driving 3 hours north. We're going to stay another 3 days in Orlando, and we're going to go to the Kennedy Space Center for 2 days.
Oh, sweet.
You got to do it the cool way. You got to take the cruise out of San Francisco that goes through the Panama to come over there, and then stay on the connecting ship that then does the Caribbean. That's the way you got to do it, brother.
That's actually the dream right there. It's like what is a 14-day or 12-day cruise
plus the second cruise. Yeah. That's what Mary and I would talk about is like our retirement. Once we're retired, she wants to, because she just wants to go to Australia and whatnot. is we can take there's a cruise, a repositioning cruise out of SFO that'll go to Sydney. It's like 28 days as you go all around the Pacific, through the
I go island hopping.
So yeah, South Pacific Islands, stuff like that. Then you end up at Sydney. Then you can stay on the ship. The next day it leaves Sydney and does the Sydney, Australia, and Sydney and New Zealand cruise. So you can hit a bunch of places there for like seven days or something. And then you'd fly. Then you'd fly home.
Lord.
But we have to have our black status first, so that way we get free laundry. Because if I'm going to be on a cruise ship for 35 days, I need.
What's the best time to visit?
What?
Australia in the winter.
Melbourne.
In the winter.
Yeah,
our summer, their winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on what kind of weather you like, because it's you do not want to be here in peak summertime when it's like 40 degrees and like 85%.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase the question. Assuming I don't love to swelter in the heat or freeze my nuts off in the cold, when would be the best time for me to visit Melbourne?
Our summer.
More specifically.
I would say.
I wouldn't tell people to come here in August. It's fucking 99 degrees over here.
No, I would say between, say, April, May, if you want sort of that sort of autumn time or that fall time between the hot times and the cold times, or you come in spring, sort of around like sort of August, September, October, even up to November.
But
is it pretty there? Like, is it pretty for that time of year?
Yeah, well, it's usually like, obviously a lot of cities here have the 4 days in one season, so, or 4 seasons in one day sort of thing.
That makes more sense. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That sounds like the bait, doesn't it, Rob?
But yeah, it's
no, we only have 3 seasons. I don't talk about you, man.
We don't get
snow.
Like we don't get like ridiculously, like we don't get Canada cold, like when it gets cold. It might be
cold for winter.
All right, pick a month. Pick the best month.
Sounds like April.
It's what you got a 1 in 12 shot here, buddy. Come on.
No, I'm just thinking probably August, September. I reckon, like around that.
That's 2 months. That's 2 months.
Shut up. Between that time, around that time.
All right, so August 15th to September 15th, or September 1st, right?
Or just Google it.
Whatever. I'm asking somebody who lives there.
Or Bing it.
Do you hey, how close are you to the beaches there?
Okay. So in the heart of their winter, Bubs, the temperature range looks like ranges from 40 from in our temperatures. So MadSpidey doesn't have a shit fit and tell me I'm wrong. 40 basically 44 to 58 degrees.
That's cold.
Well, for the Bay Area, it's cold, but for other parts of this country, that ain't shit. That's nice, right?
Yeah.
But that's like their coldest, and that's July.
Yeah, which is right in the middle of winter.
So again, Simon,
the beaches, depending, and I'll use the term loosely. If you want a good beach, not a, I can drive to a beach in half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But not necessarily a good beach. Like it might be a beach, littered with rubbish and have syringes in it and shit like that sort of thing.
Ooh, I grew up next to a beach sounds like Oakland. Hold on, wait. I think I'm used to that already.
A good, nice, clean beach. Yeah, maybe an hour and a half.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it's flooding in Southern California again. That means before long we should get calls from friends out on the East Coast, asking us if we're okay.
Yeah, fires and floods.
If you want really nice,
it floods down in Southern California, 400 something miles away, and people will call us and go like, "Oh, are you guys okay?" Yeah.
If you want really nice beaches, man, like you either got to go like in my state, you got to go right down sort of the bottom of the peninsula sort of area. But if you want the really nice, like the surf beaches and the picturesque sort of beaches, you got to go to Lee's State up in Queensland.
About how long is that?
Like they're known, like they actually have a city called Surfers Paradise.
How far? How far is that from you?
From me, in a flight, you can get there in about an hour and a half flight.
Oh shit, flight. Hour and a half.
Drive, you don't want to drive because drive would take you about 20 hours from Melbourne.
Oh, that's crazy to hear. So, like, that drive would legit be about 20 hours for you, but it's a flight that only takes an hour and a half.
Yeah.
For us,
because it's not straight up. It's, like this sort of thing all the way up.
You can't cut through the middle of the country.
I was gonna say, like, flying like an hour and a half flight for us would be about an 8-hour drive, but we have like the world's like straightest fucking freeways over here, so it's like,
see, like you would actually drive coastal, like it's actually easier to go coastal, but the problem is you'll be doing 110 kilometers an hour. Don't ask me what that is in miles per hour. But then as soon as you hit a rural town, you've got to slow down to a rural town speed. That's the problem. Is that you'll be driving highway speeds, then slow down to speeds, get through the town, and then you'll hit highway speeds again.
So it's like 110, like is
68.
110 on the freeway like normal for you guys over there?
100 to 100, depending on the state and the area. 100 is pretty much a standard, but some are 110 kilometers an hour.
So that's slower than us now.
Yeah, because I do a minimum of 80 miles an hour over here, which translates to a lot faster than 110 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, because 110 kilometers is 68 miles an hour.
No, I want to know. Hold on.
Not too bad.
Unless you want to go outback. If you want to go outback, some of the roads, or I'll use that term loosely, roads are actually limitless.
Right.
You can drive whatever you want.
And that's the problem there. In Australia, you try to get someplace from one point A to point B. The middle of the country says, no, you shall not pass.
Yeah.
Middle of the country. Do not go here.
Unless you have a very fully stocked 4-wheel drive with big ass tires.
Or you carry your own fuel.
And all that sort of stuff. Yeah. You don't want to be doing that unprepared, that's for sure.
Sounds like an adventure I'm willing not to do. So I'll just.
Hey, I'd be the same. I've never physically been to. There's only one state I have not been to in Australia, and that's the one state that's like has deserts and has dingoes and crocodiles and fucking all sorts of shit. So it goes from desert to like Amazon type shit.
Desert to death.
Let me ask you this. Simon. This is what I want to know. This is coming from an American, of course, right? How do I word this? How far is it from where you live to where the beginning of the Outback is to you, if that makes any sense?
Because obviously we have, metro, or suburbs, and then you have rural areas, which is still. It's not really outback because all it is just open spaces, farmlands, just trees and crap. But the actual outback is more your desert sort of climate stuff,
right?
So that's like Northern Territory, where like Uluru is, or Ayers Rock, which is that big massive red rock sort of thing that's out in the middle of nowhere. You have Kakadu National Forest, which is further up from there. That's where all the big crocs and stuff are. That's where like the first Crocodile Dundee is filmed at the start of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's literally 18 to 20 hour drive. Like that's ages away.
Oh shit. Okay, cool.
So it's very hard too because Australia is very coastal based. So if you look at Australia like this, all the major cities are all around the coast.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle is just like nothing.
Yeah, it's all desert.
Desert or wasteland, it's...
Man, it's like asking, how do I get to Kansas City by car?
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
That's kind of like what I'm getting right now.
Middle of nothing. Middle, you got to go through the middle of nothing.
Sorry, Marcus. Middle of nothing.
Hey, I got a question. What about Victoria?
That's the state that I'm in.
So is that big or...
It's not the biggest state out of all of them.
If I stay in a place that just labels itself as Victoria.
Yeah, well, that's the whole state, though.
Are you trying to find flights, bub?
No, I'm looking for a resort.
Would the resorts be more like in cities?
It says Victoria. It's on the beach. Just says Victoria.
Yeah, I'd need a suburb or a town or something like that.
Okay,
This
so
has a
Bubs,
street.
the state of Victoria in square miles is about half the size of California.
Shit.
Oh, okay.
It's 87,000 square miles. California is 163. So let's try a smaller state. Let's try like Colorado.
It's
Okay,
Northern California.
so-
It's NorCal.
It's closer to the size of Colorado, although Colorado is still bigger. Let's try Utah.
All right, it's right next to the barbecue and playground. You know that White Beach picnic barbecue and playground.
Welcome to MadSpidey's geography lesson for the evening.
Victoria.
All right, okay, I found it. What's turquoise?
Oh, Torquay.
Well, it's
Sure.
probably pronounced the way I said it, but go ahead.
You're saying it wrong, he said.
Torquay is one of the coastal towns on the peninsula. It's very known for if you're a surfer. Actually, if you remember the original Point Break, right at the end of the movie, that's Torquay.
Oh, okay.
Bells Beach. That's
Even
Torquay.
more reason to go. Point Break fan over here. Yeah.
Is the 900-year storm a real thing?
That's a lot of shit.
You're just not old enough to remember the last one. You kids.
There you go.
So
Bro,
is that far from you? Is that
down.
like ridiculously far away?
Let's see. Let's have a look. If I put it into my
I'm going to take off. It's been 5 hours that I've been on here, plus all my other earlier stuff today. So,
God, go do
Thank you,
something with
Rob.
your life,
Thank you
Rob.
very much for
You
going
should
through
make a
those
video
books.
about that PGX opening. You should post a video. I bet it gets all kinds of views.
I will, and I'll make sure to mention you in it.
Yeah, drop me a link. I'll do a live with you and we'll watch. We'll open them together.
There you go. Next thing,
Thanks, Rob.
the next one I'll do just for you will be nothing but Atomic Age books.
Too good to me.
In Atomic Age PGX books that we're going to crack.
You know, now you know when I see you in June, I'm not bringing you any books as a gift because that happens a lot. I'm not bringing you any books, but feel free to bring me some.
Got it. Yeah, no
So
problem.
You know what I like. Yeah.
I will. I will make sure that I bring you some
PGX stuff.
No.
Uncracked because I'd like to make a video series on them.
Antarctic Press has done some new jungle comics. Yeah, I'll get you some of that. Yeah, you'll like that.
Yeah, my cat doesn't have a cat box. He shits outside, so you can leave those in whatever giveaway box you're doing this week, and dig in for the big stuff.
Take it easy, Bubs.
All right,
Bye,
see you,
guys.
brother.
Peace, Bob.
Thanks, Rob. See you, mate.
All right, where are you at?
Torquay
Just
is
hop on the C-135 and then head south on the C-134.
It's an
and then
hour
head,
an hour and 40 minutes away from where I am.
Oh, that's worth it.
So, but if you're
Oh,
actually
but how many actual kilometers is that from where you're at?
Stop! Don't do it.
136 kilometers.
That doesn't help me.
136 kilometers.
Now,
to
if we
miles
go
for us, how long is that for you? How many? How
an hour and 40.
Hour and
minutes.
40. That's 85 miles, bub.
Yeah, but depends how you have to drive it. Like if
Yeah.
they go like this,
Yeah.
you know, you can
I'm
be racking up
slowly
a lot of
figuring
miles.
this out about Australia, where there's a lot of this going on. Like
Yeah,
84
there's
miles.
like, I'm looking at the map, and there's just a lot of patches of nothing. And then
Torquay it's an hour and 20 minutes out of the main city, like right in the heart of the
Okay.
city.
Well,
So
I think
yeah,
that's
it's
where we're gonna
probably
go.
a little bit further than you want to go out. It's very nice down there. Not much
Oh,
to
I mean,
see.
it's-
It's all scenic stuff, so you couldn't really do any like shopping or that sort of stuff. It's more
Yeah, but we
of
could
a-
do day trips for that. I mean, we'll just
if you wanted to do that, but if you wanted something that was just a getaway to just something nice and scenic, just you and the missus, stuff like that, it would be nice down there.
I mean, if I'm bringing her on the trip, she's got to go to the beach. Like there's no way that I could not take her to the, as long as it's nice. You know,
that's what I
not
would
like
do.
a,
Well, if you're doing beachy stuff, you might want to aim for a little bit later, more like getting towards summer, but not quite summer.
All right,
'Cause
so what's the new month?
early summer is actually quite nice. Like it's not stinking hot, it's actually quite nice.
What
All right,
month
what's
is
the new
early
month?
summer to you?
So
Thank
we
you,
go
Ethan.
November to December.
Okay.
So that's probably
So-
December's probably a little bit of a worry, obviously, because it's Christmas time, getting closer to Christmas time and stuff like that. So
November now is what I'm looking
yeah,
at.
so maybe
I can
around
only
November.
imagine what Christmas is like where you're at. Everyone's in shorts and tank tops. Everyone over here is bundled
Yeah,
up
there's
and
no
trying
such
to
thing as
avoid
a
the
white
rain.
Christmas here.
Do you guys have mountains like mountain ranges where people go like snowboarding and stuff like that? How far
Yeah,
is
we
that from
actually-
you?
We actually have, well, we have quite a few like designated
ski resorts,
ski resort sort of areas. It's nothing on the level of like Japan skiing or Switzerland skiing or any of that sort of stuff, but it still does all right from what I hear. I've only been once or twice, so.
Dude, there's a ski resort in Hawaii which trips me out. So hearing this is
I don't know what the
mind-boggling.
closest ski resort is actually to. It'd probably only be a couple of hours away at most, but what's the closest ski resort to me?
This is why I like coming on your show, Simon, is because like I genuinely get like a cool little geography lesson here. Like
Closest
genuinely
ski resort to me. Let's have a look. Hey, activate your stupid shit.
See to me the closest ski resort to me is 3.5 hours away.
All right.
Hey, that works because it's cheaper. It's cheaper for me to come during that time.
Okay, so Lake Mountain is the closest. So
They have koala claws during Christmas, CJ.
God. Let's have a look. Get out of
God,
that.
it's a 10-hour flight. Oh my gosh.
Dude, 10
the
hours
whole
isn't
trip
too
will take
bad.
me 30 hours
Oh shit! Oh, never mind.
with one stop.
So from me, where I am, I'm in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. To the closest ski resort, which is Lake Mountain Alpine Resort, is an hour and a half drive.
How many miles or kilometers?
It is 95 kilometers.
That's 60 miles away. And it takes you an hour and a half. Like
hour and a half.
Hearing these terms really, really just throws me off.
What's messing with me is that it's going to take me 30 hours to travel there. That's what's messing with me, because I got to get to LA or San Francisco, and then, which is far enough already, and then I got to sit there forever until the next flight leaves, and that sucks.
Well, that's what kills me for going to Heroes is that when we looked at it, it's like it goes from Melbourne to LA, and then from LA, I think it's like to Dallas, and then Dallas to Charlotte, or something like that. There's like multiple stops, and that's what kills the budget. Like if I was just going straight to LA or New York, I could probably get a round trip flight for probably between 1,000 to 1,500 Australian, roughly. But it's the multiple stops that kills you.
Which is sometimes cheaper, but hey, at least you're stopping by in Dallas. You can go around and see shit there, or not, because they suck.
Oh,
and I want to do the if I am going to go the go big or go home thing, because I've never been overseas before ever.
Not even to like the Philippines or like Singapore, because that's only like a 2-hour flight for you, right?
There's a few that are only within several hours of each other, sort of thing. Yeah.
Dude, you know where you should go?
I don't like. They're, if you think I complain about heat and humidity, they're way worse. I could not handle it.
Yeah. Well, like in January is a good time to go visit the Philippines. I was going to say, like, go in January to an island called Palawan, and that's just a gorgeous island. Clear water.
I go to Philippines to try and look for Voltus 5 stuff.
Hell yeah.
I love
in
their
Manila.
Voltus 5.
That's all in Manila. Matter of fact, you know what's hella funny is I just came from a little shopping center out here in San Francisco called Japantown. There's like a little block of just nothing but just Japanese culture here in San Francisco. And I just went over there to go watch, Kong and Godzilla with my cousin. That's just a spot that we go to all the time. And they have a bunch of stores. And just walking right by, I saw a bunch of like those tall old school Voltes 5 toys, and I'm like, good shit right there. Just
a lot of them are really expensive because they're like most of that stuff was made in like the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah,
that's very expensive. You'd be better off to try and buy some of the like not reproduction, but the ones they've done later on sort of down the thing because you can get like Voltus 5 and Mazinga and Gundam and all that sort of stuff. You can get like those really huge ones for like a couple $100, but like the original ones are super like they go for thousands.
What's crazy is that we have flea markets or swap meets. I don't know what you call them, but we have flea markets over here, and sometimes people just don't know what they have, and they're selling those tall, like 1.5 2 foot long. Oh, hold on. I don't know how to say it in meters. Half a meter? Shit.
No. I know, fake because I play basketball. Everything's in everybody's measured in feet when it comes to basketball.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, about 2 foot, like those 2 foot tall, like plastic old school Voltes toys out at a swap meet, and people are just like $10-15, and you fucking flip them for like 100-150. It's crazy.
I like that. I have some Philippine internet friends. Because you're only half Filipino, aren't you, man? Oh, you just bounced out for a second.
Enough of you. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna cost me like $6,000.
Yeah, it's not
for me and my wife to go, and then plus the actual.
Not a thing to do.
Not an easy thing to do.
Like, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know whether I could handle the long flight because I've never done it before. Like the longest flight I've ever been on when I was like a little kid, which was to Western Australia, which is like I think a 4 or 4.5 hour flight or something like that. And I think that's the longest I've ever, but I can barely remember that. Longest flight before that was only like 1.5 hours, 2 hours at the most. So I don't know whether I could handle, doing a 20-hour flight or whatever. Because not everybody can do the long distance flights.
It's rough.
Because all I can think of, if I've never done it before and my system's not used to it, that how much jet lag am I going to have once I arrive? If I'm only going to go for like a week.
All right, here are my options.
If I'm out for 2-3 days, it's almost not sort of worth it.
Just to be sure, I got New South Wales,
which is the next state up. That's where Sydney is.
I'm talking about like how close would I be to you guys? So I got New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania, and Victoria.
Yeah, well, Victoria is our state.
But we know where that one is. That's
Queensland is where Lee is. Queensland's where Lee is, but that's 2 states above us.
That's where the crocodiles were. I heard about that. So
a little bit further up. If you're in the main city, which is Brisbane, that, or if you go to like Surfers Paradise, Gold Coast, which is where the big touristy area is. All it is just resorts and beaches.
Right.
Then you're not going to see crocodile stuff there. You got to go like really far north for that. So you'd still be fine there.
Well, I need a resort because we're not gonna.
Nope. Lost day, man.
She'll want to stay in a resort.
Yeah, as I said, it just depends on what you want to do.
We'll end up.
You had to go. Okay. Thanks, man.
Tasmania is far away, right?
Well, Tasmania's an island state. So
we're not even in the mainland if we go
not
there.
even in the mainland. So you've actually got to, because Tasmania's below us.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, like it's very, like a lot of that area is very picturesque, but it's also the coldest state. Unless obviously you go in summertime, it's not too bad. But yeah, there are some nice sort of scenic views and stuff like that. But yeah, if you want beachy stuff, Tasmania is definitely not the state for you.
All right, we're going for this one.
Yeah, as I said, it all just depends on what you actually want to do.
Well, what I want to do is see you guys.
Really want to swim with crocodiles, CJ? Are you fucking insane? Unless they've got some sort of, there might be something set up like, because I know the next state across from us, South Australia, they actually have those, like, you can actually go swimming with great white sharks. So you can actually, be in one of those, like, huge, cage things and all that sort of stuff. So unless they have something like that, you might be able to do it, but not free diving, that's for sure. Send Bubs to the dangerous bug area. There's bugs everywhere, but there's no, like, designated bug area. Yeah, as I said, like, yeah, you could... realistically, the three biggest destinations for tourists is either Melbourne, Sydney, or Brisbane/Gold Coast. It's just depending on what you want to do. Like most people will go to Melbourne or Sydney for like either the food or the shopping side of things. And they'll go to like Brisbane, Gold Coast for the beachy sun type stuff. So it really does depend on what you want to actually do. People swim with the sharks here. Why not crocodiles? Yeah, as I said, CJ, there might be something, but yeah, you're not going to be free diving with them, that's for sure. Dude, Tasmanians run all over the place. No, Tasmanian devils are endangered and have been for a long time. You can see them in zoos and things like that. There's not many in the wild. There's only like, I don't know, something like 1,000 left in the wild. They're very, very endangered. Yeah, so depending on what you want to do, Bubs.
So you think September is too cold for the beach?
If you went to Queensland, like where
if I was like at 2K or whatever.
Yeah, if you were doing our state, you might get some nice days to go to the beach, but you wouldn't be able to predict it. You wouldn't be able to go, oh, okay, I'll go in September because you might come here for a week and then all the week could be raining and shit. So it'd be a bit too hard. Whereas you probably got more chance further north of getting good days to do beachy stuff. What's this? You will see the Sydney Opera House, then go to Melbourne and visit all the creeks. Sydney Opera House is cool if you've never seen it before, but once you've seen it, it's just like, nah. No, we do not. They're endangered, and they're a protected species.
Maybe they're endangered because people keep eating them. That's a valid question.
Quite possibly.
Let's see, November.
And obviously, you wouldn't want to fly in December because obviously flights generally around, doesn't matter any time, wherever you go worldwide, December's always a bad month because it's always starting.
Yeah, I was looking at November, but still, see, the problem is in November, that hits us with a bad time to fly because the interstate travel in November could be pretty cold. It could be pretty nasty. Yeah. And we're going to be staying kind of below the line for that, hopefully. But we could get a couple of nasty storms, but probably wouldn't.
Is that like peak winter time for you guys, is it?
It's the beginning of winter. So you get some nasty stuff. Definitely by December. If you're going up north, it's worse. But for us, of course. So let's see. I was looking at dates like November. I was looking at like Thanksgiving. So, which you all don't have, so it should be easy. Oh, yeah, all those days are struck out. All those dates are struck out. They're already sold. I have to check 2025.
Yeah, you'd have to. It's really because the weather here is like so unpredictable. Like obviously you still have your seasons. But it's all I can say is like if you hate heat like I do not come to Australia between I'd say February and just say February, March. Like at the moment it's okay, but it could change very quickly. If you hate heat and humidity, don't.
What about Sydney? How far are you from Sydney?
Sydney's about an hour flight.
Flight?
Yeah,
you got a flight to Sydney? Oh, that sucks.
If you want to drive to Sydney from here, it'll take about 9 hours.
Damn.
Sarah goes up to Sydney quite often. She's got a lot of friends up in Sydney.
Yeah, but she won't take Simon because he's too old to make the trip. She's worried he'll die on the way.
And too
she
fat.
Takes her young friends. Yeah, that too. Is he here? Can he hear me?
Well, it's actually his birthday today.
Is it?
Yeah.
I got to holler at him.
Oh, if it's the 31st there yet.
Yeah, it is now. It has been for 30 minutes or where I'm at.
So it's his birthday today. So I just sent him a message this morning saying happy birthday, you old cunt. And he replies back, now I know what Mad Spidey feels like. And I'm like, you bastard.
And then he laughed.
No, hang on. What did he write? Hashtag old guy or something.
Yeah.
This
That's
is how
what
it
he
feels to be
said.
Mad Spidey. Yeah, hashtag old guy. You bastard.
No, Perry, their calendar isn't reversed unless you flush it down the toilet. It goes the opposite way.
And that's a fallacy too.
Yeah, if you flush your fallacies down the toilet, they get stuck. You're better off just throwing them in the trash can when
You
you're
have
done
any
with them.
dodo birds? Dodo birds are
Or put them in the
expensive.
dishwasher and clean them. I hear that works.
Dodo birds are only in like Madagascar or something.
Matahuha?
Madagascar.
Oh, Madagascar. Well, this sucks. I don't see any. Ooh, you know what? I could check it. I have another vacation thing I'm going to check out. I'll check this one out. Aha.
Aha.
All right.
Is this time of year or is this location?
I'm trying to get closer to you because I don't really. I would rather travel in September than November.
Mm.
So
September's what, the end of fall for you guys? Is that right?
No, September's like the start of fall, probably for me. Okay. We have late summers here where I'm at. So Australia and South Pacific, Australia. All right, Australia, right? That's where I want to go. I want to go, say, first week of.
You're an idiot, CJ. New Zealand's where they film the Hobbits. Yes, we know that. Yeah, so like obviously, like if you're talking YouTubers that you know, the majority of us are all near me. If you're talking about beachy stuff, probably up near Lee. If you're talking shopping, either my state or New South Wales, Sydney. Food, same, those two again. So it really does depend. If you're trying to get everything, obviously it's going to be a little bit hard, but
all right, where's Newmerca?
What?
Newmerca?
Spell it.
It says it's in Vic. Numurkah.
I have no idea where the fuck that is.
All right. What about Belbray?
Never heard of it. These must be regional. These must be regional towns.
What about Tamakin?
Never heard of that.
That's in New South Wales. That's in New South Wales.
I might not know that one as much.
What the fuck is this thing? I bet it's so fucking far away. It's on Lake Temerca. How you not know where Lake Temerca is?
Let's go.
Not my fault. You don't know where the hell that is.
It's
inland. Oh shit, that's far north. Oh, I didn't realize Melbourne was already all the way at the bottom.
If we get rid of that.
So where you're at, you can see the ocean in Melbourne.
Yeah, so
but you can't get in it.
That's what I meant by depending on like where you are.
So you can go to the beach, but it's just like a little like city type beach, right?
Yeah, pretty much
like resort beach.
So if we go, I know this is, I don't know how to fucking zoom in though. That's the only problem. So you can see where Melbourne is, like smack right there. That's the major, that's the middle of the city. So that's the city.
Right.
All this sort of little like inlet thing, that's all like the coastal, like the beachy type towns where the beaches are nice and clean and things. It's nothing like Hawaii type, but it's still very nice.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, like all this area here is all rural. So
that's where I was looking at.
Yeah, so there are some decent,
but that's far away. Like that take you hours and hours to get there.
Yeah, so there are some decent sized towns like Like Bendigo is pretty big. Like Geelong is basically like another like major city. That's probably the only other major city. Whereas there are some towns that are rather large. As I said, like Bendigo, Ballarat, even up around sort of Albury near the border and things like that. But I'm just trying to. Why won't this zoom? Oh, hang on. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. So, why can't the map go up? Go up, God damn it! There we go. All right. So, all right. No, stop doing that. All right. So there's the major city. So if we go over, so if you see it says Doncaster there, that's where I am. So it's like only from there to there.
Mm-hmm.
But like all these, say St Kilda, that's not far from the city at all. Like it's, like 10-minute, 15-minute drive. That's actually like, it's a beach suburb, but yeah, you wouldn't want to swim or anything like that. But if you start going further down, the very popular destinations for coastal sort of beachy type stuff is all down here. So like Portsea, Sorrento, Rye, Rosebud, all that sort of area
Yeah,
around
but that's
there.
really far, isn't it? Like how far is that from you?
About an hour and a half from the major city,
That's
from the
not too
city
bad.
centre sort of thing. So it's not too bad. But that's where all your like people want to go to like get away and have a bit of a beachy sort of thing.
So where was the Torquay one?
So Torquay, I'm just trying to see.
Torquay, that's what I said. I don't know what you keep saying.
Fuck, where the hell's Torquay?
Is it in that group?
I think it's a little bit further down. Yeah, there we go. Well, there's Bell's Beach down there. So yeah, Torquay. Yeah, there's Torquay there. So it's on the other side. So it's still around the sort of the beachy areas.
Mm-hmm.
And you have around Torquay. That's the start of what we call the Great Ocean Road. Great Ocean Road is pretty much just you're literally driving along the coastline with beach views, and it has like what we call the 12 Apostles, which is like big rock formations that are, supposed to be a tourist attraction. Once you've seen it, you've seen it pretty much. But it's a nice area down there. It's
if you haven't seen it,
yeah, exactly. So, but if you go to like Geelong, which I said was that other major sort of city, that's where you might have heard of Simon and I talk about the shop called Pop Culture.
Yeah.
They're actually down in there. So they've actually got two locations, one in the city, which is the retail shop, and then the one just on the outside of Geelong, which is their statue like display gallery sort of thing, which is really cool to see too. So.
Sounds like this Torquay is the way to go.
Yeah, so what do we? So if we go, let's go present, share.
Oh, that's pretty.
So it's got some very nice beaches. Obviously, I said if you're a bit of a surfer, I think there's some like wineries and stuff. There's it's a bit hard to see that. Come on, you stupid thing. Like there's the rocks. That's the 12 Apostles.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's very much a surfing sort of town. But yeah, you can see in that third picture there, like that's probably part of the Great Ocean Road. You're literally like driving along the coastline to look at it.
Should I rent a car?
If you want to be like doing that sort of Great Ocean Road stuff and things like that.
I mean, I don't want to be, but how difficult is it to drive over there? Like people crazy?
If you've never driven on the correct side of the road,
the right side,
the left side of the road, like the rest of the world. What else does it say? So what does it say? The 10 best things to do. I think that was the site I was on anyway. So Great Ocean Road. learn to surf to. So it's all surfing based. So there probably wouldn't be much of an actual town. So Great Ocean Road, Bells Beach.
The resort will have something. It'll have dinner, and it'll have a restaurant. I mean,
yeah, visiting information. Yeah, so it's literally all it's all surfing based. Well, there's a brewery down there if you like beer.
Who doesn't like beer? Wait, you drink it cold, right?
Yes, cold.
Okay,
it's
good.
It's not England. No,
stuff's rough. I didn't know how much you kept from those crazy people.
There's a spa retreat down there. If the missus might like that sort of thing.
We would just go to the resort and hang out, and then I wonder, how do I get from the airport to that resort? How does that work?
That I don't know.
Because that would be like almost 2 hours, probably.
And that's the major problem with our airport. It's fucking ages away. It is. It's in a suburb called Tullamarine, and for me to drive from because it's on the other side of Melbourne, so if you can do it non-peak travel time, obviously not your sort of everybody going to work, everybody coming home from work sort of time, it would still take actually. Let's go. Today is a public holiday. It's Sunday, so it'd be nice and quiet. So let's see from here, Tullamarine Airport. Take 50 minutes. That's almost an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's our problem with our airport is that
that's not that bad, really, though. I mean, all airports
not overly bad, but
dude, to get to my closest real airport, we have small airports, little planes you don't want to get on. But the closest airport to me is a solid 2 hours. And more like 2.5 after you park and everything, So that's not that bad. An hour's not that bad. The problem is you're on vacation. You can't drive that hour yourself, right? You need
Uber or taxis or whatever.
I mean, I can't imagine getting a fucking Uber for a 2-hour drive round trip for them.
They wouldn't do an Uber to Torquay, no.
Right.
I don't think they'd even do it. They wouldn't even do a taxi. So that'd have to be some sort of, because there's a lot of airport shuttle services and things.
Oh.
So I'd say there might be something like that. Available.
Surely to goodness.
There's a lot of car hire places from the airport too. So that'd probably be your other option. They'll probably be it's just cheaper just to rent a car.
Yeah, probably.
If you were literally thinking of doing it properly, there'd be there's got to be ways to do sort of things, but I'd say hiring a car at the airport would probably be your best bet.
And then driving in Australia on the right side of the road.
Right side of the road.
If it's like here, there's not a lot of different sides of the road. Just just is what it is.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know, it's hard. Well, I suppose it'd just be like me going over to the States. It'd be I'd have to learn to drive on the right side of the road, and the actual where you drive from is going to be on the opposite side of the car as well. So you guys drive on the right, and the actual driver's seat is on the left of the car, whereas we drive on the left, and the driving is done from the right-hand side of the car.
All right, I got you.
Oh God, what's CJ asking now? Do they have the British exiles in some kind of zoo? We can go see them and poke at with them with sticks. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
You didn't even check.
No, there's no circus of British, horror freaks with bad teeth or, drinking warm beer or anything like that. There's a lot of British expats over here, obviously. Like Dave's still only 35 cents and is a British expat, so he's in Anaheim at the moment.
Probably a lot of American expats too.
You don't actually come. You see a few, but you don't actually see as many.
Really?
They're just running amok. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you see more British and more New Zealand people, but there's a lot of we're very diverse. Like early, gold rush days, it was a lot of people from Asia and things like that. Immigrated over here. Sort of in the probably 40s and 50s, a lot of the Europeans, like your Greeks and your Italians and things like that, immigrated over here. In recent times, it's a lot of African people trying to get out of war-torn countries and things like that. So we do have a lot of diversity over here. I think in my straight alone, what I have Greeks, Italians, Polish, Indians, Chinese, I think Malaysians. Yeah, so even in my street, I have a lot of diversity.
Holy shit!
What'd you find now?
Huh?
What'd you find now?
No, I was just seeing how much these resorts are.
It's fuckwit. Do the Greeks do to the crocodiles in Souvlaki? No, just lamb, beef, or chicken.
Oh, you get to choose? That's not too bad.
Yeah, no crocodile, no kangaroo in Souvlakis. Or in gyros. I know that'll get him riled up.
Yeah, instead of heroes.
Instead of hierro. No. Funny thing is, Perry's been in the chat the whole time. I sent him the link. I bet you didn't even see it.
Does he ever come on here?
I've sent him the link a few times. He's like, "Oh, are we not friends on IG?" And I'm like, "I've sent you." There it is. Yeah, damn it. You'll come there and start a Crocodile Euro franchise. Yeah, nice try. And Carlito said he was going to sleep, but he's still floating around too. So when's this con you're going to be selling these dollar books at?
It's in a place called Danville. It's like an hour north of me. And
is this
you guys use hours over there
or a little bit longer away?
Huh?
Is this next weekend or is this
the first weekend in May?
Oh, okay. So it's a little bit off.
Yeah, I got time, but I'm stocking up now because I don't want to be caught off guard, and I'm already booked the place and have my tables ready, so I don't want to be messing around.
Yeah.
Make sure I got everything.
Yeah, so you literally just have to get in the car, chuck your short boxes or whatever you're bringing in there, and away you go, sort of thing.
Yeah, and the guys, I get one it's a 10x10 booth, so it'd be a pretty big booth. So I'm going to bring 2 tables, and then the place provides 1 table. So I'm going to try and do a 3-table setup for the first time. I've done 2 tables. I've never done a 3-table. So we'll see how it goes.
Is this still sharing with the dumb deaf?
Why do you keep saying that? He's not. You keep making it worse and worse.
I know. You're offside that you've tabled with before.
Yes. He's one of my best comic friends. Absolutely. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a YouTuber. He's out here.
Just every time you talk about him and tell stories, it's he didn't quite hear properly and he sold porn books to kids.
That's the stories on. But I mean, those are the con stories. Yes. Yes. It's a little bit trying, but we have a good time anyway. It's a lot of fun. And even those stories, I had some good laughs. Does happen.
No, never tried. Koalas are not on the menu.
Oh, they're not?
No. Is it a big show or is it just one of those more comic fair type shows?
It's a first timer show. It's the first time they're having it. So
inaugural show.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how it goes. All right, I'm done looking at resorts. I'm exhausted. Exhausted, and I didn't find what I was looking for, which really pisses me off.
Are you gonna try and look to buy anything, or are you literally just gonna go there just to?
At this show, it's gonna be all for sale. Yeah, I generally don't do both things. So I don't. If I set up at a show, it's almost purely to sell.
Yep.
And if it's a show that I'm interested in buying, I have no interest in selling at it.
Yeah. But you
That
might
doesn't
try
make-
and dabble at both.
I'm not doing both because I'll miss out on all the books I want because I'm selling books I don't want, and that'll piss me off. You know? So what's up, Warlock? So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah,
it's
I'm gonna
probably safer that way too.
Well, I think people, you know, I don't know how to put it, but whenever anyone is like selling at a show, if you walk away from your table, people come and then you don't know what you missed. You could have been able to. I'll tell you later, Simo. Go ahead. What's Beck want? You know, I never officially got thanked by Beck directly for sending over what's his name.
I did all the paying and the organizing.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. There was a facilitator involved. I was a facilitator, and I was the one that found it. So it wasn't even like, where's my finder's credit? Like, I would think you get some finder's credit and all that. Do you not think that's how it works?
I would think it'd be nice, but I'm not. She had to go to work today, or she went to work today on Easter Sunday, so I'm not going to bother with that.
Yikes! No, good on you.
Bubs wants to thank you for finding the Goliath, but I'm like, I don't want to bother her with
And
that.
sending, yeah.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
She goes, you pay for it and organize, so I thank you.
Yeah, I see how it is. Oh, that's all right. You looking for anything else, Beck? Good fucking luck. Go to work. Oh, whatever.
What was that? Oh, yeah, we could probably do that at some point.
Send me a thank you card.
She's like, does he want some Tim Tams or something like that? We can do that.
Whatever. Yeah, no. No thanks. I'd rather you owe me a thank you for the rest of your fucking life than send me some chocolate from fucking across the world that makes me shit for a week. That would be good.
I have sent plenty of people over there chocolate and Tim Tams and stuff over there, and I've never had any complaints. All I've had is we want more.
Really?
Yes.
Well, now that I don't have to worry about visiting you fuckers, I'll just go on. I'll just do my own thing. Ooh, the back of this one has some damage. Perfect for dollar books. Nobody ever checks the back cover for damage in a dollar book.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be counting pages either with a dollar book.
No.
Though I have
Counting
seen it
pages.
happen.
I should take out a page or two. Book's so cheap.
If you want the rest of the pages, it'll be $5, not $1.
What's that coverless book? Well, you just bought the cover. Are you interested? See how it goes.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss not going to cons for a couple of months, but oh well.
Why are you not going to cons? You got to work?
No. Paying off this deal, I'm still doing.
Oh yeah, the big one.
Yeah.
But you already got the stuff, didn't you?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I thought you were going to get some of it and then keep paying, and he could send you some more.
He's probably going to do that. I'll probably get to a certain level, and then he'll send me some, because he's asked me, he's like, how do you want to send it? Like, I was preferred to, I'm like half tempted to like try and get it all sent in one lot so I can just do one live stream and show the whole lot, but it's like 85 books, so I don't know whether I'll do one live stream or whether I maybe cut it into 2 or 3.
You just showed 128 books. Then it didn't take that long. You lost 5 viewers and 4 panelists, but it wasn't that bad. Papa had a good time.
Hey, Sean.
What's up, Sean? See you in a couple months, buddy.
Yeah, so like you'll probably do, like probably once I've paid off, you know, because I've done a few payments, but I'm only making sort of smaller, sort of not as much as I'd like to. I'd love to get it paid off as quickly as possible.
Oh, I bet.
but it's not. And it's somebody like I've dealt with this guy for a few years now, so I totally trust him. So, he and it's vice versa. Like he would send me books if I said, "Look, can you send me, X amount or whatever," even if I hadn't paid enough for it. So,
right.
But yeah, I think it'd be probably too much to send that amount of books in one lot.
Probably.
Even from only because from Sydney to Melbourne, so it's not massively far, but it's still a lot.
You can drive and go get it, but you're lazy. I remember we talked about this.
I'm not driving 9 hours to go and get it.
Exactly. That's what we just said.
If I was going up there, different story. But yeah, no, I'm hanging to try and get this. So I think I did the math because I get paid every 2 weeks, so we call it fortnightly. I know you guys don't hear that term very often.
Not too often.
Or at all. I think you say every other week or something like that.
Yeah. Bi-weekly.
Yeah, or bi-weekly. So I get paid every fortnight, and just put a chunk on every now and just small chunks. So I think I worked it out. It'd be like early August by the time I paid this off. And I'm like, I'd rather get it done sooner rather than later. But yeah, I think it's going to be I might try for June or July. Try and knock at least a couple of months off.
I don't blame you. That sounds like a solid strategy. Really, just kind of chip away at it.
Yeah, instead of just trying to make yourself go broke for a month or two, sort of thing. Just do what I need to do, and he's happy. Like even if I was only paying $20 or $50 every 2 weeks, sort of thing, he'd still be fine with that. He'd be like, oh, have you got bills? Just make the payment a bit smaller.
Yeah.
What's more delicious, ostrich or emu? No idea.
What about Park Royale at the Melbourne airport? We'll just stay at the airport.
There's nothing around there besides the airport.
Oh. Yeah, Hyatt Place, Melbourne.
What the fuck is a fortnight? It's a game. No, it's what the rest of the world calls a 2-week period of time, Papa.
All right. What's the nicest hotel in Melbourne that's not a bunch of bullshit?
Oh, God. I've only ever stayed in the city at a few, like, bottom rate of one of the expensive type hotels.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And that's like anything to do with Crown, like the casino. Obviously, they've got really nice hotels, but you're paying for the name as well. There was Sheridan Towers, but now it's called the Langham. That's really nice, but it's super expensive as well. Like you're talking probably $400 or $500 Australian a night, which if you do with the currency conversion is not actually that bad in American, but what else is nice in the city? You can dime in too, Sean, if you want.
Everything is Telemurn or whatever. I'm trying to stay at Melbourne. I'm wanting to stay in the Central Business District. Is that where I'm wanting to be?
Well, that is the city, the main city part.
All right, because everything else is like over by the airport.
Mm.
Well, that's not bad. What about the Movenpick Hotel? It's on Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer Street's right in the middle of the city.
Is it rough?
No, that's fine.
What about the Queen Victoria Market?
That's a market.
There's a hotel
like a flea market sort of thing, but mainly
there's a hotel there.
Oh yeah, there is a couple around there. I think the Ibis is near there. The Ibis is okay. I have stayed there once or twice.
The Radisson on Flagstaff Garden.
I think Radisson is expensive. I think that's nice.
No, they're all fairly cheap.
Excuse me.
$89 a night.
Oh, that is that'd be a base room, yeah.
Well, yeah.
I suppose all you need is a bed and a shower and whatever.
Well, as long as it's just gonna be the two of us. It has to have a pool.
That might be a little bit harder in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only generally it's usually only the expensive. I was going to say expensive restaurants, expensive hotels that have pools because they're the only ones that can afford the space to put them. Because they usually got to put them on one of the floors or something like that. It won't be like hotel, like next to the hotel and like adjacent sort of thing. That'll actually be in the hotel. Because Crown Towers, which is like part of the casino, is really, really nice to stay at. And they have I think one of the levels has got a pool and a gym and all that sort of stuff, but it can be quite expensive. But I've stayed there, not for a long time, but that's actually quite a nice hotel to stay in.
Most of them are all by the airport, the ones that have pools.
I'm pretty sure Crown has
what's it called?
Crown Towers.
The type. Hold on.
At least I think it's still called.
It says it's in Perth.
No, there's a couple of Crowns around.
Shit ton. You're gonna have to narrow it down. Crown Towers, what? Melbourne?
Yeah, just go Melbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, even Sean said best option would be Crown Towers or Crown Resort. Yes,
Well,
we
there's
have
no
we have quite a big seafood culture here, CJ.
Crown Plaza Hotel and Resort? No, that's not right. Crown Melbourne? White Street, Whitman Street?
Let's have a look. Yeah,
That's not it. Got
yeah,
Vibe Hotel.
Yeah, South Bank. That would be it. Crown Towers, Melbourne.
That's not. I can't find it.
So let's go.
Melbourne. The Vibe. You said that was good, right?
No, I've never tried.
It's in Sydney.
Yeah, let's go. All right, so okay, so that's the pool inside Crown Towers.
Crown Towers, South Bank, Vic. Crown Metropole. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, that'd be because I think it's. I think that's the other one because they're both part of the Crown setup, basically.
Both there.
Oh, that's one of the expensive ones. That room. That'd be one of the expensive ones.
Is that the same place though? The Crown Metropole?
I think because it's split into two. Like the Whitman Street runs in the middle of it, like it's just a small street. There's Crown Towers on one side, and Metropole on the other side. So it wouldn't matter either one, but I don't know whether the Metropole has a pool or not.
It does. It says it does.
Oh, okay. Yes, Crown Metropole. Do you have your own version of lobsters? Yeah, they're called lobsters. Or crayfish. We like to say crayfish a lot.
I like crayfish. We have those here.
Crab's lethal. I don't think we have any lethal ones over here. Not that I know of. We might do. We have lethal something of everything.
Can't even book at that Crown Metropole. Everything's sold out.
Yeah, so and that's the thing, because we have a lot of like sporting events, concerts, all that sort of stuff that's in and around the city, that it's quite often hard to get that sort of stuff. But it depends on, you'd have to you'd probably have to change the date too, because you're probably just going to try and book for today.
I was looking at November.
Oh, okay. Just trying to think, what's on in November?
South Yarra.
South Yarra. South Yarra is a little bit of a ritzy sort of area. Oh, you'd have what's over in what's the hotel in South Yarra? Oh, I can't think of the name of it. I know there's a really nice one over there.
It's a little expensive over there.
Yeah, it is.
Lumina Suites in Melbourne. That's not too bad.
There's definitely plenty of places to stay. It just depends on obviously what you want to afford and what sort of creature comforts you want and so on and so forth. So
I mean, if we're gonna spend all the money to get there,
yeah, it's like
might as well make it count.
Yeah, it's like, why spend that kind of money to fly all the way here to, stay in like a
Some shit bag hotel, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What about Park Royale?
I think Park Royale's all right.
Monash.
I don't think I've
Melbourne?
ever stayed there, but I think it's nice.
Monash. Southeast Melbourne.
So that'd be probably near the food markets and stuff like that. So it's probably an all right sort of area.
Like food. That's fairly cheap. I don't know. I can't figure it out. It hurts my head. The hardest part truly is getting there.
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing.
And that's what my dilemma is with Heroes, is like, I know everybody says like the hotels that are like right there as part of the, or right next to the convention center or whatever where Heroes is actually at, are fairly reasonably priced. But the other thing is I have to look at the conversion for me, because it's going to cost me a lot more in Australian than it is in American. So if it's like $100 a night, that's probably like $140 or $150 a night for me.
Well,
Whether for you, it works out in your favor, because you might go, okay, I'll book the hotel online. I might stay there for a week and it might cost me 1,000 Australian, but that'll only be like 600 or 700 American sort of thing. So it actually works out better for you that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these hotels and they're only like $100 a night. I mean, when we go stay in Nashville or something downtown, it's like $180 a night. So I mean, that's not. It's about half what I was expecting it to cost. So that's good. The airfare is going to be the ridiculous.
If you're going to be staying at one of the Crown ones, it'd probably be $300 to $400 for a base room a night.
No, they were like $200 at the most. The highest one was like $202.
Yeah, that'd be in American dollars. That'd be the conversion. Yeah,
that's a good rate. I'd be happy with that if we weren't staying that long. But I mean, if we're doing a 5, 6 nights, 7 nights, then I'd probably want to do something closer to $100 a night. So cut that in half would be nice. To not have to spend so much just on the hotel, because surely we're going to want to do things when we get there too.
Yeah, you want to do your touristy stuff, your food stuff, all that sort of thing. And I wouldn't bother going comic shopping because that'd be pointless over here.
Well, for the experience, it would be cool.
Yeah, maybe just to walk in and go, so that's what Simo's been talking about. Look at the fucking stupid prices of these books.
Or you can just tell them, you can give me a hot list of the top 10 books that I could buy here, bring over there, and then sell, and then I could fund the rest of the trip.
Well, that's what Pocan Joe wants to do. He actually wants to do a convention over here and actually bring and I said to him, I go like old school books, obviously variants that we don't get over here and ratios that we don't get over here and stuff like that, you'd probably make a killing.
Yeah, I get right on that.
I can look into some stuff here and I see stuff. I think it's supposed to mean stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, we're gonna go. We just don't know when. Not high on the list, but it's also not low on the list. Makes any sense?
Yeah.
Somewhere in between. I would say I would expect to be there probably 2026, if I had to guess.
It's on the lower end of your bucket list.
No, it's in the high end of my bucket list, but I don't expect to die before 2027. So being that it's on the high end of my bucket list, but I'm not working on a bucket list right now. I'm just living. So
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so everybody says, "Oh, what sort of budget do you need for Heroes?" And I'm like, 50,000. And no, I'm being serious. Like that's including flights and accommodation and food and whatever, and then spending money because I don't want to go to the Heroes with like $500. I want to walk in there with like 10K, 15K, whatever like that. Go big or go home, go nuts. Get all these books that I wanted that I can't find over here for reasonable pricing, and then come back, happy.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at that.
Hey,
I mean,
Katie.
What's up, Katie? You could also just go normal, just show up like with the money you would have for a normal con, but think of how many more books you'll end up with, and think of what better books you'll end up with.
So I'll be big boy hunting. I'll be big book boy hunting sort of thing.
But you can buy
not,
big
not
books
like
online.
AF-15 type sort of big books, but I'll be looking for like a Spotlight 5 or a Hulk 180 or a 181 or a GSX 1 or like one of the other amazing Spider-Mans besides #1 sort of book, and like that sort of mid to high level big book for me, put it that way.
Like, I don't really understand that. Like, I don't know why. I mean, can't you just buy it? I mean, most people around here are buying books on eBay anyway. Isn't it the same price if you just buy it on eBay? Like, why is it so hard to get a book over there?
It's not like I can walk into a convention and probably find some of these books.
Right.
But now that I've been around this world a lot more with people checking cover price and go collect and all these sort of things and whatever, which is not necessarily set in stone or it's gospel price.
No.
But it's a good guide to work with.
Yeah.
So say for argument's sake, say like one of the major books I'm after now is a Spotlight 5. Right?
Okay.
If in a low grade complete non-slabs, it might be $1,000 just for argument's sake.
Right.
That book will be no less than, on nearly everybody's shelves selling it for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 over here in that same condition and everything like that. Right. If I look at, I might be able to find one for $1,000 on eBay, but one, obviously I've got to have the money up front straight away, which you would at conventions, but not with all sellers. Like some of them will be like, "Oh, give me 500 now and give me 500 when you get paid, in a month's time or whatever." So I've got that option. But then I've got to say, okay, it's $1,000 US, which means that's like $1,500 or $1,600 Australian. Yes, I could get it shipped to Rob or whatever like that, instead of, but if I get it shipped direct to me, it might cost me $60, $70. Ends up being $100 Australian. So it ends up like basically $1,000 book becomes a $2,000 book. So there's a lot of factors.
Why? Because of the taxes? Because you have to pay duty on it or something?
That's the other thing. Anything over $1,000 converted, I have to pay 10% on before it will get released from customs. Under $1,000, I'm fine.
Yeah, that really messes with things.
Yeah, so it's all this extra stuff that you have to. It's not just like impulse buy, bang, I'll just buy $1,000 book. It's like, oh shit, no, that's got to cost me this, and then this for this, and then that's. It's a lot of extra you got to think of before you can't impulse buy that kind of size of book. $50 book, yeah, okay, I'll just whatever, but not that kind of book. Not feeling well. Woke up been lurking. Oh, I hope you're feeling better soon, Katie.
Or hang out there if you like the breeze.
Such the biggest fucking troll,
about-
CJ.
He's talking about koalas again. He wants you
Yeah,
to
he-
keep cooking koalas.
He has a fascination with wanting to see dancing kangaroos or stone koalas or I don't know, anything like animal related or something. I think he has a bit of a bestiality fetish or something. I don't know.
A bit, you say?
I was trying to be nice.
Sensing that. That's a waste of time there.
Yeah.
Well, but I guess if you're traveling with it, then they can't really. They don't. Oh yeah, you taxes if you're just traveling with it.
Like if I bought it overseas, obviously, you know, that doesn't matter because I'm not going to pay taxes bringing it back into the country because I paid for it over there. It's just luggage.
Right.
It's only just importing stuff, and I've fallen for all the traps before. Like I got caught with a big art lot that I bought from an art rep friend of mine from the UK, and I learnt my lesson the hard way because it was sent via UPS. It was valued at, I think, £3,000. No, she just wrote $3,000. So they automatically go, okay, that's £3,000. That's about 5,000 Australian.
Oh no.
And this was only when the tax thing just started coming in because there never used to be this tax thing bringing. You could buy $1 million worth of stuff overseas, bring it into the country, and you wouldn't pay any tax on it. So this was the early days of that, and I didn't really know the legalities of it. And they basically emailed me and said, you need to, contact us. We're holding this parcel. You need to pay, duty fees, taxes, whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. So what is it? And they're like, well, it's, just the GST, which is 10%. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, fuck, that's still like $500.
Right.
And then they're like, oh, but then there's holding fees, and then there's stamp duty fees, and then there's these fees, and blah, blah, blah. They ended up trying to rort me for like $700-800, and to get my goods released, it was either pay it or not, or I don't get the goods. So,
a racket.
Yeah, it's an absolute fucking rip-off racket. So that's why I always like if I say to anybody, and with that same rep, I've had a few other parcels, but I get her to devalue it. So she can't do it massively because it's been run out of a business. But there's still like that, instead of it being $2,000, we'll do it like $1,000. So I'll be like, okay, well, I'm happy to pay $50 or $100 if I have to, sort of thing. But yeah, if people send stuff to me and it's worth a few dollars, you just mark it as gift and then just make sure it's under $1,000 converted, declared value, and then you're fine. So you don't have to pay a cent.
Right. Well, there you go. Well, buy your Marvel Spotlight 5. Ship it to me. I'll ship it to you. Mark it as a gift.
Yeah.
And the declared value will be $999 US.
Then I'll be screwed because it's got to be converted Australian.
Oh my god!
It's got to be $1,000 Australian or less. So you'd be better off to do it at like
$400.
Yeah, $400 or $500 or something like that.
Stay under the radar.
Yeah.
They don't know what the hell they're looking at.
Yeah, no, it's a. And I can understand why they did it, because they're like, oh, everybody's spending money overseas, not spending it in our own country, and we want to try and promote Australian-made products and Australian-bought products and all that. I can understand that, but it's.
Do you guys make a lot of things over there?
Not as much as what we used to. And that's the thing. They're like, oh, it's trying to save Australian-made products. I'm like, the ship sailed, dude. Fucking forget about it. Probably one of our biggest exports is actually, well, two of our biggest exports is coal. A lot of countries want our coal because we like mine it in like mass proportions, and wine. Wine is another big export. So,
Like yellowtail?
Do you have barracudas? I don't think so.
Is yellowtail from you guys?
Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah, that's out of the Yarra Glen wine regions. Actually, in
I
my
like it.
state,
Okay,
actually.
I drink that.
Because I know that's what hurt our economy a lot is when COVID hit and all that sort of stuff, and there was the stuff going on with China and things like that. Because like China's actually one of our biggest exports with our wine. They were like something like 60% of our export wine industry. They started putting heavy tax tariffs and stuff like that on the importing of our wine to like 200% or 300% or something ridiculously stupid. So none of our wineries could afford to ship it over there anymore.
Right.
And it's only just being looked at now. They're going through talks at the moment to try and get that all started again and lifted and all that sort of thing, because it hurt our economy like a lot.
You guys really shut down hard during COVID, though, didn't you?
Oh yeah, it was. Well, Melbourne was the biggest lockdown city in the world. We were locked down. Most people were locked down, I think, on average between about, I think, anywhere between 6 months to about a year or something. No, probably about six to 9 months, I think.
I'd say so.
We were locked down for close to a full year, but still with ongoing restrictions for like another year and a half after that.
Yeah. And then you guys came off and went back on, right? Came off lockdown, you went right back on?
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. So we didn't get like literally all gone, all restrictions that for like 2 years, 2.5 years. Do you have octopuses? Yes, we have octopus over here. Some poisonous, some not so poisonous. CJ needs to go visit. You can show him animals and he can bitch the entire time about how it sucks.
And will.
I will take him to, there's a place just outside of Melbourne and it's called the Werribee Open Range Zoo. I will kick him out of the bus where the lions and shit is and leave him there.
I think that's a solid plan.
CJ, you ask dumbass questions, go watch National Geographic. I love that. I love that, Papa. Papa always tells it straight. That's how it is.
Yep.
I love it. Oh, fuck. Oh. So what time are you going to be heading off to bed?
Me? I'll probably head off here in a minute because I got church in the morning. So
no.
Easter, can't miss it tomorrow. I already got a text message from the deacon this week.
Yeah, no, I think
you coming? I was like,
I'm glad I stopped all that stuff. I'm not saying it's anything bad against anybody who does do that stuff, but I just like I was literally forced to go like every week, for my whole entire like life and teenage years and stuff like that. And I just said, I got to like 16, 17, and I'm like, all I'm doing is just fidgeting and falling asleep here. I'm not going anymore.
Yeah, I started. I stopped going for a while, and I kind of started back, and we kind of go when we want to go, kind of thing. It's certainly not what they would prefer. Like, they want you to go regularly, and we kind of come and go as we
And
please.
Easter's one of the really longer sermon type ones. So I'm talking from a Catholic point of view, but I don't know about other ones, or whether it be Baptist or Anglican or whatever else other ones people do. But I know the Catholic one, like Easter and Christmas, are the two longest ones.
Yes, they go on forever. Yeah, it's they have a breakfast that they want us to attend also, so it's like it extends it out even longer. To be honest, I might stay for the breakfast and then go. I don't know. See if anyone notices. Take a phone call. Be like, I got to take this. Oh, work emergency. Come on, honey. We got to go. Just eat breakfast and go. Now, we may not go. I think we're going to go, but I don't know.
Yeah, can't do it anymore.
Turned out it was the back cover that was an Adam Hughes book.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
great. It's not great, but I'll probably keep it.
Yeah, we have a one particular octopus here, CJ, that is one of the most venomous octopus in the world. Of course we do.
Really?
Google the blue-ringed octopus. And then
He has that in a standing Google order. He Googles that constantly.
Yeah.
Blue-ringed
I don't
octopus.
mind if you ask legitimate questions about, nature and
I don't
stuff like
think
that.
that was. I wouldn't mind either, but does he? Like, that's the question, right?
You never
Is
know.
he asking legitimate questions?
Papa's just shaking his head going, no fucking way.
I don't believe it. Full of shit.
Oh, God. That's all right. Yeah, well, I thought, if people wanted to hang around for a while or whatever, because I've got, obviously, a 4-day weekend.
Nice, 4 days?
Yeah, because we get Good Friday and Easter Monday off as public holidays.
Oh, see, I get Good Friday, but I don't get Easter Monday.
Yeah.
Two of the same books. Son of a...
Yes, we do have sea urchins.
Spiny or non-spiny?
We have both. And it's funny because I always say this. I'm always like, whenever I have to work the next day or I have something to do in the afternoon and then I've got to work the next day, that's the time that I usually run a long time with the stream. But it's the times that I'm like, oh, I've got the tomorrow off. Let's go, really long and whatever like that. And I have like nobody around. Everybody's like, nah, I'm going to bed now. Nah.
Well, this will be a mess for days, probably. Bagging and boarding this shit. Should I count? I want to count them. I'll count them real quick before I leave the stream.
I predicted about 150 books.
Yes. So my hope was 150. I figure I could get 130 in a short box, but I could probably squeeze 150. But I don't know. I don't know if it's that many. 1, 2, 3. Remember 3. All right. So 4, 5, 6, 15, 16, 17.
Can't be as boring as watching CJ count bags and boards.
26, 27. I watched that fucking stream. Horrible. 27. Here's 28.
See, count slower, damn it.
29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 40. It's going to be a lot. 41, 42.
I'm not working Monday. I'll be doing a late night on Sunday. Yeah, so that'll be my Monday. So I may not be able to hang around, but I'll jump on for a bit if I can, Katie. I always like when Katie jumps on because then I can start talking about like anime and all the Japanese type stuff. Where most of the other guys that hang out on the live streams, they hate all that shit.
Yeah, we hate it.
Hate it or just don't like it. One of them.
Hate
one of them.
67, 68, 69, 70. I'm already up to 70, and I still probably have half to go.
So I might be close with the 150.
74, 70.
I keep forgetting I've got a bloody bunny here waiting to be eaten.
Oh, nice. 80.
I know I shouldn't probably be eating because we're probably going to be having dinner in the next hour or so, but
yeah, 2 or 3 of them, right?
What, more bunnies? Suppose I could have bunnies for dinner.
120, 94, 95, 90. And I thought she went to work. 98, 99.
She did this morning, but she's gone to because her older sister. They've gone away for the long weekend, and we're going to go and like feed the cats. So that's where she went.
A lot of books.
I figured with Easter I didn't want to do my shows. Oh, there you go. You happy now?
225. What? Thanks, Bub, for finding and sending Goliath to me. I really can't take any of the credit at all because obviously it was Simo that orchestrated this entire thing. You paid for the entire thing. I mean, you wouldn't thank a shop owner for buying it at a convention and bringing it to the shop. So really, I can't take any credit at all. But I appreciate your thank yous.
Such a dick. What number were you up to? What did you get up to?
125 I'm already up to. I got a huge stack here.
Oh. So yeah, I might be really close. Yeah, well, no bags and boards will help that count a lot too.
34.
I reckon you could probably get close to 200 without bags and boards. I know there was a few in there that had them, but
Has 2 books in it. So 48, 49.
Start over, I lost count.
50, 51. Already up to 156.
Oh wow.
This is what we got left.
Oh shit. So yeah, it's gonna be 170s, 180. I might have some more bunny. Seeing she's in the chat, I'm waiting for her to say, "Stop eating the bunny. You're gonna have dinner soon."
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
186.
Wow.
Yep. That's not bad.
Depends on the box. So it's only a short box.
A short box. I fit 186 in a short box. And yes, it does depend on what size the short boxes are.
90 short boxes are wonky sizes. Eat all the bunny you like just means I don't have to cook.
There you go.
Fair enough. Chocolate dinner it is.
What did I say? 186?
186. That is, yeah, that's a fair. Like, 'cause I try and jam as many books as I can in short boxes as much as I can. I've never done long boxes. I've only ever done short boxes.
I paid just a hair over 16 cents a book for these books. That's pretty good. I don't know what that is in Australian dollars. Maybe not even a whole dollar. Probably not.
What? How much did you say? 16 cents a book.
16 cents a book.
So that's, yeah. So when you're talking cents, it's not a lot difference. So it's probably like, I don't know. It wouldn't be double. It'd be like 1.4 times. So it's probably like 24 cents or 25 cents or something like that a book. So, but if you were like, you know, oh, it's $16, well, that'd be like, you know, $24 or $25. So it starts making a difference then. But
24 cents.
Yeah.
For you.
That's
That's not bad for a book.
it doesn't sound like much of a difference. But like if I was buying those, even in those conditions, those like the werewolf book or the Defenders book or something like that, they would be like a $20, $30, $40 book.
No, not all beat up.
Yep.
I need to get on the Aussie eBay train then.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you can find the right seller, the right time. Like I've bought some of my Defenders books and Invaders books and stuff like that for like $3 or $5, $7, like that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Werewolf and Tomb of Dracula, never. I think the cheapest I've paid for even just one random issue of one of those books is no less than probably $15 or $20. They're always expensive. Super rare over here.
Well, I figure, they're rough. These are rough. So they are dollar books. Like I don't think I went through this whole stack. Even the Werewolf by Night, I'm just gonna sell it for $1. All the Scarecrow books, all the Marvel, so I'm just gonna sell it for $1. And to me, at $1, no one really haggles too much. Like every now and then somebody will be like, oh, well, I picked out 13 books. Would you do $10? I'm like, okay. That's about it. Once it starts
if
getting,
somebody picks up one book and says, can you do a better price than $1?
Yeah, the answer is it's $1. Put it back in the box if you're not going to pay $1. But for the most part, if people buy more than $10 worth of books, and I'm more willing to shave a few off for free, and that's fine. But at 16 cents a book, I almost can't really go wrong. So, I got 186 books. If I can sell 30 of them, I got my money back. I got $30 in this box.
$30 for that whole short box,
and I included the box. Yes.
How much does just a standard short box in a comic shop go for over there?
Like an actual box?
Yeah, just the box itself.
They're not too bad. I want to say they're like $7. Anywhere they used to be only like $3 or $4, but I feel like they've gone up in the last couple of years.
I think ours I'd like to say maybe 15.
That sounds about right.
I think something like that.
That's for a standard. This is a beat up old box. Like I'm not going to use this, but I tell you, I got to tell my buddy because so he showed up. What Conway did about a year ago, and he showed up with just these boxes look like some cats have been pissing on the corners of them, and I was like, you can't put that box on the table.
There we go. So I wasn't too far off, 16 or 17. I think Beck bought the last short box. So,
but my booth is all about display. I like everything to be pretty, for lack of a better term. So I use tablecloths, for instance. you
like to be not nice and presentable, so people feel like, oh, well, this is a nice looking booth. I can go in there and
right.
Instead of just dumping shit on there and just like have at it.
No, I don't do that. So all my books are bagged and boarded. Everything is in a short box, and they're all cloth lined short box. So every short box looks exactly the same, and they have a pocket window in the front for the price. So everything is very neat and organized. I have a display behind me. Slabs go on a magazine, fold out glass and aluminum display. So everything looks nice, but not too nice because for instance, if you've ever been to a convention where people have like, I don't know if you guys get these too much over there, but if you've seen like the BCW bin boxes, the hard black plastic ones.
We do have them over here, but they're super expensive over here.
Yeah. So there are some dealers who use those to sell just regular books out of, like just a book like this.
Yeah, just raw books.
And their whole table is lined with those. No one ever shops at those tables. Ever. I don't know why. I mean, I can guess, but I think people don't like leaning on them because they're so hard. When people are digging, they kind of lean on boxes and stuff. They're just so hard and so difficult to get through. And people just hate it, So I don't go that far. I don't go so far as to buy those super expensive boxes. But my boxes are nice. They're like gray and pretty or whatever.
My thought would be if I rocked up and a booth had the BCW boxes, that'd be all big dollar expensive books in those boxes.
Yeah.
That would be my first thought.
The other thing is that they're very deep. So the BCW boxes, even the ones that are just meant for regular books, they have a clearance on them of like almost 3 inches or whatever. Do you guys don't use inches over there? So about 3 dingo dicks, but like yeah, dingo dicks.
I know inches.
3 dingo dicks. All right.
We do centimeters.
No, dingoes aren't. Dingoes are small. They're like small dogs. They're like the size of cats.
No.
There may be a little, but their dicks are really, so you stack 3 of those on top of each other, and you got room at the top of the comics to the top of the box, and then you have those big lids that fold over and everything. So it's a lot to see into the box.
Yeah, you're sort of almost like digging inside the box
Yes.
instead of just going along the top.
Super uncomfortable. And then all these people pack these boxes tight. So you have to pull every book out almost till it's completely out to look at it and put it back in. And I think it's too uncomfortable. It's off-putting. It makes you think there's things are in there that, this person wants too much for their books. It backs you up a little bit. And I see those people never sell anything out of those bins. I see people will walk by them and never stop. And they'll go to some crappy pissed on box next to it, but I always figure
dildo dick in
dildo.
I think you're trying to go to dingo dildo, or I don't know.
Dingo dildos.
Yeah, dingo.
Are those big?
The universally acceptable measure.
I think so, or they ought to be.
I can see what you mean, but I think actually leaning on those would actually be like more comfortable because they got the thick plastic things. Whereas like those like short boxes, it's like literally the cardboard's digging into your arms, and you get those big massive welts and stuff.
They are, but you can kind of lay across them a little bit. Like when you lean in, when you're looking
if it's got a few like in a row, you can sort of lean on
like
the
these
book.
guys, they'll stack 2 or 3 deep of those short box bins. And the reason is because they don't hold that many comics. Like there's a lot of girth to the plastic, like you're saying, it's thick. So to get to the far bin, you have to like go over a wall of plastic because it's 2 bins next to each other. It's that thick, about like 4 dingo dicks thick of plastic to get to the next comic past there. And if they didn't leave a gap that's at least 2 dingo dicks, then you can't flip through them. So, and you got to be like 8 foot tall to be able to see down. And it's telling you, people just don't shop those booths. I don't know why. I think they're good for transport. I think they're good for storage, but they're terrible for selling out of.
Maybe slabs would be all right for slabs, possibly. If
Even the slabs, because they're so heavy and hard. But yeah, for slabs, I think it's okay. But for loose books, it's a nightmare.
I'm saying there's a couple of sellers that go to the comic fairs that will only put the slabs in those boxes.
Well, they make
everything else to be short boxes.
Slabs.
Yeah, except for those. Like but they'll always have it where you can tell it's not full. Like they're not all standing upright. They'll always be on an angle, so you can actually sort of.
I'm
flip
okay with
through
that. I'm okay with that, and I see people do that for slabs. I have one for slabs, but I don't. But those others are it's a mistake. People need to stop doing it, and they just don't learn. Plus, once you realize that it's a mistake, how much have you spent? Like you've probably, have $1,000 in these plastic boxes, and nobody's buying.
What are they
books.
about? They're about $20-$30 a box over there.
I think they're like 25. I think they're like $25
because they're like $60 something over here.
Yeah, I think they're like $25 a piece here.
There is some slightly cheaper ones.
Packs. I think the 2-pack is maybe like 40 or something, so you save like $5.
Because I think because Mark from Big City, he had one. I think it was Vigilante Comics or something. I think was the name brand. I think Beck actually grabbed 1 or 2 just to give them a try. I think they were. Oh shit, I can't remember. I think they might have been about maybe 30 or 35, which is way cheaper than the BCW ones. Like the BCW ones are like the premium ones.
Yeah, and there's some like thinner plastic ones, but they really do cut into your arm. Like when you lean, and they break. When you lean them, they kind of bend, and then they never look right again.
And then there's the ones made out of like I don't know whether you guys know what core flute is. It's like that sort of.
You know what you're saying? Corrugated plastic.
Yeah,
like 2 thin sheets, and it looks like rings bubbles or whatever between them. Yeah,
they're starting to make boxes out of that now as well, and.
Yeah, there's tons of those. I'll get you one of my boxes and show you how nice it is.
Do you guys make dingo burgers? Not that I know of, CJ. Maybe further north, possibly, but I do not know. Who was the dingo warrior? Don't know about Dingo Warrior. Nope. What's this? Hey, Ozzy.
So this is one of my boxes.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that's like a cloth box.
Yeah.
Cloth cardboard box.
Yeah, what you said. But it's not cardboard inside, it's plastic. But it's lined it's lined with cloth. So when you're I put the price up there, it's got a little window box. And you can, like here's an example. It says price is marked.
Oh yeah.
So I put that on the outside or whatever. I flip it around, whatever. So it's like that.
It's a nice, very nice looking, nice presentable looking box.
Oh yeah, I have dividers.
I know. You can say any joke under the sea with that line that I just said, but it is.
Oh,
it is
you're
actually
doing
a very
good.
nice looking box.
I put dividers in there too to mark out characters or whatever, and then it has a center divider.
Okay.
That is removable. So if I want just one long, I can do that, or a center piece, right? Then you just pull the book out. Pretty easy to do.
Right.
Go.
You had to grab one of your titty boxes, didn't you?
It was the closest one to me.
Of course it was.
And then they have a lid too, and they're stackable. So when I pack them in and out of the con, I can stack multiples up on each other and then wheel them in on a little, hand truck.
Yeah, it's come a long way from just the old, white cardboard boxes. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. And I got a ton of those. So anyway, the point of the story is that my friend who goes with me and does these conventions sometimes, he brought a bunch of piss-soaked, molded up fucking cardboard boxes. And I was like, come on, man, this looks like crap. And he was like, well, your boxes look great. And I had extra boxes in the car, and I was like, hey, I've got a whole nother set of these. I bought a shit ton. I'm like, I got a whole nother set of these. Why don't you use these? Please. Because that's trying to make the table look nice. So he's like, all right. So I went, got the boxes, transferred all his boxes into these nice boxes. And then at the end, I sold them to him. I was like, well, you don't want to put your books back in those other shitty boxes, right? So why don't you just buy these off me and we'll call it even. And then next time we have a show, you bring them back and obviously it'll work out.
Right.
Well, he did. So he paid me for the boxes and I gave him a good deal on them. I gave him less than I paid for them. So he bought them for me. And then the next show we did, he didn't have them. He brought his fucking shitty boxes back.
Oh,
I said, what the hell, dude? What happened? I said, what happened to those boxes? He's like, oh, he said the boxes were so nice that I put my personal books in those.
I was going to go there.
Kept them. I'm like, so he was like, but this one's not as bad as the other one that I brought last time. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, it's only half cat piss soaked, not fully.
Yeah, well, I can't say anything. He's paying for half the booth. So what he chooses to do is fine, but it'd be almost like comical for me to put it like a piece of tape across half the booth and say, that's his. All that stuff that looks like crap over there, that's his. But often he'll have better books than me. But, it's just one of those things, I like to, the guy, so I was at a convention a little over a year ago and it was in Bowling Green, whatever. It was a nice building, but the first time this convention was ever being run, so people were unsure about it. So I usually go to those and I do pretty well because often they'll only end up being like 2 or 3 comic vendors. So you just clean up. Well, this one happened we had quite a few vendors, right? Because it's a bigger city. They're like third largest city in Kentucky. So there was plenty of comic vendors and my day was going okay. Actually, it was going so well, I was running out of books. So next to me, and I had my full setup. It was just me. I was just me this time. I brought my dad with me to help me, right? So the whole thing was beautiful, right? A beautiful table set up and the collectibles and the whole routine and the big wall behind me of books. And it was great. I was so proud of it. And so the guy next to me had one of the shittiest tables you ever saw. I think he had a bed sheet covering the table, like a comic bed sheet, which would almost be nice if it was like a new bed sheet, but this was fucking like a used bed sheet. Like it was all faded. And, yeah, it was fucking terrible. And he was sitting there and he had like binders with books in them, and he had comic boxes with books in them, and the boxes looked like shit, and they were all in old bags and boards, and everything was rough, right? So I was like, okay. So it was about 3/4 through the day. I was running out of books, and I was like, man, I got to do something. And I told my dad, I'm like, you're going to have to watch the table. I think I need to go buy some comics. I need to buy some stock because we're running out. And if you don't have enough, people just won't look. Like if you could have a short box of killer shit and no one will stop and look through that short box. If you don't have 4 other boxes that are marked dollar books, no one looks through the prices marked box. And it's like, it's crazy. It's just how people are. They want to shop. They want to have all these options. It's like, whatever. So I'm like, I need books because we look like we're running out. Looks like we're not actually selling comics here. So the guy next to me who had that shitty table, I was like, all right, let me look through his box, which I hadn't yet. And he had some decent stuff. He had some ASM. What's up, Roscoe? He had some ASM. He had some Hulk stuff, and it was all fine stuff. Like it wasn't great, but it was fine. And he hadn't sold anything all day. Like the entire day he sat there, didn't sell a fucking thing. So I bought all his ASM and all his Hulk stuff at the price he was asking. And, you know, I worked him a little bit for a deal, but not very hard. Like I probably bought 20 books or so, which wasn't that many, but I bought like 20 books and I paid probably 80% of what he was asking. So I thought I did pretty good. And then I put him in my box, and, you know, the ones that had okay bags and boards I left, but I always bring bags and boards with me in case this happens. And so I rebagged and boarded several of them that were pretty fucked up. And I put them in my box and I doubled the price that he was asking and sold them all. And that guy was so fucking pissed. Like, and I told him what I was doing. I was like, I'm going to take these, I'm going to move them over here, and I'm going to try and sell them. So is that all right? You know, you don't have to give me a great deal. I'll pay what you want, but is that okay? You know, because I didn't want to be an asshole about it. Now, if the guy was like 4 booths away, I wouldn't have said anything. But the guy's right next to me, you know. So I went and I got.
Hey, I just sold you that.
Yeah. And he was not happy. I was like, I warned him, but he wasn't happy. I think he was happy when I bought him because it was the only sale he made all fucking day. But I think he truly believed that I would have no better luck selling them literally 3 feet from the spot he was trying to sell them. But I did. So, and sold them right through. And then even one guy was like, you got any more of this Spider-Man? You got any more Spider-Man? And I was like, do you have any more Spider-Man? That's the guy next to me. You got any more Spider-Man hiding over there? He was like, no, you got it all. I was like, nope, out. And I was like, he didn't have any either. But he's got other stuff you might want to look at. It was bad. He was pissy. God.
But I noticed, I'm assuming it's the same over there as it, like, it doesn't happen a lot over here, but it still happens. Like, because I've quite often been, even these small comic fairs, you know, which is literally just comics and things like that, like some sort of, you know, small little scout hall or sports hall or whatever.
I like those.
But you see, like, you know, all the dealers are like, once they've set up, or even sometimes when they're in the middle of setting up still, they'll eventually go, you know, oh, like, I'm just going to stop setting up. And they start looking at other people's tables and they start buying stuff from other sellers and things like that. And like, I've noticed it more and more lately since I've been getting into a lot of these things before the general doors open. I know it's really bad with original art over there, like really, really bad. But I don't know about the comic side of things. I would assume, they'd still be doing that sort of thing over there too. But it'd just be like dealers buying off dealers and like, you know, oh, he's got that too cheap.
But
I'm
I
gonna
tell
try
you,
and get more money.
As long as you pay what someone has it priced for, I think that it's all fair game. And as long as you organize or work out a price, I think it's okay too. But like one time we got pretty soured up. And so the guy I was sharing a booth with this guy, right? And the same guy. And the promoter of the booth of the con,
Mm.
he was walking around and he was like, "Oh, I'm filling in my run. I'm filling in my Hulk run. I'm filling in my Thor run." This guy was after nothing but Silver Age books. Like every Silver Age run he was working on. Iron Man, Thor, didn't matter. Every Silver Age run, Fantastic Four, that's what this guy was after, right? He's like, I'm filling in my runs. I collect too. We're like, okay, well, the guy sold us the booth and we're trying to be nice to him, right? Because we want him to sell us another booth next time, whatever. Weren't my books because I don't sell silver or gold. Generally, I start at bronze and I work my way through modern is what I sell because everything else I keep, right?
Yeah.
Silver and gold, I'm always keeping that stuff. And doubles of keys, those might be silver or gold, but pretty much if I have a one copy, it's in my collection, right? So my buddy's there and he had like 3 short boxes full of silver, but it was all kind of low priced and not really great copies, but definitely good for reader copies and anyone trying to fill in a run. Because you know how it is. You worked in your ASM, trying to filling in those runs. If it's complete, you'll take it.
Yeah.
Just to fill the hole. If it's a good price, you'll take it.
Even if it's a big key and it's a good price and it's a bloody complete, I'll still get it. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's complete, it goes in the run and you check it off, and you might put a little asterisk that I'll upgrade it later, but you check it off for now, right? And so my buddy sold him all that stuff, and he worked him over so hard for a good price. Like this guy was relentless to the point where he was basically badgering him to make a good deal, right? To lower the price, bottom dollar, and then keep lowering it. And I was like, this guy, and I already didn't like the guy. I'm like, this guy's full of shit. I'm tired of him. I said, I told him in front of him, I said, if I were you, I wouldn't sell him shit. That's what I said. And the guy was like, oh, I was like, hey, he was like, well, I put this show together for you guys. I'm like, whatever. I said, he's just trying to steal his books. He's like, oh, no, I'm working on these runs. I was like, I don't care if you're going to keep them or sell them, but you're stealing them. You're just trying to steal them. I was like, go fucking kick rocks, man. And he was like, whatever, I can't deal with you. Your prices are too high for your books. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And so he keeps working on him. I told him, you do what you want. Well, he sold him all the books at like 40% of what he had them priced at. This motherfucker, I went out, I was hungry, and they had like a hot dog stand outside in the main hallway outside, like where you're lining up to get into the convention, right? This motherfucker had a table out there with all of my buddy's books for sale. And he jacked the price up all the way to higher than my prices were for those same books. And he had them all for sale. And he was selling to people who didn't even get into the convention yet. So he set up tables outside in the hallway, outside of the convention hall. He set up tables all along with all the shit that he had raided from all the dealers that he sold booths to, and then was selling the comics before people even got inside.
No, so fuck that. Fuck that guy.
What the fuck? So that was the last time I dealt with him. I haven't, and again, did he do me wrong? Technically, no. And I made a shit ton of money at that convention because we were only like 3 comic booths at the whole convention. And we did really well. I did really well for sure. And yeah, but I'll never fucking use that guy again. He still sends me emails.
That's like, still the principle. Like, I can't stand for that kind of shit. Like if I see something like that going on, and it's the old, like, and I know a lot of people have heard of him and all that sort of stuff, but it's the old Harley Yee sort of thing where he used to be here. Like he never used to come to, because we have the 2 main ones, Supernova and Oz Comic Con. He always used to come to he started off with Oz Comic Con, and he used to come like every year for about 4 or 5 years, and he'd bring a Journey 83, an AF-15, a fucking X-Men 1, a Fantastic Four. He'd bring all these big, massive key books, and he'd have them all as his wall books, obviously, and he'd have them raws and slabs and whatever like that, and he'd have like, like I remember he had an AF-15, and this is like 5, 6 years, 7 years before COVID. So when you could probably buy an AF-15 for maybe $5,000, $10,000, or whatever it was, he'd have like 35, 40 grand at an Australian convention where you know you're not going to get that kind of money. There's not that many high rollers with that kind of cash coming into a thing. And you'd walk up to him and you'd be like, you know, like I did it once or twice, and that was enough for me. I think I looked at, it was an early ASM book that I hadn't acquired at the time. I think the book would have been a sub 10 book. I can't remember what number it was, but I remember the price. It had like $1,000 even on it. And I said to him, I go, I've got physical cash. I need that for my ASM run. It's one of the 10 or 15 books or 20 books I needed at the time.
Right.
I said, I'm willing to blow my whole entire con spending on that one book if you give me a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'd been speaking to him and looking and just general chit chat for a while.
He's friendly enough.
And he's a friendly enough guy or whatever like that. And he's like, oh no, that's the price. And I go, what? Not even like $5 off, $10 off. It's $1,000. I said, mate, I'm on minimum wage. I'm prepared to blow my entire budget, one item at your booth only, and not buy a single thing anywhere else. You're not going to give me a good deal. I said, you don't have to go crazy. You don't have to give me 50% off. Just try and help me out. So I might have maybe money to buy a bloody bag of chips or something for lunch.
You don't need chips. Buy comics. Oh, sorry.
And he's like, no. He goes, that's the price. He goes, that's a great price. I bought that same book in better condition at another store for half the price.
Yeah, that's the problem with him and his books is that his books are always, first of all, they're usually not the best condition books you can get. Like it's not the best condition you can get that book in, even at the same show. So it's not a particularly rare book. It's also not a particularly high grade book, but it is the highest price, and the price is firm. It's like, are you just walking a collection around the world and showing off your collection? Is that what you're doing?
Not fucking cheap to come to Australia. You've already seen it. And to bring, like, and he would have had, I'd say maybe 20, 30 short boxes, plus all the wall books, which would have come out of probably another 2 or 3 short boxes. So he probably would have had close to 30 short boxes full of stuff. And it's like, that would not have been cheap.
Yeah.
Even back then, it would not have been cheap. Like, yeah, okay, he might have sold one, if he may have sold one 10 grand or 15 or 20 grand book by chance, he might have recouped all his costs.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee I don't think he did. Because everybody was looking through his bin books because nobody wanted to even touch, like, his wall books got chipped and changed out. But I know for a fact, because I knew the guy that was stalling next to him, he never sold one of those wall books at all. He only sold books out of the bin at $10.
I've never successfully bought a book from him.
Yeah.
I've seen him maybe 4 or 5 times now, and I've never bought a book from him ever. And I've tried to wheel and deal on wall books. I've tried to even find a book in the bin that's fair priced. And even the ones in the bin are like, I mean, it's sad to say that you can look at a book and know that it's a $20 book and he's asking $30. Why am I going to give you the 30% more? You know, why would I do that? Why, you know, can you come back down to the price of the book that everyone else at this convention agrees is the cost of this book? Can you come back down to that and I'll buy it from you? Nope. All right. I give up. I give up. I still think one day I'll find a book. I still look in his bin because he has Golden Age stuff, and I buy Golden Age, and thankfully I don't have to go through the whole collection. Golden Age, he has like 5 short boxes worth of Golden Age stuff, so that I dig through and then stuff on the wall. And every time I'm like, this is the time I'm going to get something from him because he's bound to have a book that's at least reasonably priced. Nope, it's always reasonably priced plus extra, and he doesn't want to deal with you. He doesn't want to lower the price, not $1. Like, price is the price. I'm like, all right, goodbye.
And I know a lot of people have said the same thing. They're like, they've dealt with these or tried to deal with these dealers that it's almost as if they're trying to sell their children at a booth sort of thing. It's like, everything's high priced. They don't really want to sell it. They're just there to show off what big books they have and what grails they have and all that sort of stuff. It's like, why even bother? Like, especially to another country, let alone around the world. Why even bother? And obviously, he eventually, it took him 4 or 5 goes or 6 goes.
Right.
But eventually he's like, there's probably no real point to doing this anymore because nobody's buying anything or whatever like that. I'm not going to lower my prices, so why should I bother even doing it? But that was also when Oz Comic Con was in league with Reed Pop. Reed Pop actually owned our Oz Comic Con for those like 4, 5, 6 years or whatever. So I reckon he has some sort of in with Reed Pop.
Yeah, he's probably getting free booth rental and maybe a car to reuse or helping him transport stuff, something. Yeah, he probably having something.
So yeah,
I tell you, dealers can be tough to deal with. Promoters, I didn't realize how shady some of these con promoters are, and they can be difficult. But I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. And again, it's usually just sell at cons that I don't buy at. I'm here to sell. I'm not here to buy. And when I do that, I'll usually buy a pop or something. Like I'll buy a collectible. I'll buy a pop. That's what I usually do. Or I'll make trades. Like I was at one convention I was selling at, and the guy came and he liked a couple of the slabs I had, and he never owned a slab before in his life. And he was like, well, I got a booth over there. He was like, can you do me any better on this price? And I was like, well, I can't really lower the price. And the only reason was because I was already like only making $10 a slab. They were just so I could have slabs. I feel like every time I go to a convention, I got to have some slabs. And at the end of the day, I usually sell them all. So I buy a slab for 40 or $50, sell it for 50 or $60. And that's usually my slabs, right? I'll have like 6 or 7 of them, but that'll make me a little bit of money, and I had something to present on the wall and people like to see it and hold one. A lot of people never have owned a slab or seen a slab. They don't have an LCS or anything. And they're just, picking up books, and it's interesting to them, something to talk about, which is always good. But anyway, this guy was like, he wanted to buy 2 slabs that I had, and there were 2 of my better slabs. So I couldn't really do much. I knew that I could sell them for what I had on them. I didn't want to lower the price, and it was fairly early in the convention, but he had a booth and it was an all pop booth. So I was like, hey, I said, maybe we can work a deal. So I just went over there. I picked out a couple of pops, and whatever the retail value on those pops were, I took off the price, and then he paid the difference. And I was like, that worked out. But I didn't buy any books at that convention. It was all pops, which I got too many of. Of course, Papa would say I need at least one more. But
or 100 more.
At least 100 more pops.
Yeah. And it's hard because like I've built up like a lot of, and like you guys do the same, like I've built up a lot of good relationship with a lot of like sellers that I will always, like when I go to these comic fairs, I will look at other people that I've never seen before their stuff, but I will generally always go back to the guys that I've already dealt with. I already know.
Yeah.
I know, they might not necessarily give me the best discount. Like I always talk about the guy named Bruce that, and then somebody goes, oh, an Australian named Bruce. But he always, like every time I buy from him, he gives me better and better deals. Like and people are like, oh, he's so high priced. Like he's not high priced. He's just selling at fair market value pricing. And fair market value pricing for Australia, that is. So he might seem a little bit high, but when you do the math, it's not really that bad. Like his prices are fairly reasonable. Like they're not great, but they're reasonable. But I'll be like, I'll always go and like, if there's nobody else there that I really know, I'll always know that I can buy books from him. He's always got great books. And, I will go there and like, if I spend $100, he might go give me $5 or $10 off. If I spend $500, he might give me $50 or $100 off, and so on and so forth. So, like I know he's the one that I ended up caving and buying my UF4 from, like, he had a price on there and I was like, I knew it was high, but it was reasonable for Australia. And I'm just like, I'm sick of trying to hunt this fucking book. I'm never going to get this book. I'm sick of looking at second prints. I want the first print. And I just said, look, what can you do? And he goes, look, I'll just give you this price. He goes, do you need anything else? I'm like, yeah, I want to buy that one, and that one. He goes, okay, well, I'll knock more off.
Yeah.
So, you know, and he looked after me sort of thing. But it's like those sort of guys that I will constantly go back to.
Yeah.
And the same thing with you know, the guy that Sean introduced me to. He's got a store in Canberra, which is sort of next to New South Wales, Sydney, that sort of area. And he quite often will come down to Melbourne now for the cons and things like that. The first time I met him, he gave me almost 50% off a book for my first ever sale, for my first ever meeting. He's like, oh, you know, Sean, all right, that $270 book, I'll give it to you for $150. And I'm just like, I know I can go back to this guy.
Yeah.
But he tells it to me straight too, because he does a lot of consignment stuff. So he has a couple of guys, in the same, you know, area that he's in. That's like, oh, look, I'm not comfortable selling these books, but I want to move them. Can you sell them for me? You're going to go to conventions, blah, blah, blah. He will say to me, like, I remember the first time he had consignment books that I saw him, he had some of the ASM books I wanted. And I'm like, that price looks fucking high, because they were in slabs too, which didn't help. They were super, super expensive. And I'm just like, can you help me at all? And he goes, look, he's only given me 10% to work with. That's all he's given me with.
Right.
And I'm just like, that's fine. But he's given me that honesty straight up. He goes, look, if you're seriously interested in maybe 2 books or 3 books of these books, I can ring him and ask him. Because Sean did that, because they had a couple of the sub 10 X-Men books he wanted. Fucking stupid thing. And the guy was like, oh, yeah, he came down 15%. And Sean's like, I still can get it better, like just buying it from someone else or whatever. Yeah. The last convention we went to, this guy was the only proper comic book vendor at the whole store. And then I'm talking about a big con too. He was the only one. And he had more consignment stock, and it was more books that I wanted. And he goes, the guy's giving me now, and it was some of the same books. And he goes, the guy's giving me 20% leeway now. And I said, well, you know, with some of those books, it's still not enough with the prices that he wants to get out of them. But I'm like, so now whenever I go to his booth, because he has little green stickers on it, I know they're the consignment books.
Oh,
so
nice.
I just buy all the stuff that's non-consignment that I want.
That's nice, because I know a dealer that I deal with quite a bit, and they often will be like, is this guy's book, or is this ours, or is it yours, or is it mine? Whose book is this? And I'm like, all right, so if you don't want to give me a deal, you're going to tell me it's a consignment book, right? And if you do want to give me a deal, you tell me it's your book, you know. So that's sometimes I feel like it's a way of getting out of, or lying and getting out of it. But Papa wants to know what pops I'm looking for. The answer is none. I'm not looking for any pops, but the pops are looking for me. And let me tell you which pops are looking for me. Horror pops are looking for me because here's the deal. So my collection is contained in this room. Like 98% to 99% of my collection is in this room, with very small exceptions. Okay. And these are things that I've been able to weave into the house outside of this room, to sneak under the doorways, to tuck them in the vents and get them outside of the room. Okay. I'll tell you, man. All right. So here's what happens. Pops that are movie related. So like I'm looking for an Indiana Jones pop, not a big one, not a giant one with a fucking boulder behind him, just a regular Indiana Jones pop, right? I'm looking for one of those. Why, you ask? Because I have my movies. I have a steelbook collection. Okay, so steelbook Blu-rays.
So do I. Yep.
So I collect those. And in my display case for the movies, for the bookshelf that I keep, the movie shelf that I keep the movies on, if I have a corresponding pop to match the movie, I put them in between the movies. So I have like a James Bond pop, and then that starts my James Bond movies. My Star Wars pops, if they're movie Star Wars pops, they go in the movies. You know, a Predator pop I have to right next to my Predator movie. So I do that all throughout. And then I have a few overflows that are on top that I don't have the movie yet, but someday I hope to, right? So I went ahead and bought the pop ahead of time. So those pops, I'm always on the lookout for movie type pops, right? Because they find their way out. Because I'm at maximum capacity in here. I got no more room for any kind of really figures or anything like that. So, and definitely not pops, take up a lot of space as you know. So they moved out there, and then also any kind of seasonal pops. So like the horror pops, we have a box in the garage, and then in Halloween time, in the fall, I'll take out the horror pops, come out, and then they get to be placed around the house. So I use pops to decorate around the house. So Christmas pops, Halloween pops. If there's any Easter pops out there, y'all let me know today. Like, I need that pop today. I don't know who it would be. Maybe the Easter Bunny or Bugs Bunny. If there's a Bugs Bunny pop, maybe I need that.
Yeah, that's Bugs Bunny pops.
Yeah, so like seasonal pops I'm into, and movie pops. Those are the ones that I feel
What about
buying.
Wolverine pops?
Well, for instance, I have a Wolverine that has its claws caught up in Christmas lights. So that is a Christmas pop. So that's in the garage for Christmas, and it comes
there's
out.
a range of 50th anniversary Wolverine pops coming out, and some of them look really cool, including a Weapon X pop.
Yeah, I might need that. I mean, I have already 1, 2, 3. I already have 3 Wolverine pops in this room alone. So, and I have one in the garage for Christmas. So I don't know. It's gonna have to be a really good one.
Because I literally just got an email.
Freddy signed pop. Freddy Krueger. Oh wow, that would be cool.
Signed
by
Robert Englund.
Signed by Robert Englund. Wow, that's awesome. That's cool. Of course, that's cool. That's almost too cool. That's too cool to put in a garage all year, though. That'd probably have to stay out. That's the one that stays out. I have to go get the movie. I have to see if they have a steelbook, which I'm surely they do.
So they're doing.
That's
they're just
cool.
doing a classic blue and yellow, just 50 years anniversary one. They're doing a Fatal Attractions one. So he's like down in his knees with a mask on, but he's like that. He's doing the Weapon X pop and an Old Man Logan pop.
Some of those I've seen, but I feel like there was already a Weapon X pop out there.
I don't remember there being one.
Are these going to be the big? Oh no,
no, these are just standard size ones.
Yeah, I need that one because they have one that came out for the first appearance Wolverine, right? 181 anyway. They've got a 181 pop out there that's in those.
They've got the pop there, the pop cover ones that I've been getting.
So let me ask you: can you open those cases? The plastic.
I know you meant you did that comment on that last video that I did. I've never actually looked at that. I'll have to have a look to see whether they can be open because that would be a cool
Papa,
idea.
do you know if you can open those? Do you have any of those, Papa? The ones that are, you know what I'm talking about? They have like a comic behind it, like a background.
The pop cover ones, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know if you can open those and get into them? Because I would like.
You said you could. You wanted to actually put the actual comic in there.
Because I noticed that the actual comic has a little punch hole at the top, I guess, so that you know that it's not a real comic. And I don't know if it's the exact size of a comic or if they resize it a little bit to make it not fit. Because it wouldn't surprise me if because they seem a little taller than comics to me. But I think so. Okay.
I think so. Y'all have to have a look because I think I've still got them in my room. So I don't think has Beck got any. I don't think Beck has.
There's got to be a way to open them. Because what if it fell off its piece or whatever? I mean, you'd have to be able to reset it, right?
Yeah, I don't think she has any of the pop cover ones.
I know everybody want to keep it in the box, but there's not much to the box. So
it's almost like a slip cover for a steelbook.
Yeah,
like it's pretty much just sort of slips over. Obviously, it's got a bottom and it's got a little bit of a top because it's
not much though.
It's not.
Or
much.
He's saying he doesn't think you can open them.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to have a look. I'm curious.
I'm curious because they have some that have some really cool covers, but I own the comic book, and I thought it would be cool to use them as a way to display the real comic book and pull out the little photocopy bullshit they have in there and put in a real book.
I don't know whether you'd want to put a 181 in one of those though.
Well, I mean,
unless you have a beta reader copy and you've got one say slabbed up on the wall or something. But...
Well, no, I probably wouldn't put an actual 181 from 1973, but I got about 8 reprints of that book.
Yeah,
so any one of them would make a good one. You know, any one of them would work fine.
Something like that. Oh
yeah, I got facsimiles, I got foil covers, I got all kinds of shit of that book. So
sorry, you said you were ending soon. I was like, fuck that. We're keeping this shit rolling.
All right, I gotta go. Good night, everybody. Run me off. Oh, hateful ass, Remy.
All right.
Do you have any of those Funko, Remy? The
comic cover ones.
Yeah, the ones that are tall.
You don't have any of the comic cover.
I have one. I have one.
I don't think you have any.
Is it nearby? Can you see if you can crack it open for us?
Yeah, yours are all just standard size.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Remy's gonna get the dullest rock in his backyard. He's gonna try and crack this fucker wide open.
Well, I can crack it open without a rock.
Well, let's take a look. Well, I don't want you. Your teeth are not tools, Remy. You're gonna chip something one day.
Oh, you'll have enough other weapons floating around.
Probably.
Like I'll just put a small bit of C4 on the corner. Yeah, no, I'm actually interested to know whether you can actually open them or not.
Yeah, it's been
just like a foil, you know.
Yeah, any kind of reprint, anything would look cooler than a photocopy backing, you know. And give it a little bit more character, I think, too, because it have like some wear lines on it. It would look like a real book as opposed to just a picture of a book. Remy, you still there?
He's probably just gone. He's probably just going to get it.
He probably went to put on pants first. Just
he'll have the Thor one. He'll have the Journey into Mystery Thor one.
Is he a big Jim fan?
He's a big Thor fan.
Oh, is it just the Chris Hemsworth thing? Is that what he likes?
No, it was before that. One of his Grail books was Journey 89 or 90. I can't remember which. I think it's 89. And they ended up, I think Nick's Kicks and Comics and a few of the other guys ended up finding a slab and AOKing it to him.
Oh, nice. Did they give it to him or something in person at Heroes last year?
No, I think they just sent it to him.
Because there was a lot of that going on. There was a lot of, and 7 of us got together and want to present to you this book. And I was like, I'm so glad I know most of these people, but I'm not close enough to most of these people where anyone's asking for a fucking GoFundMe to get somebody a book. Like, that's great. Like, I love you guys, but I don't want to buy anybody a book. I'm here to buy
the only one I know to be careful of what you say around is Steve Whiting.
I went to dinner with Steve Whiting, and this fucking guy never offered me shit. In fact, I'm pretty sure I paid for his extra rolls. That motherfucker owes me something. I'm telling you.
But I don't think I think I'm safe because Steve Whiting doesn't know who the fuck I am, so that's all right.
Steve Whiting's a good guy, and me and him had not spent a lot of time together. Like he was on my show. Like I had a weekly show. He was on it like once, and it was a disaster. Like he couldn't get his shit to work, and yeah, who doesn't like Batman? Yeah, I like Batman. You don't like Batman? All right, I got you. So he was cool though. We got along great. We had a great time, and he was up there with Hialeah Comic Bro. They did a last minute, decided to come and brought their wives. So we all 3 couples, me and my wife, of course, and we all 3 couples went to dinner one of the nights there and had a grand old time. He's a super sweet guy.
Yeah, because I know like a few guys have said to me, they're like, just be careful because you're like, oh, so like you'll be digging in a long box. So what are you actually looking for? You know, what are you hunting or whatever like that? And then and it's funny. I think it was actually John, like John's Comics with Kids was telling me, he goes, yeah, you just be careful what you say to him or around him because he hears and he remembers. And he goes, he's not a rich guy or anything like that. He just somehow finds a way. Because like he gave John a freaking Avengers 1 for God's sake. It's like the dude is like,
yeah. I'm pretty sure I bought this motherfucker a couple extra rolls. So Steve, if you're out there and I see you again in June, me and you, buddy, I'm going to stand right next to him the whole convention. Say, boy, I really wish I had this AF-15. No, don't I owe you a dinner roll? Oh no, wait. I think you owe me one. All right, don't worry about it. You know, yeah, we'll see. Man, working him over. No, hey Remy, are you okay? Remy. And we lost Remy. Well, we're gonna miss.
He's probably diving through the basement or something, trying to.
He said, "I asked, is it nearby? Like, I didn't expect him to go to the store and try and buy one at Walmart real quick and come back. I asked, is it nearby? And he's like, yeah.
That's the other reason, like what I said earlier, that I'd either do one of the two things of either tell nobody and just rock up, or tell everybody. I think I'd rather do the nobody, because then I don't want to feel obligated if people are just going to start handing me AOKs or anything like that. I'd rather not.
You gotta come. When you come, you gotta tell everybody you're coming. Because there'll be somebody, hey, don't open it yet. Let me just look at it. All right. So before you open it.
That's the book that he wanted, and Nick and a couple of the guys got it for him.
Okay. So where's that book?
Thanks, Illuminati.
Where's the book, Remy?
It's in a slab, so I wouldn't fit in that anyway. But
I mean, I pride myself in having everything at arm's length.
I know, Remy, you're letting me.
Yeah, but how long is
now? This is the thing. The special stuff I have put away.
All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry. All right. No, Remy, come back.
We just want to know.
We don't want that book. No, we don't want that book. We don't want that book because it's in a slab. Just grab any. No, we don't want that book. Grab any Silver Age. Grab any Silver Age book, and see if it could conceivably even fit. Like, hold it up to the back of the box and see if it would even conceivably fit in there. Because I have a feeling that those are cropped and a little bit more narrow.
It has two holes on the back, like you could hang it, but I think it's too big. All right, hold on.
Remy thinks it's too big.
The only thing I can think of is that, if you take off that slip case, so there's some sort of little, maybe a little swing door or something underneath.
No. I don't think it's designed. I don't think it's designed to slide a book in there. I think I'm going to have to manipulate it, maybe wedge a top loader behind it or something. I have seen these. So there's a couple of, I think they have a whole line of colors of these.
I think so,
the different chrome pops.
They did it. They did it for the Avengers movies and stuff like that as well. They did them all in different chrome colors.
That's crazy because I've seen tons of those when they first come out. 2017. Maybe they didn't have the blue chrome. Maybe it was the other colors. Maybe it was because I feel like there was a green, yellow, pink. They all matched the color of the ones that came out for that Batman Dark Knight series, maybe. That makes sense.
10 times better than SNL. Well, Bubs is funny. I'm not funny. I just run the shit.
Everybody needs a good host. You're doing great. Oh, blue was the original. Okay. Which would be cool because I have a blue chrome Batman figure that I've had since I was a kid. And it was like, deep sea Batman or some shit. And he had like a underwater pack or whatever when they were doing all that shit. So, and I still have him. So it'd be cool to have a blue chrome one. Yeah, others came after. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, that blue is that I would want the blue. The others, they were a little too much for me. I'm not a big enough Batman guy, and it's not enough. But that blue is beautiful.
Because I made that mistake because they did when Avengers Infinity War came out. They released I think a set of 5 was like Spidey, Iron Man, Captain America, something like that or whatever, and they were all different colored chromes. And it was actually an exclusive in Australia before it hit anywhere else. And they even had that little pop culture sticker on it as exclusive, whatever. Yeah. They had like a pop-up stall in the city. You had to line up 5 o'clock in the morning. My gosh. All this sort of bullshit. And we decided at the last minute just to go and do it. So we went to go and do it. And we're like, I wonder if you can only buy one, blah, blah, blah. I'll just buy the Spider-Man one and all that sort of stuff. And then we see, as we're getting further and further up in the queue, I'm like, we're going to miss out. They're going to have enough, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. I see people walking out with 3 and 4 and 5 sets of all of them and stuff like that. And I'm just like, okay, there's obviously no limit on this shit. But am I going to be able to get there? So when I get up there, I sort of see behind the fucking thing and they got a whole storage container full of them.
Oh my gosh.
And so I ended up buying 2 sets. I'm like, I'll buy one for myself and I'll buy one to maybe flip or give to somebody or whatever, you know. I missed the boat. Like I literally, if I had sold that, like the sets they were like $20 each. So you could buy the set of 5 for like $100.
Uh-huh.
People were getting almost $1,000 for the set on eBay within about a 2-month period of time. Because all the people from overseas were buying them because they weren't available.
Yeah, no way they were going to get in line. Yeah.
And I just like, and then after that, they started getting released, and then you see the price drop and drop and drop. And now,
So they were they weren't exclusive, or they were exclusive?
They were exclusive. Well, I know they're still exclusive to us because they have that sticker.
Oh, that's bullshit.
That's it. But they've released it overseas everywhere, exactly the same thing with just the Funko sticker on it, and that's the only difference. So there's no point in even trying to sell them anymore because you're not going to get anything for them anymore. And I still have them. I never even they're buried in some storage bin thing, something down in my basement somewhere.
Fork over $200. Nah, I'm not paying $200 for a pop.
That's what I'm worried about because I only need like maybe 10, and I have every single Spider-Man pop. But one of them is one of the most expensive pops, and that's the Spider-Man Japanese release for Amazing Spider-Man movie. They only made like 50 of them. They handed them out at the movie premiere in Tokyo. They go for like $5,000 minimum. I'm not paying $5,000 for a pop. I can tell you right now.
Just leave it in the board. You're too drunk or whatever the hell's wrong with you to fuck with the book.
It's
just
not
hold
that
it
I'm
up.
too drunk. It's that I don't
Not drunk enough. All right.
I'm moving studios. I got shit everywhere, and I can't find the Silver Age.
Just
All
hold
right.
it up to it. It'd be
Here
all
we
right.
go. Let me see. You want to see if it's the same size?
Yeah.
Like if it would fit inside.
Oh,
Do you think it's pretty close in size or no? Like it would just need to be a hair smaller all around.
I think this would fit. Hold on. In fact,
Careful now. Steady hands, brother. Steady hands. When was the last time you used that hand? Take it easy. Maybe go offhand. Give it the old stranger.
You got to sit on it for a while.
Yeah. Careful. Look, Papa's going to lose it. You keep opening fucking pops on camera. At least it's still in the plastic, though, right? It has a plastic wrap. Because on these, they wrap the inside. Steady hands. Oh, man.
Yeah, so the base looks like it might actually pop open, maybe.
Somehow, after you get it unwrapped, maybe. But it's meant to hang on the wall, so I don't know how they would do that.
all right. So,
Too big.
Yeah, it's going to be too big. You'd literally have to like put it on. You'd have to, yeah.
it's the right width,
Oh, is it?
and this is what it has at the bottom.
Oh, it's got a sunken base.
Mm.
So the base is going to be
But
too.
I think you could actually. I mean, like, I think you could do it. But the thing is it's. I don't know if it has enough room. So if you look, I don't know if this will come up, but
hang on.
Hold on.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. You may not be able to tuck it back behind there.
It's like sunken in just a little bit,
Yeah.
but it's a thin piece of cardboard. So I don't know if you could fit a whole book in there.
Not only that, but the back of Thor's head looks like it's attached. They put something there.
It's touching.
A spacer or something. Like a little yellow disc.
Or is that just a bulge in his hair?
No, it's touching it.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's like flat on the back to like.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if it's stuck to it.
Yeah.
But it looks like that base might actually pop open though. Like if you took the shrink wrap off it.
What size book was that?
It's a Silver Age.
So if you took a modern reprint, it would be smaller in width for sure.
Yeah.
It would be the same height, though. You'd still have the same problem with the height, and possibly Thor's head denting into the middle of it. But you could, and it could also depend on the pop. Like if it's something that's set a little, has a bigger head, or set a little further back, it might touch. Remy treats pops right carefully. All right, fair enough. You've passed the Papa Wheelie test there, Remy. You're allowed to touch pops.
That may be this may be the key right here. So I didn't notice this, but you were talking about the thing on the back of his head, right?
Yeah, it's like a disc.
Look at the back. It's like secured down. It goes through the little. It goes through the book or whatever.
And that means you could probably remove it.
That securing is but then he's going to move around. That's what I mean. That's like a little thing to keep Thor from moving. And it goes through the picture.
That's probably not a bad idea because he's pretty much just sort of almost freestanding there on the base. So
yeah, but the biggest thing is still if the book fits. I think that means more.
But then again, your guy might be moving around. You'd have to.
Yeah, but you could secure him other ways.
Out.
I mean, I could put a piece of tape on his foot or some shit, or a hot
Well,
glue.
if that's the case, then I mean, look, there's plenty of room to move him up. Like,
yeah, scoot him up just a hair and get behind. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. They have a pretty nice Wolverine one. I think I'm gonna get one of my 181. Hey, that's beautiful.
Is the pop? To try it. How much is the pop?
I don't know because I've never seen what the fucking price tag. Because it's the most aggravating goddamn thing about buying pops is that nobody puts a goddamn price tag on it. Because as soon as you do, someone else is like, "Well, I'm not buying that. There's a price tag on it. It'll have glue, and it's not a near mint pop anymore." Oh, fuck you! You don't know how to sell pops. And I'm like, "Well, I don't know how to fucking buy pops because I don't know how much they cost."
Well, they're $50 over here, so I'd assume they'd probably be 30 over there. Roughly.
I don't
for
know.
the comic cover ones.
Are they that much? I thought they'd be like 15 or 20 bucks.
No,
50 bucks for real?
They're $50 over here retail. So that'd have to be 30 retail, I reckon, over there. Because the normal pop like retail now is like 20.
You put it in upside down. It's in upside down, Remy. All right, thank you. Thank you, Remy. You're a good man. I appreciate it. Papa says you can touch his pops anytime with those silky smooth, careful hands. Appreciates it. Wow.
Still didn't look like you could open it too well, but I reckon that base comes out somehow. You must have to like unscrew that back from his head and then maybe pop the base down.
Honestly, the way that back looked, I don't think it's meant to be left attached. I think after you remove that plastic wrap all around, you're meant to be able to unscrew that and release the pop from its crate off the bottom. Gotta be.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not spending $50 to find out.
I almost would.
I want to say they have a couple of those at Target right now for like $10. Not that one, but they've got a couple of the other comic ones. I don't know. They had
I want a good one though. I don't want some fucking rando fucking Captain Marvel bullshit.
Yeah, but I might do that just to see what it to try it.
What are you trying to steal my content? God damn it, Remy.
Just buy some shitty DC one and then just dissect it.
Oh well.
The strangest thing, I was drunk and I had this dream. I was on a stream with Bubs and he's talking about doing this thing with a pop and
flipped on the toilet, hit my head, and came up with the flux capacitor. That's what the fuck happened.
Oh god.
This was the last pop that I got. Recent pop acquisition. It's Ken.
From Street Fighter. Awesome.
Yeah. And I have the Blanca already.
Hadouken.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you guys will get upset, but I have an entire row of unboxed pops, and the boxes are all thrown away.
I think I have seen that. When
a shit ton of thrown away pop. Hey, I regret it. And as I was throwing them out, I remember this is the first few pops I got. I was like, some crazy fuckers keep these fucking packaging. Like, how crazy is that? This would take up an entire room of nothing but fucking pops and packaging. I gotta take them out of
an entire wall to display.
Yeah, you'd have to exactly. You'd have to decorate. You'd have to be a fucking insulate your home in these goddamn boxes to keep them all. And then, and then I'm like, man, I should have kept those boxes.
You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
Definitely damned if you don't, or if you do, or both. I'm with you. And I buy the cheap pop protectors, and everybody fusses at me for those. I don't know why I'm not handling them very often, and I don't know what's going to happen someday. Are they going to yellow, or are they going to crack? I mean,
yeah, that I don't. I only have a few in pop protectors, and that's only because I bought them like that, or I was given them like that. But other than that, I haven't bothered with the pop protectors.
Oh, I like the pop protectors. No, everybody in the house gets a pop protector for all their pops. As soon as they come in the door, I say set it on the counter, and then I get my pop protector. I peel off the plastic, and I do the whole routine, and I work them over to make sure they're nice and square when I put it in, so I don't shave any corners. I put them in, close it up, and say, now you may do whatever the fuck you want with it. But it's got to be in a protector.
Don't just don't stand on it or hit it with a hammer or anything.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're not doing the hard case protectors, but
oh god, here we go again.
Did you make that out of a bar of soap? That's dedication.
Yes.
No, that's Temu at its best.
Oh, I remember this. Boy, that's been around for a while now. When was the last time you did a Temu haul? 2019?
No, I just opened that one up Thursday. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that one then.
I was there for the live viewing.
Missed it. I thought Remy gave you all his channels and all his shows. Isn't that what this show is? Isn't this the formerly known as Remy Q Studios Hangout show?
Only the Hangout one.
Oh, okay. Still doing the let's talk about it and all that good stuff.
Yep. Saturday Hangout it was just tradition. Somebody has it for so long and then they pass it along.
Yeah, like herpes.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's hard to get rid of.
It is very hard to get rid of. Nobody wants to take it, and when they get it, they want to get rid of it just as soon as they get it. Ridiculous.
Yeah, whenever you're ready to jump off, Spidey, I'll take over. We'll just throw the link out there and see who the hell wants to jump on here.
No, it's all right. I got a good almost 8 hours out of it.
Good.
I think they might have fixed the problem with the I know I should say this loosely, but I think they've fixed the watch hour problems because I've noticed they're now giving you a date of when you look at your analytics as to what the difference is between the monetization hours and your normal graph hours is, because it says, as of this date, this is, and it's gotten a lot closer. Like I was getting almost 200 hours difference between the two. Now it's only like 10 or 20 hours sort of difference. So I'm getting closer to that 3,000 hour mark.
For something?
Yeah, just I'm not doing membership, but I wouldn't mind. I'm not one of those people. Nobody's going to be paying membership for my channel, but
I hit the new number for it.
I wouldn't mind, an occasional super chat or something got thrown my way. That would be fantastic. That could be just money put aside to, maybe fund the trip to Heroes or something.
No. Yeah, we set that up last year. It was actually right after they announced the lower number. And so we set it up.
Which is it?
But I didn't want to do like a membership or anything for it. So it's set up for super chats.
I do super chats. That's about it.
If I take over the Saturday night hangout, nobody will want it after. Probably not.
No. Sloppy eighths.
He already does. He does his own. after hours thing.
Are you going to Heroes this year, Journey?
I think he said he is.
It's better. Golly, it won't be the same.
I mean, that's fine. I'm open to new experiences.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be better without him?
No,
be different.
I don't care what anybody says. I'll say it right now. That dude's amazing. Comic Journey is an amazing person.
He's a good guy.
I know the in real life persona is way different from the online persona.
It still has that slight psychotic undertone, but it is different.
Oh yeah, you've shown me this before, Papa, but I don't know about the other guys. So radioactive Doc Brown is his most expensive pop.
Does he glow in the dark or something, or is he like neon in the back?
Glows in the dark, I think.
I think he's actually radioactive.
Oh,
cool. Oh.
Yeah, it's not a cheap one. I'm fucking amazing, damn it. I can just imagine him saying that too in a New York accent. I can't do American, let alone New York, so.
That's funny because everyone's convinced they can do an Aussie accent, so who knows how that happened.
And I know, and there's not many people that have even gotten close.
Obviously, I get the closest, but even I'm not good at it.
I definitely know who's the worst.
Who?
Can anybody guess who the worst is?
Tyler. Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like a Swedish backpacker.
He's not even trying.
Yeah, he's absolutely horrid.
Wow.
Oh, he won in a raffle. Awesome.
That's cool.
Bearing life circumstances. Yeah, I know Journey's had a lot going on in personal stuff, so.
No excuses.
How about my excuse that it's too expensive? I have a big excuse, and I can. Well, it's not an excuse; it's a reason.
Hey, Remy, are you going to rent out another movie theater this year? I hear Eternals 2 is coming out. Did you want us to watch that? Did you want us to watch that one with you?
DJ was the one who did that. I'm not big timing like that. Golly.
Hey, I could rent out my local theater for like $150. It's cheap. And you can play whatever you want, they say. And I'm like, I just want to rent it and test that policy. Like, I want to put up the most god awful like old porn movie from 1970 and see if they'll let me watch it in the theater alone with a bucket of popcorn with a hole at the bottom and see if they'll let me watch it.
I wanted the theater experience.
Yes. This is going to be a big load. Come on, Debbie. Get to Dallas. It's going to be good.
Get to Dallas.
You'd be one of the few, Joe. God.
Oh, man.
Well, Debbie is there
to play beta.
Yeah. That's going to be good. Yeah. Please. I have this vintage, but it's still sealed. I don't know if it works. Help me out. I tell you, they have, I don't know, here, Charlotte was interesting. It was kind of a town. It was one of those towns where right where you're at wasn't bad, but you walk off about 2-3 blocks in any one direction and man, start wishing that they let you bring guns in the plane. You know, it's like getting rough out here.
So in other words, if I come, I need to stay like right next to the convention and that's it.
Yeah.
I think it was actually better last year than it was the year before that.
Like cleaned up a little bit.
How far was that World of Beers place from the convention center?
About 2 blocks too far to not land anyone in the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem with the World of Beer thing is it's right by like this this bus station. And so it's like a really busy place in town right
transient there. It's a transient area. We appreciate it. If they did it again, we would do it again at the same place.
Transient or train spotting?
A little bit of both. Both. Yeah. Pretty any kind of trainee you can imagine.
Yeah.
pretty much.
Mm.
All right, Papa. Be
All right,
good, brother.
Papa.
Thanks for sharing.
Thanks for hanging out, Papa.
Yeah. Do you have any special messages for CJ? There they are.
Bang. CJ, just for you.
Yeah.
We'll take it easy, Papa.
The service at World of Beers
All right,
sucks
brother.
ass.
We'll see.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. We did have to
Yeah,
wait.
because I heard a lot of you guys saying that, like, you get your initial like round of drinks or whatever like that, and then you'd want another one, and it'd be like half an hour later you'd get
Dude,
your.
it was us and then like 3 other people at the front bar, and we couldn't get drinks. Like it didn't make sense. Like
what was funny is people kept walking in, and then they would see us at the bar, and then be like, "Who are these fucking guys?" And they'd walk out and leave. So I feel like even though we rented the room and everything and paid for the catering and stuff, it was still pretty obvious that they were not happy that we were there.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
like that's how it felt. Is like they felt like they were losing money with us there because we were pretty loud. I mean, and we spilled out of our contained room into the rest of the bar because there was too many of us to be stuffed in that little tiny room.
there wasn't a lot of people in the bar though. Anyways, that's the thing. Like
no, but
like when we went 2 years ago,
yeah.
we had a little part of like the outside like porch area, and the bar was packed. And then it was like, I don't know, 10 people that came in there. You know what I mean? And like, and we didn't have the food or anything. Like, I think Chip was there, White Shadow. He ended up buying like every appetizer they had. And then we got drinks and everything. And it was cool when we just hung out. This time it was like we had a special section, and it seemed like, I don't know if they like forgot about us or like I feel like the food arrived and they were like, "Oh shit, we got a party today," and they're like, well, we don't have enough staff for this. What are we gonna do? Oh, just fucking
for real.
And
there was no room.
Because I almost feel like we this time if we went back, we need to request like a dedicated bartender or something because we just couldn't get drinks. It was crazy.
And by the sounds of it, this year it's going to be even worse because I think they said there was like maybe 30 YouTubers with like obviously a few partners and things like that. I think this year it's going to be like 50 or 60.
So here's what was funny. So what was funny was last year it was kind of, and you know, no offense to anybody, but it was kind of the new YouTuber class, right? Was there. So the young guns, if you will, even though most of you are fucking old as fuck, we know that.
You can say the COVID boomers because that's pretty much like.
No, because I think it's actually the post-COVID people because a lot of the channels that came up in COVID, they're already gone. Like these are the ones that came up in COVID and stayed, or the ones that came up after COVID, like collected during COVID and then started a YouTube channel based on the collection they were already working on for a year or two. So, but yeah. So I think there was a lot of those guys going like, "Hey, it's you, hey, it's you, hey, it's you." And they're like, "Who's that?" And I'm like, "Well, you know, what do you mean who's that?" Like, and you're like, how does this happen, right? How are there so many different groups, right? But ever since then, over the last year, the groups have really kind of congealed a little bit, and some of the older guys and the newer guys have got to know each other a little bit. And now it's a much bigger community than it was a year ago. I feel like instead of it being in sections, it really is like one big group. And so there's going to be a lot of people coming this year based on how excited we were about last year. There's going to be a lot of people coming this year that I'm super excited. People that I've been talking to online for fucking 7-8 years that I'm going to meet for the first time. So it's really going to be exciting. And it's going to be a different, like I'll just put it quite plainly. There's going to be some old heads that show up this time that have been around in what we used to call the comic community before the new crop of comic community people popped up. And they're coming too.
Is Roger going?
Yes.
Oh, he is.
Absolutely.
I'd love to meet Rod. I reckon it'd be awesome meeting Rod.
Yeah, Roger's going. Unruly Simeon is going. I don't know if you know him.
I'd love to meet him. I'd love to meet him.
I'm going. DS Comics is going. That's a guy that maybe you guys don't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't do in-person stuff anymore. He's more Instagram guy, but he's going to be there. And just a lot of people that were kind of old school comic community stuff are going to be there. And so, and a lot of the same guys that were there last year are most of you are still around, which is nice. So most of them are coming too. So it's going to be a really nice, like, multi-generational comic YouTuber group. So it's going to be wild. The hardest thing will be who's going to dinner, where's everybody going to dinner, what's the story going to be, because it won't be able to be organized as easily as it was last year. I think it'll be about double the amount of people there this year. So it's going to be tough. And there'll be a lot of different people who are meeting each other kind of for the first time, but there'll be two distinct large groups like that. And then there'll be people like me that kind of float around, you know, like the floaters, if you will. Yeah. It's going to be great.
I think I would be one of those sort of things, because I talk to a lot of the older guys, like, you know, like I'll talk to like you and Russ and Greyman and Rog and like all those guys that have been there way before COVID even hit.
Yeah.
But then, you got the COVID boomers. Like, you know, I was late COVID, but like Remy, Mark, DJ, you know, even Rob and Chris, the comic vet, and all that, like they're all COVID boomers. And then you got the guys that just come a little bit afterwards, like Durs and Trev the Shipping Guru and like those sort of guys that started that after COVID sort of stuff. So you have your sort of three generations, as you said, of YouTubers. But I think like I sort of mingle with like all of them at some point.
Yeah, I'd call you a floater too. If anybody ever asked, I'd say, that's Simo. He's a floater. So I think that part of the issue is that, and again, I don't mean this against anybody who might think that applies to them. I usually say this shit in generalities. I'm usually not picking on people, and then every now and then somebody will put a video out and they're like, that fucking bub, you should have heard what he said about me last night. I'm like, I want to say shit about you. Anyway, sometimes I do talk shit, but usually I'm just making generalities. And one of the things that I'll say is that most YouTuber careers don't really last more than 3 years. Like most channels don't last more than 3 years, regardless of the size. So you have channels that start off with, everybody starts off with 0, right? And they'll come and go. Can't see it. We can almost see it. Can't see it.
2020.
2020 was your first one? Oh, cool.
Well, July 18th.
That was your first video?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. Got 164 views. Thanks.
Thanks. That's awesome. There wasn't the kind of reach out at that time that there is now to like build a community. Like Gary B, I give a lot of credit for that. And there are a lot of guys like Roger who would do like spotlight videos and things like that. And then, you know, like Rob Regan, you know, a lot of that stuff. So there was some of that, but it wasn't the kind of grow together kind of thing that happens now, which is pretty cool. But anyway, I just feel like what happens is that right now,
I jumped on.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of my earliest ones. So like right now you have people that are in that 3-year like spot or so where like we're already seeing a couple of channels folding up and disappearing and saying I'm done or I got family. And it's not because I hate collecting comics or anything, but there's kind of a natural progression to collecting. I think personally, I think that this kind of holds true for comics. And that's like, it starts off as, I don't know anything about this, but I think it's cool. And then you learn about it through YouTube, because that's how a lot of us learn about shit. So you learn about shit through YouTube, and then you keep collecting, and then you're like, oh, this is cool, this is cool. And then someone's like, hey, you should come on and be on a live or do a video or show your collection sometime. And like, okay, maybe I will. And you do that, and you get better at it. And then all of a sudden people think that they're fucking comic gurus and they want to sell shit. Then they start selling shit. And then the more you sell shit, the less you value the collecting shit. And then you're meeting all these new people online. You think it's awesome, but you stop meeting new people because you realize you were meeting people because you were learning from them, and you don't have very much more to learn because it's just comics. I'm not fucking rocket science here. So after a while, you learn everything, the general comic knowledge, and you don't really seek out new channels to follow. And then you're just a little community, and then life gets in the fucking way. People have kids, they change jobs, they move. And with social media, like we've lost a lot of people in the comic community to jobs that don't allow them to have social media and who monitor their social media accounts and don't allow them to just talk about whatever the fuck they want and say, whatever the hell they want online at 3 a.m. So we've lost a lot of people over the years to jobs like that. So, and work schedules, they're tired. They got another kid, I mean, that's
well, that's
all
like cardboard crazies, Chris. Like he ended up having a kid. So he well, YouTube's not important. I need to, focus on my kid, that's totally fine. You got people like Slotted Up. I never got a chance to meet or know. Like I know Remy did.
Oh.
He just decided that's enough. He just up and gone, out of nowhere. But getting back to sort of the meeting people and stuff like that, I think the only thing that would be a bit weird for me is I don't know, like probably 60 or 70% of these channels people's first names. That would be weird meeting in person. Like, especially if I take Beck with me, I'm like, oh, this is Beck. Oh, this is Bubs. I mean, Andrew. You know, like a lot of the people, I don't know their first names. And it's like, this is unruly Simeon, or this is unruly. You're going to be calling somebody, I know what his first name is, but I'm just saying his name is unruly? What the hell? It's like shit like that. So
I know when we met at C2E2, like that was the first big meetup. It was weird. It was fucking
weird. Yeah.
Like there was a weird, like kind of awkward, like, oh.
Yes.
Oh,
now what do we do?
How are you going?
Yeah.
Like
it is weird.
Oh wow. There's a whole bunch of people here that I've seen so much, like over the last year or 2 years at that point. And it was like, but I've never actually hung out with these people before. So it was like, well, now what do we do? Like, this is weird.
Yeah. Then now what do we do?
That's like this, them like meeting up at Heroes, like, all right, now we've at least met before we know this person. And it's just I don't know. It is like because you talk to somebody so much online, and then you see this, you know what I mean? And then like Fat Stacks comes over, and you're like, oh wow, you're a real person. And you look
kind of
different. Yeah, like this is weird now. Or like Tyler walks over, he's a fucking giant, and you're like, I don't know how to approach somebody who's 6'8". Like I didn't know that was real. And then like that's it.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, and for me personally, like I'm naturally shy in real life. Like I'm actually quite like reserved and things like that. So meeting all you guys would actually feel probably overwhelming for me too. So like if I walk into like say the hotel, and then there's one or two guys there that I know, say I bump into you two in the hotel thing, I'd be like, oh look, it's Remy and it's Bubs and stuff like that. I'll be fine. But if I walk into the hotel room and there's like 30 of you there, I'd be just like, and just sort of keep walking, sort of thing. I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And you don't really know, or I didn't really know who I ended up like gravitating towards, because there's certain people that I thought like, wow, if I ever met that guy in person, we'd be talking all night. And then there's other people I didn't necessarily think that about. But then I met the guy that I thought I'd talk to all night, and we had about 5 words to say to each other. And then there's another guy that I only talk to every now and then on YouTube, and we fucking talked all night. It was 2 a.m. and we're still like, hey, you know what else?
100% correct.
I was like, did not expect that at all. And then, and I haven't talked to that guy in a while either. It's like now since, like, oh no,
that would be expected, CJ, because majority of people, like, you've made a slip here and there, and some people have seen your face on camera, but obviously most people that watch your show don't know what your face actually looks like. They know your voice and they know your hands, but they don't know your face. So if somebody hears your voice and goes, is that really him? Of course they'd be a little bit weird.
Yeah, I agree.
No,
it was different. And a couple
Journey
people
was a bit of a wild card because I don't think anybody knew how he would actually be
in real life.
Much better than online. He's much more palatable in person.
Yeah,
than online. Little shifty eyed, but that's to be expected.
If I met CJ in real life, I'd be screaming obscenities in Greek across the room to him. I think. I think that would be my introduction to CJ.
I like some people. I hated some people. Well, so that was a surprise because there were several people that I thought when I saw them, I'm like, oh God. I'm like, not that guy. I can't stand that fucking guy. And then it turns out that those are some of the people I like the most. And I was like, wow, that was cool. Like that reminded me that I probably judge people a little too harshly and I should just let people be people. I've had a real growth year this year for myself personally. Like it's been a big year for me, you know? So
you took a backseat to YouTube for a little while. Like you sort of went across it for a while, and you sort of changed your name and your logo a couple of times and things like that, and then now you're sort of getting back into it a lot more.
We're in for a major overhaul of old Bub's World in about a month, so we're gonna be shifting gears a lot. It's gonna be a lot of content. I don't even know if I'm ready for it. So
you still doing much on the vinyls channel?
No, I shut that down and I kept Bub's World back again because I was gonna resplit them up into vinyl and gaming, and I was like, fuck it, it's just Bub's World. Good luck with it. We'll figure it out. And then somebody taught me that you don't actually have to change the name of your channel. Just put whatever you want to put at the end of your video and people will find you. The problem with Bub's World, Bub's Comics, everybody found right away because there was no other Bub's Comics. But Bub's World, there's a lot of different Bub's Worlds out there. So in order to find it, I got to put Bub's Comics at the end of it. At the end of every video, I just put Bub's Comics and then people find it.
Yeah.
They put Bub and Comics, it pops up.
I think that will be my other problem. I don't drink much at all anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to remove this man from his own stream. I apologize to everybody who's watching, but
because he doesn't drink.
I mean, he's an Aussie. Does that make sense? I just thought as a stereotype, this was the thing.
And Beck
I'm pretty sure he lives in Jersey.
Beck doesn't drink at all.
Just saying, it's yeah.
I don't have the
isn't it?
tolerance for alcohol anymore.
I brought a cooler of beer. That helped. That
96,
helped
you make it
people
sound
get
like
to
you're
know
an
me.
old man and you're recovering. Like what's
It could
going on
be.
here?
Well, I am the
Could
oldest
be.
one on this stream at the moment.
Well, wait. What does that mean at the moment? Am I getting fast? Am I getting older faster than you are? Am I catching up?
You're doing a reverse Benjamin. Fucking noisy birds.
Be careful.
Doing
I think they start attacking your face.
Oh yeah, for real. Over there, they got like.
Oh, I'm
you know,
just
killer
saying, just in
gallons
case
and shit.
anybody else sort of sneaks on or anything like that. But obviously earlier I
But
wasn't.
how old are you?
Are you
Bub?
older than me? You're not that old.
I'm 45.
I'm 43. I'm 42. I'll be 43 in next week.
Yeah, I'm still the oldest.
You're not significantly older.
I feel
Not
80. Does that
significantly
make you feel better?
You said you're not
Yeah, you can feel that way, but it's not true.
A couple
I mean,
years.
Remy, what are you? 35, 36?
I'm 40.
Are you 40 really?
Yeah.
You look rough.
But kids,
No,
kids
you're like,
just age you.
keep it. Hey, I met those kids. Those kids are darlings.
Oh yeah, Lay is definitely a drinker.
Good kids.
Lay is definitely a drinker. I know that much for sure.
You know, there were a lot of drinkers and there were a couple of trips to the hospital. So, you know, what you do in the safety of your own fucking backyard and front porch and whatever fucking house Simo broke into today to film this shit doesn't matter. When you're on vacation, you take it the fuck easy because your safety net is not real. Like you think it is. That you go on vacation, you fucking wander in the streets and you're hanging out in cigar bars and doing all this shit. And then you get sick and, you know, you wonder what the fuck happened. Well, what happened is you were stupid. You went on vacation and you forgot you weren't at home. So, yeah, take it easy. And if you're the kind of guy that needs your wife to keep you from acting like a crazy person, bring her. So, you know?
That's the safety net. The wife is the safety net.
And there were lots of wives there, really. And there were lots of partners.
No, I think Angel's actually worse than you, Remy.
I was gonna say not mine. Yeah, she'll be like, "Get the hell away, go have fun." I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, but you could tell there were some guys there that were off leash, and they didn't know how to handle it. Like they'd been allowed to venture out from their home for too far, too long, and now they're like, "I gotta do everything. What else? Where are we going?"
I think that was me at Baltimore Con when I went up there with Pocan Joe. Golly.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
We were out till about 5 a.m, and then I came back and fell asleep for an hour and had to get up and leave.
That's me tonight.
I honestly don't know how Pocan Joe is still going.
He's a cyborg. That's why.
Yeah, pretty much.
We saw him changing his batteries at one point. It was very disturbing. I gotta tell you, I wouldn't have thought you needed that much lube for a C battery, but this guy, he's going to town. Rough shit.
Oh god. Yeah, he's
It's
a
fun, man.
one man wrecking crew. That guy.
Yeah, he is. It was fun. I had a good time. This year is going to be really weird because I'm going to have probably 5 or 6 guys that I really want to see that I either haven't seen in a long time or I've never seen in person. And there'll be some old chats like you guys saw about, like the Illuminati and shit, right? So there's some old chats that don't even exist anymore, but we're all going to be there at the same time now in a group that we never met before in one time. So there'll be some weird like videos filmed for resurrecting old chat names that don't exist anymore, like old chat groups. So there'll be some of that going on, and it should be fun. I think it'll be really fun, and hopefully I'll still have time to pick up a bunch of books because I really enjoy all that camaraderie after the convention, like of the evening, or at lunch, when you go down to the restaurant and you see 12 people, that's fun. But when I'm in the con, I'm fucking hunting and I'm buying books and I'm doing all that shit. And I'm not holding hands and skipping through the fucking aisles like some people are. Yay! Let's all wait online together. Like it's fucking Disney World.
So, some of the gold did happen during the convention. Like I remember seeing that small little clip of Remy's kids going up and trying to give Rob Fat Stacks Pokemon cards. And that was fucking hilarious.
Stuff.
That was hilarious. Stuff like that was good. Like I saw a lot of the film footage of like everybody around the CGC booth trying to get those pins and trying to get the free slabs and all of that. Like that looked like a lot of fun and stuff like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think people will. Yeah, there we go. I think a lot of people will.
Why are you proud of that?
I think a lot of people will branch off and go out either individually or they'll go.
Screen going on over here.
Yeah.
Hey,
People
Sam,
go
what
for
do you
their
have
own
to say
little
about
group.
it? I can't hear you. Talk up, will you? That's better.
I think a lot of people go into their own little groups or will go off on their own or just with their missus or whatever sort of thing.
But they don't. So what happens is there'll be like a group and they'll be like, okay, we know where we're going. We know what we're doing. They're like, okay, there'll be like 4 or 5 people that really know what they're doing. And then on their way to go do that, they have to pass 40 people who ask them, hey, where are you going? What are you doing? And like, we're going over here and doing this. And they're like, oh, cool. Is that where everyone's going? Well, that's where 4 or 5 of us are going, but I'm sure they have more tables. All right, let's go. And then you start with this shit, which drives me crazy. That's all good and well. But then you have somebody who's like, okay, I want to go with you. Don't leave without me. I got to go up to my room and shave my left testicle. I'll be right back. I can run off, and they're gone for like 30 minutes. And while you're waiting for this asshole to come back down, because you don't want him to walk the mean streets of Charlotte alone. So you're waiting for this fucking guy to come back down. And then 10 more people find you. They're like, hey, where are you going? What are you doing? Well, we're waiting on this guy. But after that, we're going here. Oh, cool. Let me go change my shoes. I'll be right back. You're like, oh my God. And it's like 30 people and you can't go where you wanted to go because too many fucking of you. And you're like, let's just order a pizza and eat in the hallway. Anyway, but it's still fun.
I think I'd be more inclined to do that. Just get Uber Eats or something like that to the freaking hotel room.
They have pretty good restaurants down there. I mean, they're decent. Worth eating there for lunch.
I think that's the other thing I'm worried about because I'm so like ridiculously, stupidly fussy with food eating that it's probably going to be the other hard thing for me.
I've got to remove this man from his own stream again.
Again.
I mean, he's an Aussie. I don't get this. He doesn't drink. He can't eat certain. He's got
This is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
He's got a certain diet that he's got. Look, he removed himself. He was so ashamed he removed himself.
I don't blame him. I would too. Yeah, I don't. I just get hungry. Like I start hunting. I never prepare properly. I'm hunting. I get hungry. And then I get I start seeing spots. All right. I need food. And at that point, I'm just ready to leave, drop my books. It is nice to stay at the hotel close by because you can drop books off and like you keep unloading your bag or whatever you got.
Or you're like, oh, I just need a rest for an hour. I'll just go back to the hotel room, have a lie down for an hour, then just go straight back in again. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's nice. But I won't be doing that this time because we got like an apartment down like a couple of streets away. So we'll be driving to and from. So I'll still have the car if I want to like drop stuff off in the car, but that'll be it. I won't.
Hey, right across the street, there's a parking place.
Oh, not in the not at the convention because the convention park was like fucking $45 a day or something.
Yeah,
It's
there was
crazy.
so it's. I think it's the building like literally right across from the entrance.
Mhm.
They have like a down. You have to drive like down into their parking garage or whatever. But I want to say it's like $10, and
wow,
and that's where I found it like the third day. I was like, fuck. But yeah, because we had to keep driving. I think we're staying in the hotel this year, but but yeah, we had the car situation last time too.
Because there's two or three like hotels that are like literally part of the convention center or like within like spitting distance of it.
Spitting distance, there's 3, but that spit has to fly pretty far for the third one, and you got to cross over some construction zones and step over a few homeless people, which can get a little confusing.
Because I know it's what it's
make
the
a
best
wrong turn,
West-
it might be your last.
The
it's
first
the best,
year we
Best
were
Western or something like that is like the one that's like part of the convention center.
Yeah, it's got
that's
everybody
that's one
tries
that's
to get
part of
into.
it. But like the first year that we went, I think we were only like, and I'm gonna say only, but we were only 3 blocks away, thinking, oh yeah, that's not too bad, and it sucked ass. Like it was.
And
the
it's
worst.
uphill too.
Yeah, it's exactly what it was. Yeah, you had to go like uphill, and it was traveling. Like it doesn't seem like it'd be too long, but you get the word, oh yeah, we're meeting up at 10 o'clock or whatever. It's like, fuck, man, we got to plan this out because we're 3 blocks away. Because it was a trip,
and it's pitch black, and you hear hyenas cackling around every corner. What's going on around here? Welcome to Charlotte, bitches. Yeah.
So if I walk around the main streets with a Hornets jacket on or a Hornets jersey on, I'll be all right.
Yeah, the Hornets played just a few blocks away from the convention, and that was probably the roughest place. Like there were just people strung out, laid across steps, and the big Hornet sign. There were people like doing lines of coke off its back. It was pretty rough. Listen, it's actually time for me to go to bed, you guys. You know.
Well, Remy kept you here like another hour because you said it about an hour ago that you needed to go.
Yeah, you got me. You got me another hour. I hear stirring. Someone's woken up from the couch, so I better go converge into traffic and head
easy, bubs.
Head on out. All right, guys. Hey, you guys. I love you guys. Good guys. Good guys right here.
We'll see you over here in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think I'm shooting for like 2026, maybe 7, maybe 2028. I don't know. How old will you be then? You're gonna stop aging, and I'll be older than you. That's what I heard. All right, so I'll see you guys soon.
Take it easy.
All right. Hey, Remy, I'll see you in a couple months if I
Yes,
don't
sir.
see you sooner. All right, see you guys.
What's this say? A new member expressed interest in joining the channel. They were then turned away, and you engage with other people instead. Over time, turning people away can cause channels to lose engagement. No, I know exactly what he means because the Bub said he was going to go, and then Sicko asked to join, and I said I was going to finish it, and then you kept here, and then we ended up going for a little while.
This is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
So I will formally apologize to Sicko. I'm sorry, Sicko, because I did want to end it because Beck had come
No,
back.
I was the one that said I was going to keep it going. You leave, all right? Sicko and I are going to jump on here and get into some ruckus. Okay.
Some ruckus. And besides, I don't have that much engagement to lose, so it doesn't matter too much. Seems weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
The weird
you were like,
comments.
we're ending this soon, and I was like, I don't think so. Not if Remy Q has anything to do with this.
Yeah, like there's this. I can't remember. I don't think it's on the chat thing here anymore. Does this go all the way back to the start, or only a certain place? I think it goes all the way back to the start.
I think it'll keep updating it so you can keep it going. Oh no. For me, it
I went
ended
back
at
all the way
1:54
Yeah,
a.m.
this guy here, O2H02. He always sort of leaves really weird comments at the start of live streams. I've noticed lately, and then doesn't say anything afterwards.
Well, I mean, where are these folks at when I'm running a stream? None of you join my streams. What's wrong with Remy Q Studios? Yeah, write something like this on mine. We'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. Thursday, 9:00 Eastern time. We'll talk
Freaking
about
hotels are
whatever
all
you
no
just wrote.
smoking. Yeah, well, that's pretty much like that's a lot of countries now are all non-smoking. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
does the Western have do they have balconies, or is there no balconies?
I don't know. I didn't stay there.
Oh, that's right. You said you stayed a couple. I was
But
going to
even
say,
if they had it, you're not supposed to smoke there.
yeah, I'd be just get a little cup with some water in it or whatever like that. Smoke out there, butt it in the thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the con itself, it's so the nice thing is, like, when we went to C2E2, they had fucking security lined up. Like, they were on point with the security.
Oh, no balcony. Fuck.
North Carolina doesn't care about that. Like, Charlotte doesn't care. I mean, that you walk in and then you can walk out. So I mean, like, if you're in the con to smoke, they have a whole. It's like an I don't want to call it an alley because they actually have like fountains and stuff set up there, but they have like the side of the building set up as like a smoking area. So it's easy to get in and out. Like I said, like C2E2 is a pain in the ass because it's like then if you want to get back in, you had to go through like a whole process. But
well, it's the same over here. Like, they have obviously like strict rules with cosplayers, with like weapons and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, like if you as long as you've got like your wristband on or whatever like that, you can pretty much just walk in and out. You just gotta, just put your hand up and just show your thing, and then
I'll tell you, that's one thing that surprised me though, because even the cosplayers, they weren't that strict with it. Like I said, like C2E2, they had a special security area that was for cosplay weapons. And this one, it's one little table, and it's as you walk in. And I mean, it's that I didn't see them putting yellow tip or orange tips on anything. Like it was a quick check. They had like one lady there that was like an old security guard, and she'd be like,
just
"Oh,
like
you're dressed up like a character," and then they
that's not
walk
sharp.
in.
Keep going. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, like I said, like C2E2, they would like if you had weapons, they would like X-ray that shit, and like they check it for like swab it, check it for like radioactive material. Yet it was like a big process that they had a whole separate line where you had to. I mean, you had to wait in these huge lines, and at Heroes, you just walk in.
Nothing wrong with
I don't even know
wristbands.
what he's
I've been going to cons for like 20 years, so I'm used to the wristbands. That doesn't worry me.
No,
Does not worry me at all. But no, it sucks that the hotel doesn't even have a balcony, because I'm like, even if you weren't allowed to, you'd be like, you'd sneak. I don't want to be like the 23rd floor or something of a thing and have to catch the lift all the way down and walk all the way outside, have a smoke, and then walk all the way and go all the way back. That's just too much that's just too much hassle.
yeah, you might need an Airbnb.
Give me a hotel with a freaking balcony or whatever like that, and I'll be fine.
I'm trying to think. I don't know if there were too many hotels with balconies there. I don't think it's a real big balcony type of city.
Or I'll just go into the freaking stairwell and bloody do it, and
unless
just do
you
it
got,
away from a
I mean, you could get one of the like Bubs was saying, you can get one of those apartments or whatever. I'm sure those have balconies. Because I know that when we stayed there the first time, I don't remember the hotel we stayed at, but I mean, they didn't have balconies, but there was a hotel, or I mean, an apartment building across the street that had balconies that I'm sure people had rented out rooms for the weekend. I mean, if I lived in Charlotte, that's what I would do. Shit.
Yeah, because I don't mind. Yeah, if you have to. Okay, it's like $50 extra a night, but it might be a nicer room, and you get a balcony. You pay a little bit more. That's fine.
I would actually say you probably would save. That's the thing is it seems a lot like I think they definitely know people are going to be staying at the con, so it's like the places that are closer are more expensive.
You need views to balconies. I don't care about views. I just want somewhere to
it's
smoke.
it's like a city, so it's like you go out to the balcony, you're just looking at another building. There's nothing there.
Yeah, I don't give a shit as long as I got somewhere to bloody smoke. That's all.
The first time that we stayed there, the apartment building I'm thinking of, they did have like a park, and you could like look out onto the park. But I mean, and that was by the Panther Stadium, by the football stadium that's there. American Football Stadium.
I know who the Panthers are. Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, if you I've got plenty of Carolina stuff. If you want to look, I mean, I live in North Carolina, so it's I mean, it's kind of like a thing. So
I am a Hornets guy.
American football.
I know that's basketball, but
oh, they play basketball here too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Charlotte Hornets. Good old Charlotte Hornets.
Charlotte Hornets were the biggest thing from the 90s that I think people forgot about. I think everybody had a Charlotte Hornets like starter jacket in the 90s.
Yeah, I did.
That's what I mean. I think people forgot about that. I don't know if it was just a big sale or what, but Charlotte Hornets were so huge with their starter jackets in the 90s.
Yeah,
it's interesting to hear though that over there you guys got it too.
Yeah, it wasn't sold in many places, but there were a few. There was a few specialty places that had them, and you could, But that's the thing. Yeah. Like, we didn't get the range. Like, everybody over here was either Chicago Bulls or LA Lakers because that was the popular teams. You get an occasional person that would like, maybe, like Boston Celtics or Detroit Pistons or somebody like that. But I wanted to pick a team that nobody else liked over here.
Do you guys play basketball over there?
Yeah. There's quite a few Australians in the NBA.
I just didn't know if that was like do you have that in like
it's not as big as other sports.
But I mean, like, is that like a sports thing that like the schools do? Like they have basketball teams?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not only like Australian rules football and cricket are like the two main sports because they're Australian-based sports.
You play cricket there?
Yeah.
Have you played cricket yourself?
I did when I was younger.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Listen, I don't know what your plans are, sir, but you're staying exactly where you're at. So tell us about this cricket career that you had, because I had no idea that MadSpidey was
I played a lot of sports when I was younger. I played Aussie rules football. I played cricket. I played basketball. I played soccer. I played field hockey, not ice hockey, but field hockey. What else did I play? Crap. What else did I try? Did a lot of martial arts. Yeah, I did a lot. I was very sporty when I was younger. The only thing I actually continued to play was basketball. I played basketball for like 30 plus years. I only got out of it because of COVID.
Oh
wow. And then like they're like, "Oh, you're gonna come back?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm retired. I'm done. I'm too old and I'm unfit and I smoke and whatever, and I'm not playing anymore."
Huh. I didn't know that.
But no, that's the thing. Like the American sports, probably basketball is probably the only one that really hit big over here. Like a lot of people followed American football or they followed baseball or ice hockey, but nobody really played it because we didn't have the facilities for it. Baseball is probably the only other one that actually had like baseball fields, and there was like a small supposed professional league for Australian teams and stuff like that, but it never really went anywhere. Wasn't nobody on the world stage would even know an Australian
baseball's hard to like. I like going to a baseball game. I don't like watching baseball on like TV. Like that's
boring as shit.
Yeah.
And that's what I hear from a lot of Americans. It's like love going to the game and the atmosphere and the food and and all that sort of stuff, but watching it on TV, can't do it.
No, not my thing.
It's a bit like cricket in the stage where everybody says, "Oh, cricket's so boring," and I'm like, yeah, if you're not used to it, if you're not brought up with it, and if you watch what we call a test match, which is a 5-day test or like a 5-day event, it's very long, it's very boring, and it can take a while.
They play for 5 days?
5 days. That's the traditional original game. Now they've got like what they call a 1-day match, which goes for, it's very hard to explain, but yeah, like it basically goes for one day. And now they've got what they call 20-20, which is a very short form. It's only 20 overs for each team, and it literally will be finished in about 3 or 4 hours. So it's a very short
hours of cricket.
Yeah,
golly. It's too much cricket. It's too much. How do you watch something for five days? Is it a team thing? It's a team thing, right?
It's 2 teams.
5 days?
Yeah. You have two innings.
People have a match and they got to take a vacation to go to play the game. Like you have to move away.
Two innings per team for a test match, which is the 5-day event.
2 innings.
Yeah, 2 innings.
How long's an inning? That it takes 5 days.
That's the hard part. Is there's no set amount of like what they call an over. There's no set time, so you could bat and make like 500 runs, and you could still keep going. So you could actually bat for the whole 5 days if you wanted to. But they try and obviously there's things called declaration. So you're like, okay, I think we've made enough runs to beat the other team. We'll declare and try and get the other team out and things like that. But that's why a lot of test matches end in draws.
No, we need to end this now. Look, I take this back. I said we're going to keep going. We need to end this now. All right. We're going to record this. This is going to be Americans react to cricket. All right. And you're going to fucking blow up because this is the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. I had no idea that this went on. You make a declaration. You're like, yo, we're whipping ass so bad. I'm betting the farm. These dudes can't even come close. And then you just stop. Well, how does Journey know about this? Never mind. I believe Journey knows about it. Journey's probably badass at cricket. I would believe that too. But I'm just saying that this doesn't make sense. This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. This is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
To an outsider, cricket is a very hard game to explain because obviously, terminology.
Who the hell wants to watch it for 5 days? I can't commit 5 days to one game. That's well, there was too many overs today. We'll pick it up tomorrow. I mean,
that's pretty much how it is.
Monday through Friday? What? This is crazy.
I'm a cricket legend. Whatever you reckon, CJ.
True. I believe it. I believe it.
I'd like to
Listen, when
see.
CJ says something, I'm going to believe it. I tell you that.
That's something that we should set up, right? I will put CJ up one end of the pitch with a cricket bat, and I will bowl a fast ball at him, which will probably be at about, 100, 150 miles an hour.
Hold on. Bowl at 150 miles an hour.
And then see how he goes.
Well, hold on. What are you talking? The words that are coming out of your mouth, I don't understand. What are you bowling at 150 miles an hour? Is that the ball?
Okay.
Let's put it. Does it roll to them? And hold on. Is it really? It's rolling at 150. I'm wondering if because you guys don't do miles per hour, do you? Is your
no? We do kilometers. I was trying to put it
insanely fast.
I was trying to put it in.
Fast.
All right, hang on. The fastest ball ever bowled that I know of was 155 kilometers an hour. I'll try and see what miles it is.
Are you rolling the ball there?
No, it's like a pitch that bounces.
Beer pong? I'm saying, listen, you cut the stream now, sir. You cut this stream right now because I know too much at this point. Bowling and it bounces.
Yeah, in kilometers to miles. All right, so 155. So 155 kilometers an hour is almost 100 miles an hour. So you're actually bowling a ball, pitching a ball at somebody at the other end to hit with a bat.
So 100 miles an hour sounds reasonable. I mean, that's a really fast baseball pitch. Okay, I don't know what size the ball is, so I don't know if that makes a difference with this.
It's pretty much.
I don't know if it's
almost identically.
A jet.
It's almost the same size. It's almost the same size as a baseball.
But you bounce it.
Yep.
Is it like rubbery?
No, it's hard and made of cork.
But you bounce it off the ground.
Yeah.
I'm upset. I gotta tell you, Australia, I'm upset. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm fucking upset about this.
As I said, like
I don't know what we're talking about here. And the worst part is I can't commit 5 days to watch it on YouTube. I don't have 283 hours to watch a fucking cricket game and figure out how this works because this is too much for me. It's too much.
That's why you'd have to watch one of the shorter forms of the game.
Yeah, I need to watch a 2020 where they only are allowed one declaration because the guy, what's a run? How do you get 500 runs? You were like, oh, the guy can run all day. I don't.
All right, so if you hit the ball, like
you bowl it, and the guy Sammy Sosa's the thing out of there, right? It just disappears. I'm imagining Harry Potter. That's what, and you know what I'm talking about?
Quidditch.
I feel like you guys are Harry Potter, and there's like a little ball that's got wings on it, and you got to catch the thing if you can even see it.
There's two batters, right? So if you're in the batting team, you're batting at that time. There's two batters, one at either end of the pitch.
Gryffindor.
Right? Once you hit the ball, you run from one end to the other, and that's classified as one run. But if you hit the boundary line, that's 4 runs. If you knock it over the boundary line in one hit, that's 6 runs.
What's the boundary line? You got hold on now.
Like the stadium line, like the edge of the before the.
You're talking if you hit it out of the stadium?
No, if you hit it over over the fence line, yeah, like where the people sit. If you hit it over that
with a mitt.
fence line, yeah, that is over that fence line is 6 runs.
But they just go back and forth, right?
Yeah, but if you hit it over the fence or you hit the boundary, or the wall before the spectators, you don't have to run. It's just an automatic 4 or 6 runs.
How big is the ball?
The ball's about the same size as a baseball.
Why are you bouncing it though? I don't understand. The bounces. This is crazy to me. Why you would?
It's not polo, CJ. Say CJ has no idea about cricket. There's no horses. Horses is polo. That's rich people's sport.
Oh my gosh, this is.
It's a very.
I think the problem. This is the problem. The only thing I can compare it to is baseball, and I know baseball, and I don't know cricket, and I feel like this is all. It's weird. It's just not. I've seen the thing where there's two people, right? So it looks like a duel. All right, they start out and they're like 10 paces, and they fucking walk out there. You expect them to turn around and then shoot each other, but instead, one's got a bat that looks like it's been squished.
Yeah,
and it's wide. It's a paddle. That's what it is, a paddle.
Casey Jones,
a dominatrix paddle, right? And then I thought they threw it, but you're saying they bounce it at 100 miles an hour, and then the guy hits it, and if he can hit the wall, they're like, you get 6. And he just stands there?
Yeah.
Do they catch it? Is it an out? Do they have an out?
If you catch it in the field, like on the full, it's out. That's classified as you lose your wicket.
What happens?
I think I'm making it worse.
What? So what? Can he strike out? I mean, like, what if he misses?
Yeah,
Is
so
he out?
you're protecting a set of wickets, which is basically 3 sticks.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Whatever word you just hold on. Hold on, man. Hold on. 'Cause wait, okay. You wait 1 minute. Okay. Whatever word you just said. Okay. I don't know if the accent, because when I hear you, I don't hear the accent anymore. It's just normal Australian. This is Mad Spidey. But whatever word you just said, it did
There you go.
not. It didn't. What the hell am I looking at here? What is that, a pitchfork?
So that's what they call a wicket. So it's 3 sticks, and you can see the 2 little sticks up the top. So if you hit those, the cricket, like the batter will, so you can see the bat and the ball there. They will actually protect those wickets. So if somebody bowls that ball or pitches that ball and it hits those wickets, then you're out. That's how you actually get out, like a strikeout, basically.
So there's no. So
if you do a swing and a miss, and the ball hits those wickets and knocks those little wood things off, then you're out, and then the next batter's got to come in.
Nope. Nope. Not in my country. I don't think so. Nope. I don't know what this is. I don't know what you've done here.
You asked, and I just kept going.
I don't know what. I don't know what this is. I'm 5 days. 5 days of bouncing a ball to hit the wooden pegs behind some. There's no catcher. You're hitting pegs behind the batter or the paddler. Do you call him a paddler, or do you call that a bat? It's a paddle.
It's a bat.
There's a bat.
It's
Are
a
they
bat.
wood, or are you allowed other materials? They're all wood.
Yeah, they're all made of wood.
Paddle. I refuse.
All
I
right,
refuse.
hang on. Here we go.
I refuse. I don't care if there's cricket players out there that are gonna give me shit for this. I refuse. That is a paddle.
All right, let's.
Oh my gosh, it says bowls. It says bowls. This bothers me.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local.
Look at these stands. Oh my god, why is he looking at a tennis player?
Got it right through him. That is a great delivery from Shane Bond. 153 k's per hour. Magnificent stuff, and they picked up the skipper this time. 2 down. And that reaction of Gum.
Oh my gosh. Nope. Why do they...
He's bowling with bit of pace, 156.4 kilometers per hour.
So...
This guy's an Aussie.
Might see something here. Oh, early doors. First pin after tea. They've got something.
All right, so they had a guy in the back catch that thing.
Yeah, so there's what they call a wicket keeper. So he's like the protector of the back of the wicket. So if the ball goes past him and hits the boundary, then that'll be an automatic 4 runs, even though he hasn't hit it.
You get runs if the... So if the guy with the paddle...
That's starting
misses,
to get too technical. If we start getting into that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You got too technical when you said you bounce the fucking ball off the ground. So if you bounce the ball and it goes over the dude's head, but the guy misses it in the back, you get 4 runs?
If it hits the boundary, yeah.
How many runs on average do they get per game?
depending on the type of game, it would say the 5-day test thing. Yeah, like it's not uncommon to get like 500 runs.
500 runs. Why is it called a test if it's 5 days long? That seems like it's not a test. That's like
it's a test of your physical
endurance. Is it an
endurance or something? Or so I don't know why it's
the
actually
whole
called a
time.
test.
Do they stop?
Well, there's like, lunch breaks and dinner breaks and all that sort of stuff and things like that. But it usually starts at like 9, 10 in the morning and it'll go to like probably 5 in the afternoon or whatever like that. Like it's not 24 hours straight, but it's a good like 8 hours, like, and then 5 days of that.
Nope.
Nope.
I don't agree with this.
I'm going to be interested to see whether they try and ping me for that, because the last time when they started talking about Aussie rules football, and we actually showed a clip on Mark's stream, he actually got a copyright strike for it. Not that I'm monetized, but it'd be interesting to see whether anything happens.
No,
yeah,
fuck
that's probably about
we
right.
were reacting to it.
Yeah, it was a YouTube clip, so we might be all right.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it. I'm done. I'm done. End the stream. I'm done.
Next, we'll talk about Aussie rules and how confusing that'll be for everybody.
5 days of bouncing the ball to hit the wooden things. I mean, what if you just like... Does it have to have enough bounce? What if you just like lob it in there and then it's
there is different types of like the way you can, I'll put it in your terms, there's different ways you can pitch the ball. Like it always has to be overarm, but there's fast bowlers, there's medium bowlers, there's slow bowlers, but there's also what they call spin bowlers. And spin bowlers actually use their fingers to manipulate the ball to actually make it like hit the and like do weird sort of turns and things like that to try and get people out. I think Remy's going to have to talk about it on Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like if we were doing a comparison with, not that I know much about it, but if we were doing a comparison with rugby, like rugby is very much like American football, but not as technical. So it's a bit easier to explain. But Aussie rules football is like a cross between American football and soccer sort of thing, but with other
tried
things.
to talk rugby with me before as well, and it was pretty much the same thing. There were different things that you can throw it over or something. You had different goals and stuff. It was not.
They still do like a touchdown to get points, and they can still kick it through the forks. Like it's like the same in American football.
How many forks do they have?
Shit, I don't even really know. Is it 2 or is it 4? No, it's only 2. No, Australian rules has 4. The rugby only has 2 with the crossbar.
You lost me when you had to think about it.
I told you I don't know as much about rugby because rugby is a northerner sport. Like a lot more people up in the north follow rugby, whereas Aussie rules is predominantly down here.
All right.
They do special ball fingering in a kind of way.
Yeah.
You talk about TMC.
I'm done.
I think it's time. I've confused Remy enough for one night.
I'm done. I'm upset.
I tried to explain. It's only me and Remy. Tried to explain cricket to him. I've bamboozled him. No, we're still live. I bamboozled Remy with cricket talk.
You don't even. Oh, that's stupid.
Brett goes, that's stupid. Oh, God. All right. That's it. We'll cut it. We'll end it. Thank you, everybody who hung out on the panel, who kept me company, talk some interesting stuff, some cool stuff, some weird stuff, a little bit of rude stuff earlier. There was some art shown earlier, Remy style.
Ooh, really? I missed
that was Lady F. Thank you to everybody who's been in the chat, hanging out. Once again, sorry, Sicko. We were going to end it earlier, and then anyway, you're more than welcome always. I know I love Sicko; he's a great guy. So, but yeah, thank you to everybody. We will end it with something a little bit different tonight. We will end it with this.
There are worse things out tonight than vampires.
Like what?